with disaster staring him in the face and his corps on the ropes, Alfensleben made his decision. He summoned General Friedrich Wilhelm von Bredau, commander of 12th Cavalry Brigade, and ordered him to lead an immediate cavalry charge against the French gun line. Bredau knew what the order meant. Horses against fire could generate only one outcome, a Totenritt, a death ride. He had his orders, however, and at the very least the sacrifice of his brigade, 2 fine regiments, the 16th Uhlans and the 7th Cuirassiers, might take some of the pressure off the hard-pressed 3 Corps. But the death ride wasn't really about sober calculation. As Bredau saddled up and rode off into the lore of the Prussian army, there were those who heard him mutter a simple phrase, half resignation, half defiance. "Koste es, was wolle," he said. "Whatever it costs, or better, whatever it takes." July 1944. The staff meeting had already careened into absurdity in the first hour. They always seemed to nowadays. Every front had collapsed or was about to. A 2-front war? Hardly. More like an all-front war. All-Frontenkrieg. The Allied beachhead in the west now encompassed a sizable portion of northwestern France, and a breakout was imminent. Kesselring's beaten forces in Italy were still retreating northward at top speed, and who knew where that would end, and as for the east, there were no words. Huizinga didn't know what to say. He was chief of the operations department, and at least temporarily chief of the great general staff, filling in for the exhausted General Kurt Zeitzler. But Hitler no longer wanted to operate, as he had said on at least 24 occasions in the past few months. Hitler wanted commanders and men who would stand fast, stay put, hang tough. Huizinga could tick off the phrases in his head. Hitler didn't care if his officers were competent or not. He wanted them to be hard, tenacious, ruthless. Yes, especially that last one, ruthless. Rücksichtslos had always been one of the Führer's favorite words. But somehow Huizinga didn't think that being ruthless or fanatical was going to get it done this time. Army Group Center, about 1/3 of the total front in the east, had collapsed under a gigantic Soviet offensive. Everyone in the German High Command had known that an offensive was coming, but the details, when, how, exactly where, those were the problem. They had all guessed wrong on the location of the first Soviet attack, and that meant that everything that followed, reaction, employment of reserves, the dispatch of reinforcements, had all been a colossal foul-up, a complete and utter mess, a Durcheinander. And now the front had cracked wide open. 2 complete armies, 9th and 4th, practically wiped off the map, a 3rd one shattered. One supposed fortress after the other falling to the enemy, a single panzer division sent to retrieve the situation practically vanishing in the tumult. Even now, Soviet tank armies were ranging far to the west, encircling some German formations but simply flattening others. Minsk was in Soviet hands again. Not 2 weeks ago it had been the headquarters of Army Group Center, and there were no signs of slowing the avalanche. Vilnius, the Baltic states, the port of Libau. Soviet possibilities seemed endless. So that was why they were all here, the Führer and his staff. How to close this gigantic gap, this loch between Bobruisk and Vitebsk, where Army Group Center used to be. The new commander on the spot, General Model, wanted to shift divisions from the southern portion of the front to the center. Huizinga knew that was a bad idea. It was clear that the Soviets were about to launch yet another attack in the south as well. He also knew where there were fresh divisions to be had, however, in the sector of Army Group North, currently holding a vast and overextended front on both sides of Lake Peipus. The staff up there had been requesting permission for months to pull back to the line of the Dvina River, a shorter line easier to hold, requiring half the manpower and freeing up 4 to 5 divisions for action elsewhere. All sound arguments, but Heusinger barely got any of it out before Hitler intervened. The Führer was back to his favorite topics: treason, betrayal, the mysterious nature of the collapse in the East, ordering immediate investigations of every single commander involved. No one was going to pull back anywhere. The generals will do their duty, or I'll force them to. Goering nodding his head in agreement, as well as Dönitz, Keitel, Jodl, all the rest of them. Zu Befehl, mein Führer. Staff meetings were always a competition between sober planning and bloodlust against perceived enemies of the regime, especially the generals. Suddenly Hitler's gaze fixed on the map. He pointed. There, Vilnius. We'll hold them there. Heusinger slumped a bit involuntarily. He knew what was coming next. Hitler was about to create another fortress, a stronghold, a Festeplatz. We'll need a really hard man here, the Führer bawled. A proven commander. His voice rose. Get me General Stahel. We must hold Vilnius. Heusinger could almost predict the next phrase. Koste es, was wolle. There it was again. Whatever it costs. The phrase runs like a golden thread through the history of the Prussian-German army, from the great elector of the 17th century to the great collapse in 1945. Prussia rarely fought from a position of material strength, and neither did its successor Germany. Hohenfriedeberg and Rossbach and Leuthen, Königgrätz and Tannenberg, the greatest wins in German military history had all been victories against the odds. A willingness to do whatever it took could act as an equalizer against a force of greater size but lesser will. And indeed, the Prussian army had built its military reputation on just such calculations. But sometimes, as in Bredau's death ride, or Stahel's doomed attempt to hold Vilnius, or even the entire failed German war in the Soviet Union, an over-reliance on will and determination could also be a ticket to oblivion, an ethereal and subjective substitute for a firmer objective reality. It could become a kind of Täuschungsmanöver, a vast deception operation, but this time you wound up fooling only yourself. Numbers, resources, allies, all the quantifiables needed to make sound strategic judgment simply faded away into the ether. Numbers didn't matter, nor did reality. All you needed was a strong will, a firm jaw, and grim determination to see the thing through. You needed to do or die. By 1944, the Wehrmacht could have used a smaller pool of determination and willpower. It had more than enough of those, and a much larger number of fresh divisions. Operation Bagration. Planning and Misperception. The great catastrophe of 1944 began, as did so many others in the Wehrmacht's war, in the Soviet Union, with the German intelligence failure. The Soviet winter offensive of 1943 to 1944 had badly mauled Army Group South, and at times threatened to shatter it altogether. The Soviets had concentrated their drive against the left or northern wing of Army Group South, attempting to separate it from its neighbor to the north, Army Group Center. And indeed, the Red Army had come within a hair of a decisive victory in this operational sequence, driving far to the west and lapping around the city of Kovel, the hinge between the two army groups. A breakthrough here would have put Soviet tanks on the road to Warsaw, and few German formations would have been there to oppose them. Hitler had declared Kovel to be a Festerplatz, however, and the Germans managed to hold, just barely. Kovel was one of the few times that a German stronghold functioned as intended, both as a breakwater on Soviet momentum and a means of tying up Soviet formations that might otherwise be joining in the offensive. The subsequent relief of the city in April 1944 by German forces marked the end of the crisis, as the rains came and movement across the front halted. The Wehrmacht had once again weathered a storm. By now, any relief for the Germans could only be temporary. Along with their offensive in the south, the Soviets opened the 1943 to 1944 winter campaign, launching strong attacks against Army Group North, the Novgorod-Luga operation. Army Group North was an operational shell by this time, not a functioning, vigorous field force. The crisis in the south had forced it to hand over one division after the other to Army Group South, and it no longer had a single tank in its order of battle. Attacks by two Soviet army groups, the Leningrad and Volkhov fronts, shattered it, combining brute force, always the Red Army's calling card, with a certain amount of finesse. Indeed, the offensive began with an entire army, the Second Shock, transported by sea into the zone of the Oranienbaum bridgehead, a narrow sliver of coastline that the Germans had never been able to overrun. The Soviet attack hit hard initially, cleaving a great gash between the German 18th Army on the left and the 16th Army on the right, and threatening to separate Army Group North from Army Group Center altogether. Within the first week, both German armies were running for their lives. The 18th Army in particular fought in desperation mode, with Soviet forces coming at it from its front, east, its left flank, north, and even from its left rear, the Second Shock coming down from Oranienbaum. While the Soviet offensive pushed both armies back to the Panther position, stretching from the Narva bottleneck on the Gulf of Finland to Lake Peipus and points south, the effort stopped just short of destroying Army Group North. One authoritative source describes the Soviet pursuit as slow and fumbling and poorly coordinated, although a combination of densely forested terrain and the brutal cold of the northern winter no doubt played a role. At any rate, after a near-death experience, the Germans were able to restore the cohesion of their front. New German leadership also contributed to the defensive success, as Field Marshal Walter Model arrived to replace the Army Group commander General Georg Küchler. Model already had a reputation as the Führer's fireman, a skilled defensive commander able to master any crisis and restore even the most hopeless cause. His work done here, Model now headed south to take over Army Group South, then passing through its own trial by fire, from Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. Despite the less than stirring ending for the Soviets, the Novgorod-Luga operation did succeed in finally breaking the German ring around the encircled and starving city of Leningrad. While they hammered away in both north and south, however, they also launched a series of frontal attacks against Army Group Center. Although involving significant Soviet forces, the operations were uncoordinated, shifting from one Schwerpunkt to the next, and sloppily executed. The commander of the Army Group, Field Marshal Ernst Busch, skillfully parried them by transferring divisions from non-threatened sectors and hurling them against the Soviet penetrations. Like everyone in the German command, however, he too was concerned about the Soviet drive against the northern wing of Army Group South. Yawning gaps between army groups were more than a tactical or operational problem. They could have real strategic implications. Facing the possible separation of his army group from its neighbor to the south, he worked on forming a powerful reserve, the 56 Panzer Corps under General Friedrich Hossbach, by stripping mechanized divisions from parts of Army Group Center that seemed relatively quiet. It was a classic example of accepting risk in non-decisive sectors in order to concentrate strength at the Schwerpunkt. Busch now dispatched 56 Panzer Corps to the far southwestern corner of his area of operations, and Hossbach's divisions played the key role in the relief of Kovel in April. With impressive Soviet progress on the northern and southern flanks, but much less in the center, the front had now taken on the curious shape of a question mark. Army Group Center formed the Hook, a vast semicircular bulge centered on Minsk and looping lazily out to the east. The Belarusian Balcony, the Germans called it. Army Group South, now split in half into Army Group North Ukraine under Field Marshal Walter Model and Army Group South Ukraine under General Ferdinand Schörner, lay far to the west and served as the stem. Here, the Soviets were holding a vast forward position of their own, a Ukrainian balcony, that was an ideal springboard for a renewed attack. This sector still held the majority of Soviet armored strength on the Eastern Front, concentrated against Model's Army Group North Ukraine. Particularly crucial to German intelligence estimates was the confirmed presence of Soviet tank armies, and perhaps even the formation of a new front headquarters, always the most reliable indicators of Soviet offensive intentions. Indeed, the shape of the front was an entirely appropriate symbol of German uncertainty. The Wehrmacht's planners at every level, Army, Army Group, OKH, the Foreign Armies East Intelligence Office, Abteilung Fremde Heere Ost, under Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, were all certain that the summer would bring a renewed Soviet offensive on a grand scale. But just where would the blow land? Out of the myriad possibilities on this vast front, two potential scenarios soon crystallized. A Balkan solution, Balkanlösung, and a Baltic solution, Ostsee-Lösung. Both shared the same logical starting point, a Soviet offensive against Model's Army Group North Ukraine. As envisioned, the Soviets would launch a great armored thrust through the Galician Gap between the Pripyat marshes and the Carpathian Mountains, and once through the bottleneck, would carry out a gigantic wheel, either to the left, the south, into the Balkan Peninsula, or to the right, north, toward the Baltic Sea. In either direction, a Soviet breakthrough offered the enticing possibility of encircling multiple German army groups. The Balkan solution could spell doom for Army Groups North Ukraine and South Ukraine, and perhaps even Army Groups E and F, then occupying Greece and Yugoslavia, respectively. The Baltic option, by contrast, threatened to encircle Army Groups Center and North, trapping and destroying them against the shores of the Baltic Sea in a vast encirclement. A drive to the coast in this sector would also leave massive Soviet forces well placed to carry out a follow-on drive toward Berlin. Either way, the Germans told themselves, the Soviet summer offensive of 1944 would be more than a mere operation. It would aim at strategic effects, perhaps even an early end to the war. Divining Soviet intentions with any precision was no easy matter, however. Not only did German intelligence have to tease out the secrets of one of the world's most secretive regimes, the almost complete disappearance of the Luftwaffe and the lack of German aerial reconnaissance turned the entire process into a kind of black box mystery. Essentially, the Germans wound up relying on deduction, educated guesswork, and a kind of strategic empathy, trying to place themselves in the shoes of Stalin and his planners. From these perspectives, the Balkan solution seemed logical enough. After all, why would the Soviets have launched all these attacks on the southern front for nearly a year, ever since the German failure at Kursk, really, if they didn't intend to go south eventually? A breakthrough near the city of Lvov, German Lemberg, and a drive over the San River would put Soviet armored formations across the Carpathian Mountains and give them access to the fertile Hungarian plain, the gateway to Central Europe. Moreover, Kremlin watchers in the German command could point to traditional Soviet and even Tsarist Russian strategic aims in the Balkans, including control of the Strait, access to the Mediterranean Sea and to warm water ports, and the seizure of the Ploiești oil fields. The last objective was crucial. The Reich couldn't carry on the war for very long without Romanian oil. But the Baltic solution held its own attractions. Here, the danger was a Soviet armored breakthrough at Kovel, the hinge, Shaunir, between army groups North Ukraine and Center. A renewal of the Soviet attack as soon as the ground dried out seemed like a logical way for the Soviets to reinforce success. Once through at Kovel, a quick Soviet wheel to the right between Warsaw and Brest could have Soviet tanks reaching the Baltic coast on the Danzig-Königsberg line in no time. Moreover, during this second-stage drive to the north, the vulnerable western flank of the Soviet maneuver would have the Vistula River serving as a protective barrier. The final result would see army groups north and center cut off from communications and supply and thus ripe for destruction. A super Stalingrad, the greatest Kesselschlacht in history. As one analyst noted, this northern option exerted a kind of fascination on German planners that went well beyond a purely objective analysis into the realm of the psychological. To all of them, from Hitler on down, a Baltic solution seemed to resemble nothing so much as a monstrous reverse image of their own great victory over the Western powers in 1940, the Sichelschnitt maneuver, the cut of the scythe through the Ardennes forest and the drive to the English Channel, replete with a supersized Dunkirk on the Baltic at the end. In other words, the Baltic solution was what they themselves, the German command, would have done if they were sitting in the Kremlin, and for that reason it became the official expectation within the Wehrmacht's planning cells. They well knew how badly weakened the fighting of the previous year had left them. If they had an adversary on the ropes, they would go for broke. One grand blow, and a potentially decisive result, even an end to the war. How could Stalin resist the temptation? And so, the Germans denuded the rest of the eastern front of its panzers in order to strengthen the sector of Army Group North Ukraine. Eventually, all but one of Army Group Center's panzer divisions was transferred to Field Marshal Model's front. Some of it was personal. Model stood high in Hitler's favor. He was no operator, but a Stander, a commander who would hold a piece of ground no matter the cost. And he usually got what he asked for, even if neighboring army groups starved. But as always, personality was only a piece of the problem, a small one. In a sense, there was no choice. With the Wehrmacht now wedded to a stand fast and hold at any price mentality, German planners had to guess right about Soviet intentions. They had to face strength with strength. They had to match the Soviet offensive concentration with a defensive concentration of their own. Schwerpunkt gegen Schwerpunkt. The post-Kursk Wehrmacht no longer held the initiative to launch a great offensive of its own. Equally, it no longer had the mobile forces to wait for the opening Soviet moves and then react, in the style of Field Marshal Erich von Manstein's backhand blow, Schlag aus der Nachhand. The German official history of World War II describes Manstein as operating after the fact, operieren a posteriori. By the summer of 1944, however, strong German defensive forces had to be in place from the start. They had to operate a priori, in other words, bulk themselves up on the very spot the Soviets had chosen for their offensive, and then stop the Red Army in its tracks from the outset. The Wehrmacht had to pick its spot, and it chose Army Group North Ukraine as the most likely sector for a renewed Soviet offensive, and thus the spot where the defenses had to be strongest. As it turned out, the German brain trust guessed wrong. The Soviets had no intention of launching either a Balkan or a Baltic campaign. No desire to risk the war on a one-shot, all-or-nothing drive for glory. Instead, the Soviet High Command, Stavka, decided upon a carefully sequenced series of operations. In chronological order, they included offensive blows against the Finnish army in Karelia, a second against Army Group Center in Byelorussia, designated Operation Bagration, along with subsidiary operations against Army Group North, a third against Army Group North Ukraine in front of Lvov, and finally a fourth against Army Group South Ukraine in Romania. By the end of the sequence, Soviet offensives would engulf all four German army groups in the Soviet Union. The Red Army had grown so powerful that it could finally achieve its doctrinal ideal, first formulated in the 1920s, of consecutive operations. Modern armies were too large and too resilient to be dispatched with a single blow, no matter how powerfully it landed. In the Soviet vision, one offensive after the other would stretch German resources to the limit, force the Wehrmacht to shuttle its meager reserves across the map, and keep the Wehrmacht right where the Soviets wanted it, in a tentative and reactive mode. And in fact, as the preparations for these multiple offensives went forward in spring 1944, high confusion reigned in German intelligence circles. Try as they might, they could not discern a single lone Schwerpunkt as they had expected. Rather, they saw at least a half-dozen potential ones, and virtually every German army in the Soviet Union could report strong enemy activity across its front. German intelligence was, as one source puts it, like a bloodhound on the hunt whose instincts are blocked because he sees three equally distant hares. And so, again and again, a confused German planning process that was unable to achieve objective certainty returned to its original intuitive conception. The impending Soviet offensive would target Army Group North Ukraine. One last piece of the puzzle was necessary to make German confusion complete and the coming disaster inevitable. For the first time since 1941, another development was competing with the Eastern Front for priority in men, weapons, and attention. In late 1943, Hitler's Führer Directive No. 51 had granted operational priority to the new Western Front that he expected the Allies to open in 1944. For the time being, the sprawling Eastern Front became a kind of subsidiary theater, as fantastic a notion as that seems to us. On the eve of the invasion, a kind of auto-suggestive euphoria had taken hold in the Führer's camp, to use Albert Speer's memorable phrase. If the Wehrmacht could destroy the Allied landing, Germany would win the war. The landing itself saw the euphoria peak. Hitler was in an apparently ecstatic mood, according to the OKW's Deputy Chief of the Operations Staff, Colonel Walter Wallemont, with an utterly carefree smile, and with the bearing of a man who has finally gotten the opportunity to settle up with his opponent. He approached the map, and in unusually broad Austrian dialect, uttered the simple phrase, "So, it's on." The decision would come not in the east, therefore, but in the much smaller Western theater, where it was still possible to prosecute a short but mighty campaign, einen kurzen aber wichtigen Waffengang, and win a rapid victory, perhaps a subconscious reference to Frederick the Great's preference for the short and lively Kurz und Vifes War. They apparently all believed it. Keitel, Jodl, Göring, Dönitz, or at least they professed to and acted as if they did. Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels boasted openly of a new Dunkirk to drive the Allies from the continent, and domestic opinion, as sampled by the Sicherheitsdienst, SS Security Service, reflected the same optimism. The Allied invasion had ended a period of unbearable tension and oppressive uncertainty. Moreover, for the first time in a while, Hitler's conception was not without a certain operational and historical logic. Germany had always faced the nightmare of fighting on two fronts, and the logical thing had always been to exploit the advantages of the central position and to operate on interior lines, sitting patiently in the middle, then smashing the first enemy army to come within reach. Frederick the Great had made a career out of it, and Alfred Graf von Schlieffen, still the exemplar of the brilliant planner to this generation of German officers, had argued the identical point on numerous occasions. Indeed, the preference for seeking out the nearest enemy and smiting him had been at the root of German strategy in World War I. The problem in the East was long-term, not susceptible to the quick solution. While the Wehrmacht could conceivably win the campaign in the West in a single day, and once it had done that, who could tell what might happen? Hitler's plan was to strike in the West, while holding in the East, im Westen schlagen, im Osten halten, smash the Allied landing, then turn east with 30 to 35 divisions and reconquer the Wehrmacht's big loss in 1943 to 1944, Ukraine. Indeed, this plan was the entire reason that he had decided to change the name of the German formations fighting on the southern wing to Army Group North Ukraine and Army Group South Ukraine. The names represented his pledge and plans for 1944 to 1945. Two notions, therefore, dominated German thinking as the summer approached. First, the main Soviet offensive would strike south of the Pripyat marshes and target the operational sector of Army Group North Ukraine. Second, Germany could still win the war through a successful campaign in the West. These two ideas dictated the operational situation on the Eastern Front. It meant that the entire German operational reserve on the Eastern Front, no fewer than 18 Panzer and Panzergrenadier divisions, was deployed to the south of the Pripyat to backstop the German defenders facing the expected Soviet offensive. These divisions were not the product of new levies in men or a sudden rise in productive capacity. Rather, they came from Army Groups North and Center. The latter especially sent one division after the other to the south, contributions that included the entire 56 Panzer Corps. It departed Army Group Center just weeks before the start of the Soviet offensive. Even more serious than the lack of an operational reserve was the fact that the Wehrmacht no longer had a strategic reserve in the east. There was no pool of fresh divisions on which the Germans could draw as the situation demanded. The Army's strategic reserve was 1,400 miles away fighting in France. Here were the 10 mechanized divisions whose precise placement had generated so much controversy within the High Command, including the oversized and heavily reinforced divisions of the Waffen-SS. The West also soaked up some 24 more solid infantry and Fallschirmjäger divisions. Even if the Western Army managed to win a rapid victory over the Anglo-Allied forces, however, the Reich still faced a window of vulnerability in the east. Loading those divisions and shipping them clear across the European continent promised to be a chore for the already overloaded German rail net. Indeed, it was possible that the Soviets might win a signal victory long before help arrived. The standard narrative of the Red Army's 1944 summer offensive stresses the success of Soviet deception, maskirovka, efforts. Soviet skill at such battlefield-shaping activities has become proverbial within the historical literature. But hiding something as large as this grand offensive wasn't possible, no matter how careful or devious they were, or how many dummy tanks and trains they erected to fool enemy reconnaissance. The Germans could clearly see men and materiel flowing away from Army Group North Ukraine's front toward Army Group Center. Indeed, intelligence reports from the latter's armies were filled with detailed information on the Soviet buildup. The 4 component formations of Army Group Center, 3rd Panzer Army, 4th Army, 9th Army, and 2nd Army, moving north to south inside the Belarusian Balcony, all saw the same thing. In 2nd Army's sector, on the right of the Bulge, the Soviets were clearly redeploying away from the Army's right wing, where it joined Army Group North Ukraine, and toward the left, where it linked with 9th Army holding the front of the Bulge. On the other side of the Army Group, the 3rd Panzer Army sector, reconnaissance could detect a massive Soviet buildup opposite the city of Vitebsk. The site of heavy fighting deep into the spring of 1944, Vitebsk was already encircled on 3 sides with a very narrow supply lifeline to the rest of Army Group Center. An orthodox solution would have been to abandon the city or to retreat at the first sign of Soviet attack. Hitler's was to declare it a Festerplatz, to garrison it with no fewer than 3 German divisions, and to demand that they hold the place to the death. The same situation obtained along the front of the 9th Army, where 2 Soviet thrusts toward Bobruisk were brewing, and the 4th, still holding a wide, shallow bridgehead over the Dnieper, anchored on Orsha and Mogilev. Here lay the main artery in this part of the Soviet Union, the Minsk-Smolensk Rollbahn, and 4th Army Command became ever more convinced that the Soviets would use it as the main axis of their imminent offensive. As with Vitebsk, all 3 threatened cities, Bobruisk, Orsha, and Mogilev, became Festeplätze, each with a 1-division garrison. By June, the so-called fortresses had tied up a total of 6 German divisions, a considerable number. Army Group Center contained only 38 divisions in all. Hardest hit by these mandatory deployments was the 3rd Panzer Army, which lost 3 of its 11 divisions to the Festerplatz at Vitebsk. Soviet maskirovka, therefore, had not necessarily masked the buildup for Operation Bagration. Plenty of observers noted it, officially and unofficially. Unfortunately, the higher one moved up the chain of the German command, the more tenuous became the grasp on the realities of the front. Frontline divisions and corps reported what they saw, all dutifully recorded in the war diaries of the 4 German armies deployed in Byelorussia and then passed up to Field Marshal Busch, the army group commander, and here they stayed. Busch tried to fight the good fight at first. During a briefing at the Führer headquarters at Rastenburg on May 20th, he passed along the reports of Soviet activity to his front and requested permission to begin construction of fortified positions in the Army Group's rear. Perhaps Army Group Center might even carry out a planned withdrawal from its most exposed positions over the Dnieper, the sector of 4th Army, to disrupt the timetable of Soviet offensive plans. At the very least, a withdrawal to prepared positions back over the Dnieper would remove German frontline divisions from the killing zone of the Soviet artillery barrage. All of these prudent suggestions earned the Field Marshal a tirade from the Supreme Commander, however, with Hitler sneering that Busch must be another one of those generals who always seemed to be looking over his shoulder. Busch was, if anything, a true believer in the Führer and the historic mission of National Socialism, and these mocking words must have cut him to the quick. 4 days after Hitler chewed him out, Busch issued orders to the 4 armies under his control, expressing the unmistakable will of the Führer that the Army Group maintain and hold its current positions on the Eastern Front under all circumstances. The thing to do now, Busch declared to them, was to fortify the present positions, create a firm defensive Schwerpunkt, and fight it out on the front line, no matter what the Soviets threw at them. He even went so far as to discourage any more defeatist, that is to say, accurate, intelligence reports from observers at the front. A certain resignation seemed to have set in, with Busch once expounding to Colonel Peter von der Gruben, his operations chief, 1A, on the difficulty of objecting to Hitler's orders. "Gruben, I am a soldier," Busch remarked. "I have learnt to obey." Perhaps he was obeying against his better judgment. That certainly seems to be the case, but he obeyed. Operation Bagration was about to begin. The Soviets had assembled their greatest concentration of offensive power yet. The force included 4 separate fronts, army groups, no fewer than 15 field armies, 14 infantry armies and 1 tank army, 118 rifle divisions, and 43 tank divisions. Over 6,000 tanks, nearly 7,000 combat aircraft, 5,683 aircraft from 5 air armies, along with 1,000 bombers from 8 air corps of the long-range bomber force, 24,000 guns and mortars lined up hub to hub, and 2,300 Katyusha multiple rocket launchers stood ready to smash the threadbare German defenders in the Belarusian balcony. All told, the Red Army had concentrated 1,254,000 men for the operation. Supplying this monstrous force was a fleet of no fewer than 70,000 trucks, many of them 2.5-ton Studebakers from the United States, part of the Lend-Lease program. In its way, Bagration rivaled the original German invasion of the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. While fewer men were involved, the Soviets had managed to assemble more than twice as many tanks in Byelorussia as the Germans had possessed along the entire front in 1941. Since those dark days, the Red Army and Red Air Force had become a militarized juggernaut. Meanwhile, on the German side of the line, things were falling apart. The entire front was overtaxed. The reserves sat in a false position, and the army group was forbidden from carrying out any sort of mobile defense, wrote Dr. Hermann Gackenholz, the editor of Army Group Center's War Diary. Most divisions were at a fraction of their assigned strength, and the infantry in the front line was fighting from sketchy field fortifications, slit trenches, and a handful of bunkers. Behind the lines, Hitler's orders and Busch's obedience had halted the construction of any sort of fortified lines, the Bear Line along the Dnieper, or an intended line along the Berezina River farther to the rear. There were supposedly 849,000 men in the army group, but that was total strength, Eaststärke. The number included all sorts of personnel who did not fight. 103,000 Soviet auxiliary volunteers, Hilfswillige, for example, the 309th Field Training Division, the legion of bureaucrats and administrators of the new German Empire in the East, the thousands of wounded in the hospitals, and more. Compared to this fictive strength, the Tagesstärke, the number of men ready to fight on a given day, was a great deal lower, a mere 486,000 fighters to be precise, or about 40% the size of the Soviet adversary they faced. If we subtract the German Second Army, which was not a target of the initial Soviet assault, the numbers shrink further to 336,000 men, about a quarter the size of the Soviet force. One analysis of General Hans Jordan's Ninth Army on the eve of the battle computes a density of just 143 German soldiers per kilometer of front, or put another way, approximately 350 men in the way of each Soviet division of 6,000 men. The manpower situation was horrible, but the equipment deficit was even worse. Even today, the numbers can be difficult to accept. Facing those 6,000 or so Soviet tanks were precisely 118 German panzers, 56 of them belonging to the 20th Panzer Division, the lone panzer division in Army Group Center, and the remaining 62 with the 4th Army. Assault guns, the Sturmgeschütz or Stuge, were present in slightly higher numbers, 377 in all. The turretless design and fixed main gun of the Stuge rendered it unsuitable for any sort of mobile tank battle, however, and the fact that the Wehrmacht was pressing it into service as a surrogate tank was yet another sign of distress. Indeed, the designation Panzer had ceased to have much meaning by now. The 41 Panzer Corps, part of 9th Army, contained 3 straight-leg infantry divisions, and the 3rd Panzer Army had not a single tank to its name, just 76 Stuges. Things were no better in the air, where Luftwaffe 6, the Luftwaffe formation assigned to Army Group Center, could field only a fraction of the strength of the Soviet Air Force, 61 fighter planes to 2,318, to give one example. But even if tanks and aircraft had been present in greater numbers, neither the Army nor the Luftwaffe had enough fuel to keep them going. On the ground as well as in the air, demotorization, Entmotorisierung, was the order of the day. A sad state of affairs for the force that had pioneered mechanized combined arms operations. Peering back in time, it is almost possible to drum up sympathy for those 4 German armies, outnumbered, demotorized, and forsaken by their high command. Sitting there in that lazy, vulnerable bulge east of Minsk, they were practically offering themselves up to destruction. One modern authority has declared Army Group Center in 1944 as no longer capable of conducting operations, and it is difficult to argue at that judgment. The greatest hammer in military history was about to come down, and the Wehrmacht seemed oblivious. Perhaps it was no longer completely cognizant of its surroundings, no longer fully compos mentis. Hitler was hapless as a supreme commander, but his planners and aides in the supreme headquarters in Rastenburg, as well as a sizable contingent of the field commanders, share the blame for this one. They had left the realm of reality, and were now trapped in a fantasy world of their own preconceived notions. And as always, when military leadership goes astray, their men would pay the price. Full-spectrum dominance. An operation the size of Bagration does not simply begin with a starter's gun, and indeed, the precise date that the Soviet offensive opened can vary by the source. Most German sources identify June 22, 1944, and link the date explicitly to the third anniversary of Operation Barbarossa. The leading Western authority on the Red Army disagrees, however, in favor of a series of staggered dates. First came a wave of partisan attacks in the German rear, beginning on the night of June 19th to 20th. From a nuisance in the Eastern Campaign's opening phase, the Partisanski had grown into a serious threat by now, with the Germans estimating the number of irregulars operating in the rear areas of Army Group Center at 143,000 men, encompassing 150 brigades and 49 independent battalions. These irregulars attacked all the usual targets: railroad junctions, bridges, repair sheds, map depots, communications facilities, and more. They carried out no fewer than 9,600 attacks with improvised explosive devices in that first night, cutting entire stretches of the rail line from the front to Minsk and points west, and shutting down more than 1,000 transportation nodes. They reinforced their success the next night with another 2,500 reported explosions. Most did fairly limited damage, and German repair crews soon arrived on the scene. But the engineers could not be everywhere at once, and supply traffic for Army Group Center shut down for more than 24 hours, a real operational achievement in the oft-debated history of partisan attacks. The second stage opened on the night of June 21st to 22nd, a skillfully synchronized combination of heavy bombing attacks against targets in the German rear, once again concentrating on vulnerable points in the communications and supply network, with attacks by Soviet reconnaissance battalions. Soviet commanders feared the very possibility that Bush had suggested to Hitler, a German pullback just before the start of the Soviet offensive, and feared that an artillery bombardment of the front line might land on empty trenches and represent a horrendous waste of ammunition. Aggressive probing attacks in battalion strength seemed to be an ideal solution. If the Germans had abandoned their positions, then that was all to the good, and the main operation could commence. If reconnaissance discovered that the Germans were still in place, then Soviet artillery could open up and pulverize them. As it turned out, the initially tentative probes represented one of the most successful reconnaissance operations in history. Moving forward after the briefest of opening barrages, just 16 minutes in the first Baltic front sector, for example, they penetrated almost everywhere, fighting forward 3 miles deep into the German defensive zone. Fighting went on through the day as bypassed German regiments in the front line realized what was taking place and attempted to restore communications to their flank or rear, or as local German reserves launched hasty counterattacks. As night fell, Soviet commanders inserted specially trained night fighting squads to keep the pressure on and to hold the Germans by the throat. The Soviet insertion of these elite units, along with the severity of the fighting, seemed to German defenders to mark the start of a general offensive. Thus, German sources, along with virtually all of the English-language histories constructed upon the German narrative, have traditionally identified June 22nd as the start of Operation Bagration. In fact, it was not until the early morning of June 23rd that the offensive proper began, as the Soviets launched their main force units into action. Even these many years later, summarizing an undertaking of such vast geographical size and scope challenges the limits of human understanding. On the surface, the operational matchups appeared to be fairly symmetrical. A simple listing of the formations involved yields the following. Soviet 1st Baltic Front, General I. K. H. Bagramyan, versus German 3rd Panzer Army, General Georg Hans Reinhardt. Soviet 3rd Belarusian Front, General I. D. Chernyakhovsky, versus German 4th Army, General Kurt von Tiepelskirch. Soviet 2nd Belarusian Front, General G. F. Zakharov, versus German 9th Army, General Hans Jordan. Soviet 1st Belarusian Front, General K. K. Rokossovsky, versus German 2nd Army, General Walter Weiss. The reality was a great deal more complex, however. Reducing Bagration to a series of one-on-one encounters oversimplifies the situation and fails to do justice to the complexity of the Soviet plan. So vast was the operational conception that Stalin and the Stavka decided to employ two coordinators, Marshals G. K. Zhukov and A. M. Vasilevsky, with the former responsible for the 1st and 2nd Belarusian fronts in the south, and the latter for the 3rd Belarusian and 1st Baltic in the north. The presence of coordinators bestowed a degree of fine-tuning on Soviet planning that had been absent in previous operations. Rather than a series of individual frontal blasts, Bagration was able to mass multiple fronts against specific key objectives. In the north, Bagration, 1st Baltic Front, and Chernyakhovsky, 3rd Belarusian Front, would cooperate in a concentric attack upon German 3rd Panzer Army, for example, while Chernyakhovsky and Zakharov, 2nd Belarusian Front, did the same to German 4th Army. In the far south, meanwhile, perhaps the most gifted operator in the Soviet officer corps, General Rokossovsky, would have multiple missions. First, he was to hold the German 2nd Army at bay with a pair of corps, then mass the right wing of his 1st Belarusian Front for a blow against the German 9th Army, and finally prepare his left wing for a second stage assault into eastern Galicia against Army Group North Ukraine, the Lvov-Sandomierz operation in Soviet records. It's not easy to be in multiple places at once, but Rokossovsky was going to try. Thus, a more accurate operational précis for Bagration looks closer to the following. Soviet 1st Baltic Front and 3rd Belarusian Front, right wing, versus German 3rd Panzer Army, Soviet 3rd Belarusian Front, left wing, and 2nd Belarusian Front versus German 4th Army, Soviet 1st Belarusian Front, right wing versus German 9th Army, Soviet 1st Belarusian Front, center versus German 2nd Army, Soviet 1st Belarusian Front, left wing versus German Army Group North Ukraine, follow-on operation. While the Red Army was doing its best to match individual commanders and formations with appropriate objectives, the Wehrmacht was moving in the opposite direction, becoming more and more faceless. All of the German armies in Army Group Center had become interchangeable by June 1944, filled with vastly overstretched infantry divisions second-rate Luftwaffe field divisions, light security formations, and mediocre leadership. Along the combined front of 3rd Panzer Army, 4th Army, and 9th Army, the sectors targeted by the Soviet offensive, 38 divisions of the Wehrmacht were spread out along 660 miles of front, averaging more than 17 miles apiece. Those extended frontages were bad enough, but making matters worse was an operational reserve that hovered around zero. Jordan's 9th Army, for example, had a single division, the 707th Security Division, in its reserve. The 3rd Panzer Army, likewise, could call upon a single division, the 95th Infantry. Tippelskirch's 4th Army had nothing at all, and Weiss's 2nd Army, guarding the southern face of the Pripyat marshes, possessed only the 4th Cavalry Brigade and the Hungarian 1st Cavalry Division. The reserve of Army Group Center, responsible for covering this entire vast area, consisted of the solitary 20th Panzer Division, still refitting after heavy losses in the previous spring, yet another lone infantry division, the 14th, and the 60th Panzergrenadier Division, Feldherrenhalle, still in the process of being formed when the Soviets launched their offensive. Busch parceled out these units as reasonably as he could, deploying the 20th Panzer Division behind Bobruisk in the 9th Army sector and assigning the 14th Infantry Division and the unready 60th Panzergrenadier to the 4th Army in its exposed position across the Dnieper, but his reserve component was so small that it barely mattered. As the 4 attacking fronts launched the assault, individual Soviet commanders had to make a decision: to employ the immense artillery bombardment they had planned and risk slowing the progress already being made, or to dispense with the bombardment and thereby risk running into untouched German defenses. The decision varied by sector. General Bagramian, for example, split the difference by bombarding only where the reconnaissance probes had encountered resistance and canceling it elsewhere, a touch of finesse for a military establishment we still tend to caricature as relying on brute force alone. Whether the commanders employed their artillery or not, Soviet ground attack aircraft flew in support in unprecedented numbers. Hundreds of Sturmovik ground assault aircraft, heavily armored machines that could sustain shocking amounts of damage and still stay in the air, flew thousands of sorties in those opening days. So difficult was the Sturmovik to bring down that helpless German infantry sitting under the rain of bombs cursed it as the cement bomber, Zementbomber, or the flying tank, Fliegende Panzer. The ungainly craft smashed German frontline positions, bunkers, and strong points, and also ranged far into the rear against headquarters, communications, and supply installations. Their attacks were practically unopposed. German flak was meager, and German aircraft altogether absent from the sky over most of the front. The death of the 3rd Panzer Army. The result was a breakthrough of epic proportions virtually everywhere, as the front-line German defenses collapsed on the first day and Army Group Center tumbled down like a house of cards. Moving around the bulge from the north, the narrative for each of the 3 German armies was nearly identical. In the sector of 3rd Panzer Army, initial Soviet attacks concentrated on the small but sharp German salient around the city of Vitebsk, a Festerplatz held by the 4 divisions of the 53 Corps under General Friedrich Gollwitzer. Already on June 22nd, aggressive Soviet reconnaissance detachments penetrated German defenses northwest and southeast of Vitebsk. The next day, June 23rd, saw Soviet artillery and aircraft mercilessly pound the city, as well as those sectors of the German front that were still intact. The artillery bombardment was the greatest of the Russo-German War. Over 2 hours of steady drum fire by thousands of guns of all calibers, with 200 gun tubes and rocket launchers deployed per kilometer. The big guns roared with complete impunity, absent any fear of German counter-battery fire or air attack, a trauma that simply broke German resistance and morale. Once the bombardment lifted, the Red Army went over to the attack. Wisely avoiding a frontal attack on Vitebsk, the assault formations of the 6th Guards and 43rd Armies from 1st Baltic Front and 39th and 5th Armies from 3rd Belarusian smashed in the flanks on either side of the city. The initial blows fell on German 9 Corps on the left and 6 Corps on the right, inflicting massive casualties. On some portions of the front, the Germans attempted a hasty retreat, but in others, the weight and skill of the Soviet attack simply crushed them. By June 24th, the front had collapsed, and the Soviets had encircled Vitebsk, trapping 53 Corps and a major portion of 3rd Panzer Army's fighting strength, the 246th Infantry, 4th Luftwaffe, 6th Luftwaffe, and 206th Infantry Divisions. With 53 Corps cut off and erased from the order of battle, a yawning gap existed in the very center of 3rd Panzer Army's line, nearly 25 miles wide and getting wider by the hour, between 9 Corps in the northwest and 6 Corps in the southeast. Soviet mobile groups and cavalry mechanized groups were now motoring in the clear inside the gap, driving at speed to the south and southwest toward Minsk. German hopes of closing the gap were nil since there was no reserve. By day 2 of Operation Bagration, the Soviet offensive had destroyed 3rd Panzer Army, crumpling it like a paper bag, an unprecedented event on the Eastern Front. While the Soviets were hard at work closing the ring around Vitebsk, the German command was talking itself to death. With Soviet armor lapping around both his flanks, the commandant of Festerplatz Vitebsk, General Gollwitzer, phoned his 3rd Panzer Army commander, General Reinhardt, for permission to pull back and at least attempt to escape destruction. Just a few months previously, Reinhardt had successfully defended the city from Soviet attack in the spring, and the German press had feted him as the victor of Vitebsk. Now, just 2 days into the Soviet offensive, he could see that situation was already hopeless. He agreed to Gollwitzer's request and soon was on the phone with Field Marshal Busch, pleading for approval to retreat from Vitebsk. The Army Chief of Staff, General Kurt Zeitzler, had just arrived to confer with Busch, having flown to Minsk in the early morning. Busch told him the startling news that the Soviet attack had shattered 3rd Panzer Army and that 53 Corps wanted permission to retreat from Vitebsk. Zeitzler flew back to Obersalzberg, a very busy day, to plead the case with Hitler directly. Of course, Hitler refused. Vitebsk was a Festerplatz, and that was that. As they argued, the Soviet spearheads on both sides of Vitebsk were drawing closer and closer to cutting the last remaining road out of the city. Zeitzler telephoned General Reinhardt in Hitler's presence, and the general confirmed that it was only a matter of minutes until the Soviets shut the door and condemned the 4 divisions of 53 Corps to a grisly end. The arguments droned on, with both sides reciting lines that must have seemed very familiar to them by now, until another message came in from Reinhardt. The Soviets had encircled Vitebsk. Only now, Far too late in the day did Hitler agree to a withdrawal from Vitebsk. Even now, however, he held firm to his original conception, approving only a partial retreat. One division, the 206th Infantry under General Alphonse Hitter, was to hold the city while the mass of 53 Corps broke out to the west. Hitler's belated order of June 24th, with some divisions retreating while the 206th Division carried out a complicated relief in place along the rest of the encircled front, would have been difficult enough during a peacetime exercise. Under the bombs and the shells and the confusion, however, the directive simply generated chaos. The absurdity of the situation peaked, with Hitler phoning Reinhardt and ordering him in all seriousness to parachute a staff officer of 3rd Panzer Army into Vitebsk solely for the purpose of handing the fortress commandant, General Gollwitzer, written orders to hold the Festerplatz. Reinhardt refused outright to force a general staff officer or any other soldier of the 3rd Panzer Army to jump into Vitebsk. Only one man was suitable for the mission, Reinhardt himself, and he was ready to go if the Führer required it. The army commander's readiness to kill himself apparently satisfied the Führer, and he rescinded his order, but only after keeping Reinhardt waiting on the phone for what must have been 10 very long minutes. Perhaps Hitler was right to suspect that the army wasn't carrying out his orders, however. General Gollwitzer, the corps commander in Vitebsk, had never trusted the Festerplatz concept in the first place. He was the latest in a line of veteran, hard-headed German field commanders to scoff at the notion. Hitler's order reached him on June 25th. The 206th Division will hold Vitebsk until relieved. But Gollwitzer wasn't buying any of it. The ability of 206th Division to hold the town alone, the ability of the rest of the corps to break out without the combat power of the 206th, and especially the promise of any impending relief. He had inquired into this very subject back in April when Busch appointed him commandant of Vitebsk, and Busch had made it quite clear to him back then that no reserves would be at hand. Already, Gollwitzer could see the signs of panic inside Vitebsk. The commander of the 6th Luftwaffe Division, for example, General Walter Peschel, was slumped in his command post. Gollwitzer thought it might be the first stage of a nervous collapse, and there was no telling what might happen if the mood started to filter down to the ranks. Gollwitzer decided to disobey the order. All 4 divisions would break out. He no doubt knew that the situation was hopeless, and indeed, the possibility of a successful breakout was receding by the hour. Soviet forces were fighting their way into Vitebsk amid bitter street fighting, and the ceaseless bombardment was taking its toll. Moreover, heavy Soviet mechanized forces had already driven 50 miles beyond Vitebsk, and a foot-mobile formation like 53 Corps was going to have a hard time outracing Soviet tanks. At any rate, on June 26th at 5 o'clock a.m., 53 Corps launched a breakout attempt in the general direction of Ostrovno, some 35 miles southwest of Vitebsk. Abandoning virtually all their equipment, the remnants of 4 heavily blooded divisions began to filter out of the burning city. The initial thrust seemed to surprise the Soviets, who had not yet drawn the ring tight on this side of Vitebsk. The region immediately southwest of the city was wooded and offered a modicum of cover. But once the sun came up, the escapees had to break cover, and the slaughter began. Packets of desperate German soldiers raced across fields and hills, recoiled from Soviet opposition, then doubled back to try again by a different route. Tiny but desperate battles raged for possession of crossroads and lake defiles, copses, and tiny villages. German command and control broke down within minutes of departing Vitebsk. Gollwitzer had no contact with his subordinate divisions, and they in turn had lost their regiments and battalions. Soviet air power ruled the skies, transforming road movement into a nightmare for the Germans, and Soviet ground formations were able to block the most obvious cross-country routes and river crossings. Like hares before the hunt, we raced across the open field, bullets chirping around us, one Lancer reported. By the end of June 26th, some German soldiers were 10 miles southwest of Vitebsk, but they were going no farther, and Ostrovno and safety were nothing but distant mirages. Soviet attacks had pinned most of the escaping Germans into a tiny perimeter. German ammunition was running low, and Soviet artillery and tank fire were raking every square inch of the position. At 3:45 a.m. on June 27th, 53 Corps radioed in that breakthrough by night under personal leadership of the commanding general has started favorably. This was the last message from 53 Corps. Some 10,000 men went into Soviet captivity, all that was left of the Corps' original 28,000. The prisoners included Gollwitzer, picked up at the head of a small group of a few hundred men. Like so many of his officer confrères, he would remain a Soviet prisoner until 1955. The fighting in Vitebsk itself ended on June 29th, with the Soviets reporting 5,000 German corpses in the city. The 3rd Panzer Army had fallen apart. Of its 3 original corps, 6 corps on the right had been pushed so far to the south under relentless Soviet pressure that it had come under the command of the neighboring 4th Army, and 53 Corps in the center had vanished. General Reinhardt now commanded just a single component formation, the 9 Corps. Containing 2 divisions at the start of the Soviet offensive, the 252nd and a division-sized conglomerate, designated Corps Group D, the Corps was now swollen with the flotsam and jetsam of the Army's rear area, security formations, railroad personnel, students from the artillery weapons school, as well as remnants of units already shattered by the fighting. Indeed, it was as much a refugee camp as a field army. The Corps commander, General Rolf Wuttmann, had requested permission to retreat behind the Ula River early on in the fighting. Bush at first denied the request, then hemmed and hawed, then gave his approval. By now, the Soviets were breathing down 9 Corps' neck, and the result was not so much a retreat as a wild flight back to Ula. By the time 252nd Division got to the river, Soviet air attacks had destroyed all the bridges, and not for the first or last time in this war, German troops had to strip down and swim across a river under enemy fire, fighting neither for glory nor for strategic position, but simply for survival. Large numbers drowned, and many of the division's survivors were now barefoot. It had come to this. Kesselschlacht, destruction of 4th Army. The 4th Army, under General Kurt von Tippelskirch, began Operation Bagration in an impossible tactical position. It formed the tip of the Belarusian salient, bulging out to the east. With much of the army packed into a vulnerable bridgehead over the Dnieper River, even a local retreat had the potential to degenerate into a panicked rush for a small number of bridges. The 4th Army's initial strength wasn't much higher than its ill-fated neighbor to the north, the 3rd Panzer Army, 3 corps stood on the line, 27, 39 Panzer, and 12, moving north to south, containing 9 divisions of varying quality, almost all infantry. Reserves were minimal, consisting of little more than the 14th Infantry Division and the not yet ready 60th Panzergrenadier Division Feldherrnhalle. Like the rest of Army Group Center, 4th Army had no panzer component. The divisions were holding impossibly overstretched sectors, and once again the High Command had decided to bestow on certain cities the designation of Festerplatz. In this case, Orsha on the Army's left wing and Mogilev in the center. Each city received a garrison of 1 division, 78th Assault Division for Orsha and elements of the 31st Infantry Division for Mogilev, as well as the familiar orders to hold on to the last man and to die in the ruins of the city if need be. Unfortunately, this utterly threadbare army happened to be sitting on some valuable real estate. First, it was defending along the most important road in the Soviet Union, the Moscow-Smolensk-Minsk Highway. Control of this main artery, the Rollbahn, the Germans called it, was crucial to supplying military operations in either direction. Much of the fighting during the first 6 months of Operation Barbarossa had taken place along this single artery, in fact. Where once the Wehrmacht had seen the Rollbahn as the path to Moscow, however, the Red Army now viewed it as crucial to an eventual drive on Minsk. Second, 4th Army sat astride an important land bridge, the 50-mile gap between the Dvina and Dnieper rivers. Orsha on the Dnieper was particularly important in this context as the key to securing the land bridge. Control of the land bridge would let the Soviets feed men, equipment, and supplies forward for follow-on offensives without having to rely upon bridge traffic over the 2 major rivers. For both of these reasons, 4th Army was a principal target of Operation Bagration. The Soviet assault opened on June 23rd with elements of the 3rd Belarusian and 2nd Belarusian fronts attacking simultaneously. The artillery kicked things off with a monstrous 2-hour avalanche of fire that vaporized the front-line trenches and the men inside them, flattened bunkers, and detonated ammunition dumps. Even veterans of the Eastern Front would later say that they had never seen anything like it in terms of intensity or accuracy. The fire lifted, and the rifle divisions attacked. Elements of the 3rd Belarusian Front on the right and the 2nd Belarusian Front on the left. The former, under General Chernyakhovsky, was landing the main blow, hurling 3 complete armies, the 5th, 11th Guards, and 31st, 25 rifle divisions and 11 tank brigades in all, against the 27 Corps sector just north of Orsha, sitting on the left wing of 4th Army. The assault penetrated the first line of the Corps defenses almost immediately, and that evening the Germans had to bring 14th Division up from the reserve into the line. The Soviets responded the next day by inserting their tank brigades en masse, and within hours the tactical penetration had widened into an operational breakthrough. By June 25th, Soviet tanks had broken into open space and were pouring west. The 4th Army had lost contact with 3rd Panzer Army to the left, the gap widening from 25 to 50 miles by the second day, and Soviet armor now had a clear shot into 4th Army's rear. To the south, 2nd Belarusian Front, under the rookie commander Zakharov, was the weakest of the 4 Soviet fronts. Zakharov's task was a secondary one, to attack the Dnieper River bridgehead frontally and to pin 4th Army in place near Mogilev. Success would prevent 4th Army from redeploying or responding quickly enough to the massive breakthrough on its left. But even in this sector, defended by German 39 Panzer Corps, 4 weak infantry divisions, and yet another so-called panzer formation without tanks, the combination of a formidable opening bombardment and a robust assault by 2 armies, the 49th and 50th, 16 rifle divisions and 2 tank brigades, was more than the German defenses could handle. By noon, the initial assault had smashed through 2 defensive positions of the German 337th Division. With the line in danger of cracking open altogether, Corps Command inserted the only reserve it had, the 60th Panzergrenadier Division Feldherrnhalle. With the division still in the process of being equipped, and much of the manpower consisting of untrained replacements, it fought about as well as one could expect. That is to say, not well. Indeed, it broke in the course of a single day's fighting on June 24th and embarked on a panicked flight to the rear toward Minsk. With Fourth Army's left wing broken at Orsha, its center collapsing at Mogilev, and contact lost with the neighboring Ninth Army to the south, Army Commander Tippelskirch requested permission on June 25th to withdraw back across the Dnieper. Whether he could save Fourth Army was open to question, but a retreat would at least break contact temporarily and ease the worst of the murderous Soviet pressure to his front. He certainly had to do something, however. The Soviets had broken through north of Mogilev, and enemy tanks were pouring toward the Dnieper. When permission was not forthcoming, Tippelskirch decided on his own accord to order a general retreat not to the Dnieper, but to the Dnieper barrier, Dnieper Schutzstellung, a fortified line in front of the river. Impossible to hold as a permanent position, it would at least give the front-line troops a short breather. But even this partial solution drew the wrath of his army group commander. "You are violating Hitler's orders," Busch hissed. He ordered Tippelskirch to return the troops to the original front line and ended by saying, "Report back when you're finished." The only trouble was that Busch's order was impossible. The front line, as originally constituted, hardly existed. That was precisely why Tippelskirch had ordered the retreat in the first place. The German official history excoriates Busch for his losing touch with reality here, no doubt out of his fondness for Hitler, and the claim seems fair. The only possible result of an order of this kind, in view of the chaotic situation and the collapsing front, would have been an indescribable mess. The German divisions had just begun a retreat, pursued by an onrushing enemy, who at many places had already overtaken them, and now they were supposed to stop their movement in the dead of night, turn around, and launch an attack in the opposite direction. The old positions had already fallen into Soviet hands. Stymied when he acted openly, Tippelskirch turned to subterfuge. He drew up new operational orders halting the retreat while specifying that the troops are to stand fast on all sectors of the front that have not been attacked, until they are attacked by superior enemy forces and forced back. As formulated, the working order gave his corps commanders a back door to continue their retreat to and over the Dnieper. All of them were under attack by superior enemy forces. Issuing orders had become a kind of a nod and wink game, enough stand-fast rhetoric to satisfy the high command, with enough flexibility to continue to operate at the front. Clear language, a firm purpose, saying what you mean and meaning what you say, these are the requisites of military command. But none still had a place in the Wehrmacht. Tippelskirch's small victory here could do little to stanch the bleeding. What began as a retreat soon turned into an ordeal. As his army pulled slowly back toward the river, the sandy trails and tracks that passed for roads in this part of Byelorussia were soon choked with men, equipment, and horses. Progress was excruciatingly slow, not least because the Germans were not alone in the rush to the Dnieper. Soviet formations were also on the march, often on the same roads, and the fighting was bitter and incessant. Soviet tanks and infantry repeatedly sliced up German march columns or overran rear guards. The Germans had to deploy from road column into fighting formation over and over again. Units became intermingled on the march, and there was not a single German division left fighting as an intact unit. Communications from army to corps and corps to divisions broke down early. Worst of all, as the weary columns stumbled toward the Dnieper, they learned to their dismay that Soviet spearheads had reached the river the same time, were already crossing, and were heading west in a hurry. There would be no respite, no halt at the Dnieper, the fondest hope of every soldier who has ever crossed a river during a hard retreat. If they were going to survive, they had to keep going over the Dnieper and beyond. On June 26th, with 3rd Panzer Army shattered and 4th Army barely breathing, Field Marshal Busch flew to Berchtesgaden to report to Hitler. If any field commander in the Wehrmacht had struck a bargain with the Führer, it was Busch. He was not an incompetent commander, but he had given orders that he knew were objectively incorrect and that withheld permissions for courses of action he knew were right. He had done what Hitler told him to do, no matter how inane. He had tied up division after division in the defense of fantasy fortresses. He had ordered half-strength infantry divisions to ward off massed tank attacks. He had listened to dying men begging for permission to retreat and told them to stay where they were and die. He had run Army Group Center straight into the ground, and he had done so in Hitler's name. Perhaps he believed that obedience absolved him of another responsibility, the lives of the men under his charge. Now it was time to survey the wreckage and figure out what to do next. Busch doesn't appear to have sugar-coated or deceived Hitler as to the depth of the disaster. Indeed, the collapse was so catastrophic that he had no option but to own it. The conference was a typical one by this point in the war. The participants wasted far too much time discussing Hitler's obsession, which was the only operational detail he seemed to care about, the strongholds of Orsha and Mogilev. Hitler still wanted them held, a fantastic notion by now, with German troops retreating to the Dnieper and with Soviets already crossing the river. In fact, both were about to fall to the Soviets, Orsha on June 26th and Mogilev with 31st Division the next day. But Busch did get the main point across. Both of 4th Army's flanks had been caved in. Soviet armored spearheads had passed far to the west, deep into the Army's rear, and the danger of encirclement was real. Hitler burned divisions like matchsticks. Losing them never fazed him in the slightest. But the encirclement of an entire army reeked too much of the debacle at Stalingrad. He now gave Busch permission to pull 4th Army back behind the Berezina River, provided that the retreat took place in stages. The town of Berezino, site of the principal bridge over the river, lay 110 miles to the southwest of Orsha and 60 miles to the west of Mogilev. Minsk lay another 60 miles beyond. Whether the battered remnants of 4th Army would make it that far was an open question. And so, 4th Army began its last and most disastrous anabasis, the long march to the Berezina River, and thence to Minsk. No one will ever write its epic, nor should they. Indeed, it was a tawdry spectacle of human suffering, an army far away from home, falling apart. As the lancers trudged along on foot through the dark forests and poorly mapped bogs of Byelorussia, Soviet tank columns motored all around them, sometimes slashing directly through the march columns, swooping in and out at will, shooting up German transport and picking off stragglers. Road movement along the Berezino-Minsk road was nearly impossible by day due to the omnipresent Soviet Air Force, and it was even more dangerous at night. The partisans were everywhere, bands of men and women who traveled light, who knew every inch of the landscape, the shortcuts, ambushes, and cul-de-sacs, and who had sworn death to the invader, although they often seemed to enjoy a bit of grisly sport with their German captives before dispatching them. One day on this death march was much like the next, blasting through Soviet roadblocks, leaving a rear guard, and moving forward a short bound, then having to stop to do the same thing over and over again, losing kinetic energy and men the whole way. One source describes the march to Berezino as no longer a retirement, not an orderly withdrawal, rather a mass of men hysterically fighting their way back through an extended area of forests and swamps, crisscrossed by many rivers and streams, whose crossings had already been destroyed, over mostly poor roads in tremendous heat, without adequate provisions, and threatened from all sides. That just about covers it. The main body of Fourth Army began arriving at the town of Berezino on June 30th. Here they finally got one piece of good news. German troops, a shaky amalgam of shattered units and rear area personnel, were holding a small bridgehead over the river. The town stands a little more than 30 miles downstream of Borisov, the site of Napoleon's crossing point in November 1812, the battle in which Marshal Ney handled the rear guard of the Grande Armée so effectively that the Emperor dubbed him the bravest of the brave. Indeed, not all that much had changed between 1812 and 1944. Armies still invaded Russia at their peril. Getting out of the country was more dangerous than getting in, and a great army trying to cross a river over a single bridge is an automatic recipe for congestion and chaos. The ragged columns converged on the spot from 3 general directions: 27 Corps from Orsha in the northeast, 39 Panzer Corps from Mogilev in the east, and 12 Corps from Rogashev in the southeast. As the vehicles, horses, and tens of thousands of men from 13 intermingled divisions jostled toward the bridge, the situation threatened to descend into utter chaos. The crossing point was under constant fire from Soviet artillery, and the sudden appearance overhead of Soviet aircraft bombing and strafing with impunity led to outbreaks of panic within the crowd milling below that were not so easy to quell. As one survivor remembered it, "No one was safe from the Russian aircraft. We were moving toward the Berezino bridge on the Rollbahn. Every now and then the planes appeared over the Rollbahn and worked over the thickly packed columns. We moved about 3 kilometers farther until we were just short of the Berezino bridge at Berezino. Here the whole thing stopped. A mass of vehicles of all sorts, horse-drawn and motorized, cannons, howitzers, supply trucks, assault guns, panzers, light and heavy flak, stretching out as far as the eye could see, column upon column on the Rollbahn before the bridge. Behind one another, beside one another, left and right of the Rollbahn up to 100 meters out. Everyone was trying to get to the crossing. If only we could get to the other side of the river. We just had to get out of this dangerous spot. The later it got, the more dangerous it became. Get across, safe and sound. And now our unfriendly comrades are back in the air, about 20 of them, shooting up vehicle after vehicle. We couldn't understand how we escaped without being hit. Every minute seemed like an eternity. The Red Air Force just kept unloading. Indeed, it wasn't long before a direct hit from a Soviet bomber destroyed the bridge. Pioneers worked feverishly under fire to repair it and also build a pair of inadequate temporary bridges, while the 110th Division had constructed its own bridge 8 miles to the north, near the village of Zhukovets. Yet even a dozen bridges probably wouldn't have sufficed to untangle the traffic jam here and get things moving with more dispatch. The Fourth Army got across the river by July 2nd after 3 days of hell, only to find itself once more at a decision point. The river offered no cover, no positions, no bunkers, not even a trench system. The exhausted men couldn't stay there, and it was time to restart their long march, this time toward Minsk. Soviet mechanized and tank forces had already crossed the river to the north and south of Berezino, however. Their eyes were on a bigger prize, not a single field army, but all of Army Group Center. The Soviets, too, were heading ultimately toward Minsk, and at a much faster pace. Thus, as Fourth Army shook itself back out into some sort of rough march order and began the weary slog to Minsk, they had Soviet forces everywhere, in front of them, blocking the roads, behind them, nipping at their heels and overrunning the rear guards, on both vulnerable flanks, requiring the detachment of men to march security duties, and finally and most decisively, in the air. In operational terms, the Germans had the 3rd Belarusian Front to their north, 31st Army, and 2nd Belarusian Front to their south, 33rd, 49th, and 50th Armies. German 4th Army was already encircled, a wandering Kessel to be sure, still on the move generally westward, but a Kessel all the same. They even had Soviets among them. According to numerous reports from within the ranks, spies dressed in the uniforms of captured German officers were providing false directions and bogus information to the marching columns. By July 4th, Soviet attacks had split the wandering Kessel into 3 parts, a westerly one at Gatovo, with elements of the 110th Division, a second at Dubniki, with the remnants of 3 divisions, less than 10 miles east of Minsk, and a third larger one near Penkelin, about 15 miles farther out, that held at least 6 divisions. That day, dire news began to filter into the pocket that the ostensible destination of Fourth Army, Minsk, had fallen to the Soviets. The Fourth Army's chances of reaching Minsk had never been high, but now the retreat had lost whatever purpose it once had. Once again, Fourth Army stood at a decision point. On July 5th, one of the most depressing war councils in the long history of the German army took place inside the Penkelin pocket. The corps commanders of Fourth Army, General Paul Fulkers for 27 Corps, General Vinzenz Müller for the 12, summoned all the surviving generals to a conference in order to review their shrinking options. The commander of Fourth Army's remaining corps, 39 Panzer, General Robert Martinek, was already dead, killed near Mogilev along with his successor, General Otto Schünemann, and the corps chief of staff. Everyone present agreed that organized resistance had become impossible. The men were exhausted, supplies were running low, and the trucks and tanks were so short of fuel that many commanders had already issued orders to destroy them. Soviet formations were ranging far to the west of Minsk, toward Moedechno, northwest of the city, and even southwest toward Baranovici, more than 100 miles from where they were standing. At first, they decided to form the mass of men in this tiny pocket, just 7 miles long by 3 miles wide, into 2 rough and ready corps, one under Volkers and one under Müller, still bearing the designations 27 and 12 Corps, respectively. Volkers would lead 27 Corps to the west, bypassing Minsk to the south, while Müller and 12 Corps would pass to the north of the great city. Reorganizing the chaotic horde of men milling around would require time, however, and Soviet fire was raking every inch of the pocket. The council eventually settled on a backup plan: allow individual divisions to break out on their own and hope for the best. The decision wasn't so much a plan as a non-plan, but there was really nothing to be done at this point. The breakout began at 10:30 p.m. on July 5th and met with initial success. They always did, since maintaining a 360-degree watch was nearly impossible for formations holding an encirclement. Hope soared for a few hours, then collapsed the next morning. Soviet tanks seemed to be everywhere. Partisans sniped from every suitable position, and German columns became disoriented on the swampy, forested, and largely roadless terrain. Over the next 3 days, the Soviets relentlessly flushed out and rounded up their quarry, capturing both Volkers and Müller along with some 50,000 men, all that was left of Fourth Army. Regular Red Army formations had problems of their own operating in this vast wilderness, however, and the confusion on both sides was boundless. Fighting would continue for a week to liquidate German survivors in the Belarusian swamps, and the partisans played an increasingly larger operational role befitting their knowledge of local conditions. Overall, just enough friction crept into the Soviet pursuit to allow small groups of German soldiers to find cover here and there during the day, to march at night, and to repeat the process over the next days and weeks. Miraculously, some managed to evade their pursuers and made it back to the safety of German lines. These were the legendary Rückkämpfer, the men who fought their way back. Some eventually traveled 250 miles on foot and managed to get back to German territory in East Prussia, and they were still checking in months later. More than 800 officers and men between August and October, for example. Soviet peasants often took pity on these ragged scarecrows, feeding, clothing, and nursing them back to health. Each Rückkämpfer had an epic tale to tell, and their legend played an important role in sustaining troops of the Wehrmacht facing similar dire straits in the future. But these rare triumphs of endurance can do nothing to obscure the horrible truth. In a bit over 2 weeks of fighting, Fourth Army had been reduced from over 100,000 men on June 23rd to destruction on July 8th. Historians use the term Battle of Annihilation so often that it has lost whatever meaning or utility it might once have had, and in fact they often use the phrase to mean any impressive or decisive victory. What happened to the German Fourth Army in the midst of that steaming, swampy triangle between Orsha, Rogachev, and Minsk was the real thing, however. From being to nothingness. Blasted. Destruction of Ninth Army at Bobruisk. The Soviet offensive against the German Ninth Army, defending the southern curve of the Belarusian salient, did not open until June 24th, a day later than the action to the north. Here, all the usual German deficiencies, insufficient manpower, understrength and overstretched divisions, inadequate reserves, were present in spades. The distinguishing characteristic of this sector of Operation Bagration was the commander of the First Belarusian Front tasked with the assault, General Rokossovsky. Only recently is this officer gaining the recognition he deserves as one of Stalin's most gifted and energetic commanders, brilliant in his operational conceptions and ruthlessly determined in executing them. He was also one of those paradoxical figures whom the regime tormented and who wound up serving it faithfully. Originally a cavalry officer, he became one of the military progressives during the interwar era, supporting mechanization of the Red Army. Like so many Soviet military reformers in the 1930s, he fell afoul of Stalin. Arrested during Stalin's purges on specious charges of sabotage and treason, Rokossovsky spent 2.5 years in prison near Leningrad from August 1937 to March 1940. His interrogators beat him, knocking out 9 of his teeth, tortured him, ripping off his fingernails, smashing his toes with hammers, and on 2 occasions stood him up before mock firing squads. For the rest of his life, he kept a pistol handy. They wouldn't take him alive a second time, a promise he once swore to his daughter. But perhaps the paradox was more apparent than real. The only realistic alternative to serving Stalin was submitting to Hitler, and given Nazi racial policies, as well as the horrible depredations the Wehrmacht visited upon the Soviet Union, such a course was unthinkable. Rokossovsky was released from Stalin's hell suddenly and without explanation or apology in March 1940. With the rapidly expanding Red Army in desperate need of experienced officers, he rose rapidly from one command to the next, and he saw action on numerous fronts. He led 5 cavalry corps during the occupation of Bessarabia, began the war with Germany as commander of 9 mechanized corps on the southern sector of the front, and commanded an ad hoc mechanized formation, Group Yartsevo, that successfully blunted the German drive east of Smolensk. Stalin gave him command of 16th Army during the decisive fighting in front of Moscow in late 1941, then the Bryansk front in the summer of 1942. In November, he commanded Don Front, the northern wing of the epic pincer at Stalingrad during the Soviet counteroffensive. He then commanded Central Front at Kursk in 1943, facing down the Germans' own pincer coming down from the north, consisting of General Walter Model's 9th Army, and stopping it dead in its tracks. Even in the early years of the war, at a time that the world seemed in awe of the German blitzkrieg, he seemed relatively unimpressed, reminding his staff that the German army is a machine, and a machine can be broken. But now, in 1944, Rokossovsky's First Belarusian Front had become one of the key players in Operation Bagration. His mission was to smash German 9th Army in front of him, then lunge as rapidly as possible for Minsk. During the planning process, Rokossovsky separated himself from his peers by being one of the few senior officers who dared to challenge Stalin. The original Stavka directives had First Belarusian Front carrying out a single great thrust toward Bobruisk from the east. The terrain in the area was a morass of bogs, swamps, and lakes, with the Drut River running directly across Rokossovsky's line of advance, and the movement of mechanized formations and tanks would be difficult at best. For these very reasons, operational simplicity seemed to be the key to success: a single thrust and a frontal assault with massive force. Rokossovsky rejected the original plan, arguing that the Germans would be expecting it. He countered with a plan of his own, a double envelopment, coming up on Bobruisk not only from the east but also from the south. A scene of high drama followed, one with ominous undertones of personal danger for Rokossovsky. Stalin had grown increasingly suspicious of complicated operational plans during the course of the war, and he told Rokossovsky to reconsider, sending him into the next room to think it over. Rokossovsky did so, yet he came back and presented the same plan for dual thrusts. Stalin sent him away a second time, this time with two members of the State Defense Committee, G.M. Malenkov and V.I. Molotov. They must have thought Rokossovsky had taken leave of his senses. "Do you know who you are arguing with?" they asked him. Rokossovsky stuck to his guns for a third time, and now even Stalin seemed impressed. "The front commander's insistence proves that the offensive has been fully thought out," he declared, pronouncing Rokossovsky's assurances a reliable guarantee of success. All Rokossovsky had to do now was succeed, and he knew the price of failure better than anyone in the room. Rokossovsky's planning for the attack on Bobruisk was meticulous in all the usual areas, fire, movement, supply, but creative in many more. If Soviet military operations still had one persistent problem in 1944, it was a refusal to consider the importance of terrain obstructions. Perhaps it was a cultural problem. In the Stalinist Soviet system, shock work overcame bottlenecks and blockages, and military commanders were expected to follow suit. The result had been bloody defeats and towering friendly casualties, even in the midst of operations that ended in victory. The terrain south of Bobruisk, in particular, could well have been a death trap for any attacking force unfortunate enough to get stuck in it. Rokossovsky, working with Marshal Zhukov, the designated coordinator for Operation Bagration's southern sector, had to find a way for tanks and men to cross the marshes, bogs, and swamps. For weeks before the offensive, Soviet engineers and thousands of infantry built causeways out of logs for the tanks, often just below the Drut River waterline. The tanks themselves would roll into battle laden with brush and logs to fill in any gaps and to bolster weak areas. The infantry, too, carried mats made of brush, rolling them out as they went, which enabled them to negotiate the soft ground. Often labeled a surprise to the Germans and another triumph of Soviet Maskirovka, it was hardly that. The German Ninth Army's reconnaissance repeatedly noted Soviet preparations, engineering, and building activities taking place to the south of Bobruisk. Such intelligence hardly mattered, however. German aircraft or long-range artillery, assets that would normally impede enemy engineering activities like bridge or causeway building, were nowhere to be found in Ninth Army. Indeed, they were hardly present at all in Army Group Center. Likewise, while the schema for Rokossovsky's great assault was similar to that of his brethren to the north, just enough differences crept in to place his personal stamp on the operation. The attacks by reinforced reconnaissance forces leading off on June 23rd were the same as elsewhere, and though they didn't penetrate the German line to any extent, they did draw in Ninth Army's local and tactical reserves to the front. Such presence in a forward position made them easier meat for the great Soviet bombardment that Rokossovsky laid on, starting at 2:30 a.m. on June 24th and concentrated initially against Ninth Army's left wing north of Rogachev, 35 Corps under command of General Friedrich Wiese. The barrage was even shorter than up north, just 45 minutes, yet dwarfed the other fronts in its intensity. For 3/4 of an hour, shells of every caliber hailed and hammered down, howling and hissing on trenches, strong points, resistance nests, battery positions, and command posts. Scarcely a square meter of ground was left unchurned. The grenadiers, in their devastated positions, dared not raise their heads, and the gunners couldn't get to their guns. Field telephone lines were shot up and shredded, and most of the radio equipment was knocked out. No more communications. Suddenly, the fire lifted on the front and shifted to targets in the rear, while hundreds of Sturmovik ground attack planes appeared overhead to keep battering the German front. Then 2 heavily reinforced and tightly packed Soviet armies, the 3rd and the 48th, launched Rokossovsky's planned assault. German soldiers on 35 Corps' front line looked on astonished as Soviet tanks and infantry drove toward them along avenues of approach thought to be impassable. The Soviet Schwerpunkt was suitably massive. Rokossovsky had massed 27 infantry battalions, reinforced by 15 pioneer companies on a very narrow 3-mile front, while targeting just 3 German battalions. The Soviets broke into the German position, and the close quarters fighting was desperate from the start. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation on his left flank, German Ninth Army's commander, General Jordan, took a dramatic step. He ordered 20th Panzer Division into combat east of Bobruisk to shore up the wavering 35 Corps. The 20th Panzer was part of Army Group Center's reserve, the only panzer division in all of Byelorussia. A veteran division containing 71 Mark IV Panzer tanks, upgraded to the 75mm high-velocity long gun, the 20th had enough shock potential and firepower to do a great deal of damage. Moving into battle late in the afternoon of June 24th under the command of General Mortimer von Kessel, the panzers immediately began to deal out punishment to the huge mass of Soviet T-34 tanks north of Rogachev. German tanks might have been grossly outnumbered, but they still held a qualitative edge in training, target acquisition, and rate of fire. The situation was looking favorable when General Kessel received a radio message from Army Group Headquarters. Field Marshal Busch ordered him to halt his attack immediately, turn 20th Panzer Division around almost a full 180 degrees, and head at top speed to the region south of Bobruisk. Trouble, it seemed, was brewing on German Ninth Army's right flank. And trouble there was. A few hours after the big Soviet attack at Rogachev, Rokossovsky launched his second thrust toward Parichi, almost due south of Bobruisk. Once again, the combination of reconnaissance attacks, thousands of massed guns firing a brief but terrible 40-minute barrage, and the arrival of hundreds of Sturmoviks overhead obliterated much of the front, with follow-on attacks by massed infantry armies, the 65th and 28th, smashing into what was left of the German defenses. Holding the line here was 41 Panzer Corps under General Edmund Hofmeister, yet another misnamed and panzerless German formation. Within hours, Soviet assault troops had torn open a great gash in 31 Panzer Corps, 18 miles wide and 6 miles deep. Rokossovsky could smell blood now and immediately inserted his second echelon, the 1st Guards Tank Corps. By evening, Soviet tank attacks had widened the gap to 30 miles. Rokossovsky had already decided to insert the 3rd echelon, the Cavalry Mechanized Group, the next morning. To the German command, the plight of 35 Corps at Rogachev now receded in importance compared to the breakthrough at Parichi. That realization was the factor that led Field Marshal Busch on the afternoon of June 24th to call the commander of 20th Panzer Division and order him to turn around. General Kessel was to launch a counterattack southward from Bobruisk to restore the catastrophic situation on the front of 31 Panzer Corps. He obeyed the order immediately, got the division back into column, turned it around 180 degrees, and headed toward the south. The distance from the Rogachev front on the extreme north wing of 9th Army down to Parichi was almost 100 kilometers, with roads clogged by administrative personnel, staff cars, and civilians desperate to avoid the fighting. Kessel was swimming against the tide the whole time. Attempts to go off-road landed the tanks in trackless swampland and came to nothing. The ride lasted all through the night of June 24th to 25th. The 20th Panzer Division reported for duty to the commander of 41 Panzer Corps, General Hofmeister, at 6 o'clock a.m., although the exertions of the march had whittled 71 tanks down to just 40. Hofmeister ordered the division into combat, and the panzers immediately entered the fray against Soviet tank spearheads just west of the village of Slobodka. The German panzers once again confirmed their reputation for lethality, destroying no fewer than 60 Soviet tanks in the course of the day's fighting, while suffering negligible losses of their own. But even 60 destroyed tanks amounted to nothing more than ein Tropfen auf den heißen Stein, as the Germans say, a drop in the bucket. A panzer division was a precious resource to the Wehrmacht in 1944, and having one run around for the better part of 48 hours was an egregious command error. It spent too little time in either the northern or southern sectors to achieve much on either one. General Jordan may well have overreacted to the original Soviet attack on 35 Corps, inserting his reserve without waiting for the operational situation to ripen and reveal itself. And then Bush might have overreacted in turn by canceling 20th Panzer Division's original mission near Rogachev and sending it to the south. The odds of 20th Panzer Division defeating or even delaying 1st Belarusian Front for long were nil, however. Perhaps we lay those odds at 71 to 900, the approximate number of tanks in the division compared to those operating under Rokossovsky. Numbers can lie, they say, but not numbers like these. By June 27th, massive Soviet forces were driving ahead in the clear and lapping around both sides of Bobruisk. Encirclement seemed imminent. The city had become a magnet for German forces in the area and was soon packed with some 70,000 to 80,000 men, remnants of shattered divisions, administrative personnel, supply troops, headquarters for formations whose manpower had vanished in the maelstrom. The Soviet Air Force was in the air all day, bombing and strafing, and Soviet artillery and rocket launchers worked around the clock, smashing Bobruisk building by building and eventually brick by brick. Like Vitebsk, Orsha, and Mogilev, Bobruisk was on the books as a Festerplatz, and it possessed the exact same qualities as the other ones, that is to say, none at all. No fortifications to speak of, no stockpiles of supplies or ammunition, no heavy artillery, no dedicated garrison troops. The reaction of the German High Command to the catastrophic situation that it had created was all too typical. At 9 o'clock a.m., with the Soviet pincers just about to close, 9th Army received permission to launch a breakout from Bobruisk. No sooner had the word gone out to the men in the ranks than a second message came in at 9:15 a.m. Breakout canceled. The level of disorder momentarily went off the charts. New arrivals were still streaming into Bobruisk. Others were in the first stages of organizing a breakout, while still others were attempting to obey orders and go into an all-around defense. Sullen depression and wild panic in equal measure now gripped the German force. The commander of 134th Division, General Ernst Philipp, shot himself, and undoubtedly so did some of the anonymous Lancers trapped in the city, not to mention Soviet Heavies, the auxiliary civilian volunteers working for the Germans. At 4:00 p.m. came a third order reverting back to the original 9:00 a.m. directive, breakout permitted. "We've gone completely haywire," commented Jordan ruefully. "What a madhouse," his chief of staff muttered. Even now, Hitler insisted that one division remain behind to hold Bobruisk for a few more days, with the 383rd Division getting the happy news. None of this talk-fest really mattered, however. While the commanders chattered, Soviet tanks corps had linked up and closed the ring around Bobruisk. The Ninth Army, according to the entry in the war diary for June 28th, has ceased to exist as a fighting unit. Now began the death throes. A mass breakout was a fantasy. The Bobruisk pocket held 80,000 unsupplied men, among them 5,000 wounded, a handful of tanks from the 20th Panzer Division, and thousands of non-combatants. They were under constant fire from heavy weapons and air attack. Communications within the army had broken down, and most of the men were fighting without any higher direction or command. The plan was for the breakout to start at 11:00 p.m. and take place along the western side of the Berezina River, moving generally to the north. But with much of the city in flames, finding a suitable jumping-off point proved impossible. There are accounts, too many simply to dismiss, that as they huddled together and waited for H-hour to strike, German soldiers sang the old 19th century patriotic hymn, O Deutschland hoch in Ehren, O Germany high in honor. They joined the rolls of past Prussian German soldiers who felt themselves moved to song on the battlefield. Both Frederick the Great's victorious army at Leuthen in 1757 and Moltke's host on the stricken field at Königgrätz in 1866 had sung the Lutheran hymn Nun danket alle Gott, Now Thank We All Our God, two of the most dramatic scenes in the long history of German arms. German soldiers had no reason to be thankful in the ruins of Bobruisk, however, and their gesture was no paean to victory. Indeed, they were singing a threnody. The first wave ventured out at 11:30 p.m. As always, there was the sweet initial taste of freedom. They were no longer helpless, but moving purposefully, breathing fresh air, with no enemy in sight. About 4 kilometers up from the city, they met their first enemy roadblock. They fired wildly, charged forward, and overran it. Again and again, the mad rush forward brushed aside minor Soviet opposition, pickets, and roadblocks, still hugging the Berezina. Hopes were rising, undoubtedly, but unfortunately, so was the sun. Dawn brought wave after wave of Soviet ground attack aircraft, with over 500 planes appearing in a single hour. They screamed in for low-altitude attacks, since the Germans on the ground had no anti-aircraft guns, and they handed out a merciless pummeling to the defenseless marchers below. As the main column lost cohesion and scattered into smaller groups, Soviet tanks arrived on the scene, dispatched the remaining German panzers and assault guns, and began to turn the riverbank into a blood-soaked killing ground. Some of the German force, a surprising number in fact, managed to take advantage of the swirling chaos of the moment to slip away to the northwest, eventually reaching Swisloch, some 60 miles northwest of Bobruisk. Here they met friendly forces and escaped the Soviet trap. A handful of others, a few hundred perhaps, joined the ranks of the legendary Rückkämpfer, finding their way to safety in the most improbable ways, living off of green berries, rotten potatoes, and gleanings from the wheat fields, and slaking their thirst by licking the dew from the grass in the morning. Soviet forces slaughtered the rest of the Bobruisk Kessel, the nearly 5,000 wounded still lying in the city, as well as stragglers who failed to leave until it was too late, the remainder in the dark forests and endless bogs along the Berezina. The Soviets later claimed to have counted 73,000 German dead, wounded, and prisoners in and around Bobruisk, and that horrible number seems just about right. The destruction of the 3 German armies, more or less still in their front-line positions, was just the first stage of Operation Bagration. With a 250-mile gap yawning where Army Group Center used to be, the Red Army could now do what its doctrine had long prescribed. It could go deep, as far and as fast as its logistics would permit. With Rosakovsky's 1st Belarusian Front coming up from the south, Chernyakhovsky's 3rd Belarusian Front coming down from the north, and Zakharov's 2nd Belarusian moving in directly from the east, the Soviets succeeded in sealing off a monstrous Überkessel at Minsk on July 3rd. The great city held the headquarters of Army Group Center, and thousands of non-combatant German personnel were still pulling out as the Soviets were pulling in, with all the typical attendant scenes of road congestion, confusion, and panic. The Germans were headed for Lida, some 100 miles west of Minsk, where they established their new Army Group headquarters. Minsk itself lay in ruins, its factories demolished, its water and electrical systems wrecked. The fall of Minsk was the death knell for all German forces still alive in the big Belarusian bulge. Individual formations might well break through a picket of Soviet divisions immediately to their front, but not from an iron ring of Soviet fronts lying 100 miles behind them. Indeed, no sooner had the Soviets taken Minsk than they dispatched their tank armies and corps far beyond the city, driving them hard to the west. The remains of the German 3rd Panzer, 4th, and 9th Armies had become an operational afterthought. As 3 German armies died and Army Group Center dissolved, Hitler and his staff were essentially paralyzed, although it is difficult to imagine a successful counter to the Soviet offensive. Massed reinforcements, the only possible salvation for the Wehrmacht in Byelorussia, were simply not available. The mechanized divisions that might have formed the operational reserve were sitting hundreds of miles away to the south of the Pripyat marshes, assigned either to Army Group North Ukraine, General Model, or Army Group South Ukraine, General Ferdinand Schörner. Divisions this far away would require rail transport, a slow process, even if enough rolling stock and rail capacity could be found to handle them. The strategic reserve was over 1,300 miles to the west, facing the Western Allies in Normandy. The sum total of reinforcements the Germans were able to scrounge thus consisted of precisely 2 panzer divisions trying to beat back 15 Soviet armies. Neither was able to achieve much significant on the operational level. The first division to arrive was 12th Panzer Division. At the start of Bagration, the division was part of Army Group North. As always, by this point, the Wehrmacht was robbing Peter, since the 12th Panzer was the last remaining panzer division in Army Group North. The unit stood at something less than half strength, with a single battalion of tanks, just 44 in all, and these were Panzer IIIs and IVs, not the more modern Mark V Panthers or Mark VI Tigers. Detraining at Marina Gorka on June 28th to 29th, the division gamely launched a drive to the southeast the next day. The mission was the relief of the Ninth Army penned up in Bobrusk, and while the panzers never came close to the city, they did get about halfway there, opening up a narrow corridor toward the town of Svisloch sitting on the river of the same name. The small armored thrust got just far enough to meet the tip of the corridor carved out by elements of 41 Panzer Corps that had broken out of Bobrusk. The 12th Panzer managed to hold the door open just long enough for some 10,000 ragged lancers to get out. They were a pathetic sight, these sole survivors of the Ninth Army, unshaven, hungry, and thirsty. They were alive, however, the one bright spot in the utter debacle of Bobrusk. The 2nd Division to arrive on the scene was 5th Panzer. Detached from Army Group North Ukraine and ordered to Byelorussia, the 5th entrained at Helm on June 25th. The trip was well over 300 miles, and the trains were under attack by Soviet fighter bombers and partisans the entire way. The division's original mission was to close the 100-mile gap between 3rd Panzer Army and 4th Army, a notion so unrealistic that it bordered on fantasy. It detrained on June 27th at Borisov on the Berezina, where the Germans still held a bridgehead on the far bank. The division was as well equipped as any panzer division on the Eastern Front, 55 Panzer IVs and 70 of the feared Panzer V Panthers. Within its narrow sector, it stopped the Soviet drive cold. In the first 6 days of fighting, 5th Panzer Division destroyed nearly 300 Soviet tanks, mainly from the 5th Guards Tank Army under General Pavel Rotmistrov, the same unit that had fought at Prokhorovka during the climax of the Battle of Kursk. Indeed, a few days into the fighting, the Germans intercepted a Soviet radio message that advised, "If you make contact with the 5th Panzer Division, withdraw immediately." But counting tank kills is essentially a tactical concept, and the odds of 5th Panzer having any real operational impact, unhinging the Soviet pincers on Minsk, for example, stood somewhere around 0, or perhaps more accurately, 125 to 1,810, the number of tanks in the 3rd Belarusian front at the start of Bagration. Stymied at Borisov, the Soviets simply passed columns north and south of the German bridgehead, threatened 5th Panzer with encirclement, and forced its retirement to the region west of Minsk. Summing up, from the start of the Soviet offensive to the fall of Minsk and Vilnius, precisely 12 days had passed. In roughly 2 weeks of fighting, powerful Soviet blows had demolished an entire army group, smashed 3 German armies containing 28 divisions, and inflicted nearly 300,000 casualties. The front was now 200 miles to the west of where it had been at the start, although in many places the Wehrmacht could still not speak of a front. The defenses had not yet cohered. Operation Bagration was more than a victory, it was the victory, perhaps the greatest single win in all of military history, and certainly a more painful defeat for the Wehrmacht than Stalingrad. Soviet military power and expert planning, combined with German ineptitude on all levels save the tactical, had brought them all to this pass. The German errors are easy enough to point out. Hitler's insistence on a fixed defense, starre Verteidigung, and his mania for creating Festeplätze, bogus fortress cities that deliberately allowed themselves to be encircled, was senseless. the Soviets simply bypassed them with their tank spearheads, cutting off tens of thousands of German infantry while staying focused on operational targets in the depth of the German position. The wrong German guess about the Schwerpunkt was another crucial misstep. The High Command deployed virtually the entire mechanized reserve against an expected Soviet offensive into Galicia against Army Group North Ukraine. While the Soviets did launch such an attack, the Lvov-Sandomierz operation, they did not do so until July 13th, by which time Army Group Center had already ceased to exist. Finally, the notion of treating the sprawling Eastern Front as a secondary theater for the time being was simply bizarre. Hitler and Jodl wanted the Wehrmacht to strike in the west and hold in the east. But in the end, the Germans lacked the forces to do either one successfully. Likewise, operational schemes came and went. Hitler and the OKW wanted an attack south out of Latvia to restore contact between Army Groups North and Center. In the current configuration of the front, however, with Army Group North holding an extended front from Narva through Lake Peipus on down to the middle Dvina, it could spare only 1 or 2 divisions for the attack. The Army Command was certain that such a small concentration was bound to fail. A grander operational scheme from the Chief of the General Staff, General Kurt Zeitzler, also came to naught. The Zeitzler plan called for evacuating Estonia and most of Latvia and retreating behind the lower Dvina River. Such a move would not only protect Army Group North from getting trapped in Estonia, it would also halve the length of the Army Group's front. Zeitzler could then use the freed-up forces, 5 or 6 divisions, to launch a truly crushing blow against the flank of the Soviet drive on Minsk. The plan foundered on 2 rocks. The first, of course, was Hitler's refusal to countenance a major withdrawal of any sort. He had Admiral Dönitz backing him this time, since a retreat from the Estonian littoral would allow the Soviet Baltic Sea Fleet to break out of the Gulf of Finland and operate once again against German shipping. Likewise, Germany would lose its shale oil as well as the testing ground for new experimental U-boats on which so many of Hitler's hopes rested. The second rock that sunk the Zeitzler plan, however, was time. Zeitzler didn't formally present the plan to Hitler until June 30th, by which date it was probably already too late. The withdrawals, regroupings, and attack preparation would have taken another 3 to 4 days, even for an army renowned for the brisk pace of its staff work, by which time Minsk had already fallen to the Soviets. Reducing the collapse of Army Group Center to this or that operational decision or magic moment isn't enough, however. The Wehrmacht's problems ran far deeper and were thus far more intractable. In his classic study, Problems of the Kesselschlacht, Probleme der Kesselschlacht, General Edgar Röhricht identified the real difficulty of defending against Operation Bagration. A defender made up of foot-mobile divisions alone stood now on the broadest possible front in a strictly linear defense, without depth and without reserves, and this in the 5th year of a war whose operations were more and more dependent on the employment of a constantly increasing number of armored and motorized forces. This anachronism gave a distinctive character to the events that followed. From 1939 to 1941, the Wehrmacht had redefined modern military operations, incorporating mechanized forces and aircraft en masse to achieve shockingly rapid and decisive victories. Other armies worldwide had soon followed suit, or tried to. By June 1944, however, this same Wehrmacht had devolved into a flabby mass of infantry formations of indifferent quality, As Röhricht saw it, an army that had once epitomized modernity had somehow become an anachronism, no longer fully of its time, no longer representing the cutting edge or the state of the military art. By mid-July, the Eastern Front was bleeding from 1,000 wounds, in the words of the historian of the German General Staff, Walter Görlitz. No one could tell what tomorrow might bring, he added, although it was almost certain to be bad. As the remnants of the Wehrmacht reeled back to the west and the few desperate Rückkämpfer ate wild berries and licked the morning dew off of leaves to stay alive, the Soviets staged a grand celebration. In one of the war's most bizarre set pieces, Stalin paraded 57,000 ragged German prisoners of war through the streets of Moscow on July 17th, as if in a Roman triumph of old. Precisely 3 days after that, Adolf Hitler presided over a staff briefing at his Führer headquarters in the Wolf's Lair in Rastenburg, East Prussia. Excursus, the plot. Friction, Clausewitz wrote, is the concept that differentiates actual war from war on paper, the unruly aspect of war that makes the apparently easy thing difficult. Rastenburg, East Prussia, July 20th, 1944. The noon staff meeting, Mittagslager, is taking place in the Wolf's Lair. They are all gathered here, like always, Hitler, Jodl, Keitel, Heusinger, Luftwaffe Chief of Staff Korten, aides and adjutants and advisors, even a pair of civilian stenographers. The last have become fixtures at these sessions ever since things began to go wrong on the Eastern Front, and Hitler grows increasingly paranoid that his underlings are twisting his words. 24 men in all, gathered into a single 40-foot by 18-foot room, most of them clumped around the giant oaken map table in the center. Maps and charts are spread everywhere, also planning documents and briefing notes, the organized chaos of a German staff meeting circa 1944. General Heusinger briefs the situation on the Eastern Front. Bad news everywhere. Army Group North Ukraine is in free fall against a monstrous Soviet attack toward Lemberg, Lvov. Soviet spearheads are lapping around both flanks of 13 Corps and threatening to encircle it near Brody. Army Group Center is still falling back out of Byelorussia and into Poland, but at least it finally appears to be coalescing again after the catastrophic defeats of the past month. Then again, who can say? The Soviet tank armies, always the best indicator of the Red Army's offensive intentions, are off the situation map for the time being. Luftwaffe reconnaissance has been worthless. Indeed, so has the entire Luftwaffe of late. Another officer enters the room, a 25th man. It is not an unusual event. Officers come and go all the time during these interminable meetings. Some of the participants notice this one, though. Colonel Klaus Schenk Graf von Stauffenberg is a war hero with the wounds to match. One of the participants at the briefing, General Walter Warlemont, later remembers him as the very incarnation of a warrior, frightening and imposing at the same time. You can tick off the dues he's paid just by looking at him. Left eye, right hand, 2 fingers on the left hand. Like so many officers of the Wehrmacht in this war, Stauffenberg has fallen prey to Allied air power, caught in a strafing run by a squadron of Australian P-40 Kitty Hawk fighters near Medzuna during the Tunisian campaign. Stauffenberg has reason to be there. The Führer wants a report on the activities of the replacement army, Ersatzheer, the military office charged with scraping together new divisions to replace those chewed up in the fighting at the front. At the moment, however, Hitler is more interested in the Eastern Front briefing and declares that he will hear the report from the replacement army later. Stauffenberg stays for a moment and then excuses himself. He has to make an urgent phone call. He leaves his briefcase under the map table and exits. Another officer, Colonel Heinz Brandt, steps up to take his place. Brandt is Heusinger's aide, producing the pertinent maps and documents when called upon. Heusinger is still speaking. A half hour, 40 minutes. The Soviets may be heading for East Prussia. He and Hitler bicker about whether the exposed eastern province is in danger. Field Marshal Model and Gauleiter Erich Koch have sworn that not a single Russian will step foot inside the province, Hitler declares. Heusinger isn't so sure. At any rate, what if the Soviets decide to target Army Group North? The two begin to bicker again, this time about the correct operational posture in the Baltic states. To defend them in their entirety or to pull back to a shorter position along the Dvina River. It is 12:42 p.m. If the army group doesn't pull back from Lake Peipus, Heusinger is intoning, catastrophe may well be. And then it happens. A blinding explosion, smoke and flame everywhere, the oak table blown sky high, blood, gore, body parts, panic, screaming. Keitel's voice rising above the din, "Where is the Führer?" Stauffenberg had placed an explosive device, a 1-kilo block of plastic explosive, in his briefcase. A bomb of that size going off in an enclosed room will do a great deal of damage, and this one certainly has. Stauffenberg is certain that Hitler is dead. He and his aide, Lieutenant Werner von Heften, drive off, bluff their way past a couple of checkpoints on the way to the airfield, and are in the air on board a Heinkel HE-111 aircraft by 1 o'clock p.m. They are flying to Berlin to take part in the military coup in the capital, an uprising that will overthrow the Nazi regime, bring an end to the lost war, and perhaps save Germany. Other plotters within the officer corps are already in the process of seizing power in Paris. Stauffenberg and Heften do not know it, but in true Clausewitzian style, just enough little things have gone wrong to unhinge the plan for Operation Valkyrie, Unternehmen Walküre. The sweltering noontime heat of a July day brought a change in venue. Rather than holding the staff discussion in the closed concrete bunker, the usual choice, the briefing was moved to the main hall of the Wolfschanze, a much larger room with doors, windows, and thinner walls. Stauffenberg's blast has blown out the walls, expending much of its kinetic energy more or less harmlessly outward. If the bomb had gone off in the closed confines of the concrete bunker, the force would have vaporized everyone inside. Likewise, after Stauffenberg leaves his briefcase and departs, Colonel Brandt apparently nudges it behind one of the table legs, further muffling the explosion and reducing its impact. Finally, the plan had originally called for 2 bombs. Setting the complicated chemical fuses is tricky business for a man with one hand, however, and Stauffenberg runs out of time before the staff meeting. He has just finished prepping bomb number 1 in the restroom when one of Keitel's aides, Sergeant Werner Vogel, raps on the door to remind him that the meeting was about to start. As a result, bomb number 2 misses its rendezvous with destiny. Once again, had it been ready to go, everyone in the room would almost certainly have died instantly. For all these reasons, only 4 of the 24 men in the room are killed, and none of them are named Adolf Hitler. General Günther Korten, the Luftwaffe chief, is dead. So too is the man who nudged the briefcase under the table, Colonel Brandt. So is one of the civilian stenographers, Heinrich Berger. Hitler has burst eardrums like virtually everyone in the room, and other superficial wounds, but he is alive. Within 12 hours, Stauffenberg and Heften themselves will be dead, executed a bit after midnight by an improvised firing squad in the courtyard of the replacement army headquarters in Berlin, the Bentley Block, the shootings illuminated by the headlights of a truck. Many others who are involved in the plot and know that they are about to be found out commit suicide. All over Germany, the regime begins rounding up officers and civilian officials implicated in the attempted coup and summarily shooting them. The ripples from Rastenburg will include drumhead courts-martial by an honor court of the army, Ehrenhof des Heeres, show trials in front of a newly established People's Court, Volksgerichtshof, and executions that will continue up to the very end of the war. In a world of exploding bombs and shells, tens of millions of them on land, sea, and in the air, setting one off in Hitler's headquarters might seem like the simplest thing. But as Clausewitz noted sagely, in war, even the simplest thing is difficult. Fahnenneid, the oath, disobedience, and the German military tradition. Perhaps the most shocking aspect of the attempt on Hitler's life was the negligible impact it had on the rest of the fighting. Despite the instability in the rear, the army at the front stayed steady. The commanders continued to command, the staffs continued to plan and administer, and the soldiers soldiered on. In the days following July 20th, certainly a mood of uncertainty had gripped many field officers. The attempted murder of the supreme commander was bound to shake the faith of even the most loyal and dutiful soldier. Would the front still hold? Would the soldiers fight as they had before? Wondered General Botho Zimmermann, the 1A on the staff of O.B. West. Within a week, however, he had the answers to those questions and more. The front fought on, he noted with relief, as if nothing had happened. But something had indeed happened. The vast majority of the Wehrmacht, the officers and men in all three services, responded to the bomb plot with incredulity and even anger. Most of them saw Stauffenberg and the other conspirators, heroes to right-thinking people today, as traitors who deserved every horrible punishment they received. The condemnation is easy enough to explain in the case of the enlisted ranks. The Lancers were fighting and dying in droves all over the map, often under the most horrific battlefield conditions. Now they found that some of the high-ranking officers tasked with planning and supplying their operations, men living comfortably and safely in the rear, were more interested in trying to kill Hitler than they were in discharging their professional military duties. Personal survival, not German national redemption at some point in the future, was the obsession of the frontline fighter. Indeed, few of them felt the need for redemption. The vast majority of soldiers still believed in their Führer and his historical mission. "Thank God it wasn't a Lancer," General Hermann Teske's driver told him, and there is little doubt that he was speaking for the mass of enlisted men. The attitude of the officer corps was more complex and requires deeper exploration. Many of them had viewed Hitler as a vulgar upstart from the beginning of his political career, mocking his lower-middle-class background, his years as a homeless street person in Vienna, his gauche manners. General Rudolf Christoph Freiherr von Gersdorf, a cavalry officer from an old Silesian aristocratic family, who at one point tried to kill Hitler via a suicide bomb, remembered meeting the Führer for the first time at a reception at the Reich Chancellery in March 1939 and noticing how common he was, how ill at ease he seemed. He sat there tugging on his fingers in visible embarrassment and seemed incapable of starting a conversation, and how noisily he slurped his vegetable soup. The officers shared many of Hitler's goals, however: defiance of the Treaty of Versailles, rearmament, restoration of Germany's great power status, and they had supported him as long as his success lasted. Some of them fell away as the war approached. "The fool actually wants to start a war," commented Stauffenberg in 1939. But it was only a few. They had been muttering privately for over a year about Hitler and his amateurish military decisions ever since Stalingrad, often doing so in the most explicit terms. They criticized what looked like operational and strategic drift in the war effort. A few were appalled at the deliberate and systematic mass murder of the Jews. General Vallemont admits in his memoirs that when he thought of the fountain of misfortune that Hitler's leadership had brought forth, he often thought of killing the Führer himself, although he quickly adds that such fantasies never went beyond the pale cast of thought, quoting the German translation of Shakespeare's Hamlet. In private conversations, at least, many of them admitted that the war was lost and accused Hitler of leading Germany to ruin. A small number of them had actually said as much to the Führer's face. General Siegfried Westphal had reported in person after the abortive German counterattacks at Anzio, for example, declaring that the blanket had become too thin and too short, and that the German army was no longer capable of prosecuting a successful attack. Rommel had done so in writing just before falling victim to an Allied air attack on July 17th. "The unequal struggle is drawing to a close." And so had General Wolfram von Richthofen, the commander of Luftflotte II in the Mediterranean theater, and a hardcore true believer. Contrary to our modern fantasies about what disagreeing with Hitler must have entailed, he could often appear quite reasonable in face-to-face exchanges. In smaller groups, at least, he could be open and relaxed. And after hearing Richthofen out, for example, he posed a simple but daunting counter-question. What prospect did Richthofen see of obtaining an acceptable peace for Germany? Despite all their qualms about Hitler's leadership, however, only a few members of the officer corps saw fit to move into the ranks of the active resistance. The total amounted to 185 officers in all, and just 39 generals out of the Wehrmacht's thousands. "Since the generals haven't gotten anything done up to now," Stauffenberg told his uncle and confidant, Nikolaus Graf von Uexküll-Gyllenband, in 1943, "it's time for the colonels to step in." The non-actors would later put forth various explanations in their post-war testimony and memoirs. They abhorred the notion of breaking their oath to Hitler, they claimed. They considered conspiracy in wartime to be an act of treason. They could not simply abandon their duty in the face of the approaching Soviet army. They believed that the German people and their own soldiers would reject any plot against the Führer. They were merely soldiers. They were only following orders. Whichever specific rationalization they chose, however, their judgment on July 20th was nearly unanimous. The attempt to kill Hitler had been a crime. Field Marshal Model, for example, called the plot the greatest possible disgrace for the Prussian-German General Staff. He also remarked to Teske, his chief of transport in Army Group Center, that it had been more badly prepared than the Kapp Putsch, the 1920 military uprising against the Weimar Republic that was still the gold standard for slipshod, Banana Republic-style military intervention in civilian politics. General Lothar Rendulic, commander of the 20th Mountain Army in Finland, remembered that the first reaction was the sharpest possible rejection of such a deed, at the very moment that the military situation was passing through such a dangerous crisis. The troops, he said, now realized that certain circles were trying to stab them in the back. Fell words indeed for a historically minded German officer. General Friedrich Wilhelm von Mellenthin, Chief of Staff of 48 Panzer Corps, was dumbfounded that a German officer could make this attempt, particularly at a time when the men of the Eastern Front were waging a life-and-death struggle to stem the advance of the Russian hordes. He and his fellow officers were disgusted to hear of this attempt on Hitler's life, and indignantly refused to approve of it. Teske himself joined in the condemnation. As a general staff officer at the time, I was outraged over the attempted assassination. But he also offered another quite standard explanation of why he had not enlisted in the ranks of the resistance. He had simply been too busy. I could not understand my old friends Stauffenberg and Merz. While my doubts about the Supreme Commander were increasing, I had neither the time nor the power to think these through to the end. The professional demands of those days were so great that they absorbed the necessary engagement with a larger military predicament or the more general role of the German people and their role within Western civilization. In the end, Teske said he knew little of the homeland. Like most staff officers in the field, he had only been there 3 weeks in the past 18 months. Finally, there were some who rejected not only the substance but also the manner of the attempted killing. Neither the officers nor the mass of the soldiers could accept the way it happened, argued General Botho Zimmermann, who was the 1A of OB West in July 1944. Broad circles at the time did not understand how officers, of all people, could attempt such a treacherous murder, and why the chief plotters then tried to flee to safety. It is only possible to understand this point of view by considering the historical and traditional development of the German Army Officer Corps. Nothing like this had ever happened in its history. Chivalry, Ritterlichkeit, instinctively rejected the chosen method. It would have been far easier to understand, Zimmermann concluded, if the plotters had advanced to the deed with an open visor and with pistol in hand. He later gave a vivid description of the views within the officer corps of the July 20th plot and where the weight of opinion fell. Those with insight, who had followed developments since the start of the war with real concern, and who now saw fate approaching, as well as those who simply wanted the war to end. These groups breathed anew and summoned up new hope. Opposing them, however, was a great mass of those who thought differently, be it from inner conviction or from prudence, perhaps even from personal economic reasons. The broad-minded thought, "This is the beginning of the end. a frightening beacon, fanal. The stalwarts said, "It is good that the criminal reactionaries have unmasked themselves, and that we can make a clean sweep of them. We can only win the war if we remove all saboteurs." In the end, it almost always came down to the violation of the oath. On the surface, such an argument seems reasonable enough. The vow, the solemn oath, the word of the gentleman, these are the very bedrock of civilization, and not just Western or German civilization. Where would we be without them? Those who read the memoirs of the German generals often find the argument convincing. Any honorable man would struggle when faced with such a choice. An officer could do the right thing by his conscience, or he could remain true to the vow he had sworn to the Führer. He certainly could not do both. But using the oath as an excuse becomes problematic when we remember just who it is we are discussing. These were German officers, men raised and trained in the Prussian tradition. They were officers taught to assess a situation, Lage, understand the mission, Auftrag, and then find their own path forward with a bold decision, Entschluss. Modern analysts credit them with the birth of mission command, Auftragstaktik, that is, acting independently within the context of the commander's mission to devise the best and most efficient way to succeed. In fact, we might take this point even farther. The Prussian tradition emphasized the independence of the lower commander, Selbstständigkeit der Unterführer. The Prussian-German tradition, often caricatured as the obedience of a corpse, Kadaffergehorsam, actually carved out a great deal of room for free-thinking initiative on the part of field commanders, and indeed the greatest victories in its history were almost always bound up with that freedom. A list of German officers who had disobeyed explicit orders from their superiors, up to and including their sovereign king or emperor, would fill a book. The foundational battle of the Prussian army, the triumph over the Swedes at Fehrbellin, began with the Prince of Hesse-Homburg launching an outnumbered attack on the Swedish positions against explicit orders from the Great Elector. Frederick the Great had a stable filled with obstreperous officers who saw no problem in unhinging the king's operational plans, most notably General Christoph Hermann von Manstein at Kolin. The pageant of Prussian military history presents us with a veritable hall of fame. Friedrich Karl, the Red Prince, at Königgrätz, General Hermann von François at Stahlepönen, General Heinz Guderian on the drive across northern France. The ethos of this officer corps was to do what was necessary and then report it later up the chain of command, when it was too late to countermand the order. Disobeying an operational order and breaking an oath are two different things, of course, but the Prussian-German officer had also broken plenty of solemn oaths over the years. The officer caste had famously taken an oath to Kaiser Wilhelm II, for example, but they broke it in 1918. With revolution sweeping across the country and Wilhelm anxious to know if the army would fight to defend his throne, German front-line commanders actually held an army parliament, Armeeparlament, to decide his fate, consisting of regimental, brigade, and division commanders from each of the 10 German field armies closest to imperial headquarters at Spa. It met on November 9, 1918. The chief of the operations section of the General Staff, Colonel Wilhelm Haie, summarized the findings to the Emperor. The troops are still true to your majesty, but they are tired and indifferent. They want only rest and peace. They will not march against the homeland, also not with your majesty at their head. They also will not march against Bolshevism. Above all, they want an end to hostilities. Therefore, every hour is important. Wilhelm was unimpressed. Could the army even undertake an orderly march home without him? Haya again. The army will march home alone under its generals. In this respect, it is still solidly in the control of its leaders. And if your majesty marches with them, it will seem proper and pleasing to them. The army only wants no more fighting, either inside Germany or outside. Pressing the point one more time, Wilhelm finally asked the larger question. He was the supreme warlord, and hadn't the army sworn an oath of loyalty, Pfannenheit, to him? At this point, the first quartermaster general, Wilhelm Grüner, weighed in with a splash of cold water. His exact wording has remained controversial. In this situation, such an oath is only a fiction, he supposedly declared. Der Pfannenheit ist jetzt nur eine Idee. Other accounts have him being even more pointed. Oath to the colors? Warlord? These are only words, an idea. Whichever version is correct, his sense was clear. The cohesion of the army and the survival of the Reich, in that order, were more important than the officer corps' sworn fealty to the emperor. After the Revolution of 1918, these same oath-breaking officers took a new oath, this one to the Weimar Constitution. They broke that one, too, early, often, and almost non-stop for the 15 years of the interwar period. They took part in secret rearmament projects that not only violated the Versailles Pact, but also the Constitution. They formed Grenzschutz units, border guards that allowed the interwar German military, the Reichswehr, to evade the disarmament clauses of the treaty. They conspired to organize a so-called Black Reichswehr that appeared nowhere on either the army rolls or the Weimar budget, and then approved the murder of those accused of leaking information on the conspiracy to the government. They built training facilities for forbidden weapons in the Soviet Union, a flying school at Lipetsk, and a panzer school at Kazan. Men of old aristocratic families with titles to match, they had no particular affection for democracy. They despised it, in fact. At best, they were rational Republicans, Vernunftrepublikaner, supporting the Weimar state until the time was right for a monarchical restoration or a military dictatorship. The army subverted the republic in numerous other ways, sometimes quite blatantly. It refused government orders to suppress the Kapp Putsch, for example, a military coup in March 1920 that attempted to overthrow the infant republic. When called upon to act, the chief of the army command, General Hans von Siegt, actually snubbed his civilian superior, War Minister Gustav Noske, telling him, "Troops do not fire on troops. Do you perhaps intend, Herr Minister, that a battle be fought before the Brandenburger Tor, between troops who have fought side by side against the common enemy? When Reichswehr fires on Reichswehr, then all comradeship within the officer corps has vanished." The solidarity of the army, in other words, took precedence over the defense of constitutional government in Germany. Finally, in 1932 to 1933, a clique of army officers, Generals Kurt von Schleicher and Kurt Freiherr von Hammerstein-Eckwardt, and Colonel Oskar von Hindenburg, son of the former Field Marshal and current President of the Republic Paul von Hindenburg, played key roles as power brokers in bringing Hitler to power. Senior army officers yearned for a restoration of order and discipline in German life, and they were especially concerned about the threat from the left. They saw Hitler as a fellow nationalist, a bit crude, but one who could win the masses to the nationalist and conservative cause. His opposition to Marxism, his plans for German rearmament, his anti-Semitism, all these things harmonized well with the essentially pre-modern worldview of the officer corps. Indeed, the support of aristocratic army officers was crucial in allowing Nazi propaganda to declare that the new Hitler regime was carrying out both a legal revolution and a conservative revolution in accordance with constitutional norms. One of the new regime's first actions was the famous Day of Potsdam, when it melded the traditional Old World symbology of Prussia to the order of the swastika, a reassuring sign to millions of ordinary patriotic Germans. How radical could Hitler really be, many asked, if he had managed to get the Junkers on board? All of these political activities, too, were violations of the oath the officers had taken to the Weimar Constitution. For the classical oath-breaking moment in Prussian-German military history, however, we need to go back to December 1812. Napoleon's Grande Armée was stumbling out of Russia after having been largely destroyed in the retreat from Moscow. Prussia was a French ally at the time and had contributed a corps to the Russian campaign, 20,000 men under the command of General Hans David von Yorck. The Prussians hadn't seen much hard fighting in Russia, campaigning in the Baltic region as part of Marshal Etienne MacDonald's army group and reaching Riga in October. Henceforth, Yorck remained relatively inactive, save for the occasional skirmish with the Russians, and indeed, some sort of tacit agreement may have existed, requiring the Prussians to do only what honor demanded. The entire time, the Russian command was peppering Yorck's headquarters with calls to defect. With the collapse of Napoleon's campaign in December, Yorck began a withdrawal back to Prussia, but he was under constant pressure from the Russians, who threatened to get around his southern flank and cut off his line of retreat. The years since the catastrophe at Jena had been an era of Prussian reform, but the new currents in state, society, and culture had barely touched Yorck, the scion of an old Pomeranian family with links to the most reactionary elements in the Prussian state. Obedience stood high on his list of virtues, but so too did Prussian patriotism and a hatred for the French occupier. As the Russian army approached East Prussia, its commander, Johann von Diebitsch, continued to urge Yorck to abandon the French alliance and perhaps even to switch sides. Diebitsch was a Prussian who had entered Russian service in 1801, and serving as his adjutant was another Prussian officer by the name of Karl von Clausewitz. Yorck dutifully reported these contacts to the King of Prussia via messenger, but before he heard back, the Russians cut off his rear guard and requested a meeting. Late on Christmas Day, Yorck, Diebitsch, and Clausewitz met in person. Yorck hesitated even now to take the fateful step. Diebitsch and Clausewitz hinted that, short of defecting, York might simply remain neutral and step aside, allowing the Russian army to continue its advance. The meeting was testy, and the mood was not lightened by the obvious antipathy between the Prussian reformer Clausewitz and the more traditionalist York. On December 29th, York received his answer from the king, but it was disappointingly vague. Non-specific instructions and no response to the Russian overtures. On his own initiative now, he decided to leave the French alliance and to adopt a posture of neutrality. On December 30th, 1812, he and Clausewitz hammered out the terms of an agreement at York's headquarters at Tauroggen, today Tauragė in Lithuania, about 40 kilometers northeast of Tilsit. The Convention of Tauroggen began the chain of events by which Prussia and Russia signed a military alliance, the Treaty of Kalisz in February 1813, and Prussia joined the Sixth Coalition against the French Emperor. Friedrich Wilhelm III was furious when he heard the news, issuing orders for York's dismissal. With the French in occupation of Berlin, and the kingdom virtually defenseless, the king's anger is understandable. Presented with a fait accompli, and with his own subjects spoiling for a war of liberation against the French, however, Friedrich Wilhelm had no choice but to accede to York's bold stroke and to rescind the dismissal orders. Tauroggen became one of the legendary moments in the history of Prussian arms. Every senior officer of the Wehrmacht knew the details of the story by heart. Their military education from the cadet schools on up had pounded York's heroism into their heads. In certain situations, there can be a higher good than following orders, even when those orders were issued by the supreme leader. York knew the risk he was taking, and it is worth highlighting. "Gentlemen, I do not know what I shall say to the king about my action. Perhaps he will call it treason. Then I shall bear the consequences. I will put my grey head willingly at the feet of his Majesty, and gladly die, knowing that I have not failed as a faithful subject and a true Prussian." And yet he had acted anyway. Prussian discipline can generate even direct rebellion given the right circumstances. And this historic moment in Prussian military history was the work of 3 traitors, 3 oath-breakers. York had no constitutional authority to reorient Prussian foreign policy. Diebitsch was a turncoat leading Russian armies in an invasion of Prussia, and his adjutant Clausewitz, too, was a traitor. So, too, were the thousands of Prussian officers and men who joined the Russian-German Legion to fight against Napoleon. Conclusion: a York for 1944? This Prussian tradition of disobedience in the interests of serving a higher cause had one final flowering on July 20th, 1944. Indeed, some of the oldest and most famous family names in Prussian German history studded the ranks of the conspiracy. Helmut James Graf von Moltke, Hermann Henning von Tresckow, and even Peter Graf York von Wartenburg, a direct lineal descendant of the man of Tauroggen. Hitler saw the bomb plot as an attempt by the Reaction, a very old-school conspiracy of Junkers, officers, and especially the general staff, to bring an end to the National Socialist Revolution once and for all, and to replace it with a more conservative regime, perhaps some form of military dictatorship. The leader of the German Labor Front, Dr. Robert Ley, sounded the note clearly in a radio speech broadcast on July 22nd, blaming the blue-blooded swine, blaublütige Schweinehunde, for the dastardly deed, and promising to settle accounts with them once and for all. But the bomb plot was only a temporary and partial recrudescence, not a true revival of independent thought and action. In the course of Prussian-German military history, apparently, there were oaths, and then there were oaths. Some of them were malleable, and some were rigid. Some one could break, and others one could not. Loyalty to one's oath depended on the situation, and if anyone should have been aware of that fact, it was the senior officer corps of the Wehrmacht. When we consider the very small number of officers who took part in the plot to overthrow the Nazi regime, it becomes clear that many officers used their oath as a device, a means of rationalizing their inaction. By now, they had identified with the regime and with their Führer. They commanded wartime armies of unimaginable size, and Hitler was paying them well to do so, including large payments under the table. Dotations, they were called, hearkening back to the gifts of cash and land that the old Prussian monarchs granted to those who had performed loyal service, but now perverted into something indistinguishable from a bribe. But even if Hitler hadn't been showering them with money, the generals might well have fought on anyway. Unlike 1918, they were determined to fight this war out to the end, koste es, was wolle. Emulating York would not have been easy in 1944. The Red Army was not coming as a liberating force, but as an avenger. Army officers knew well the kinds of policies they had been carrying out in the Soviet Union. They knew that a reckoning was at hand. The reaper was coming, and the harvest would probably include their own careers, fortunes, and even lives. On the other side of the two-front war, the conspirators who tried to kill Hitler had won little sympathy in the Western Allies camp. Indeed, for U.S. and British policymakers, from Roosevelt and Churchill on down, the notion of an uprising by militarists and monocled Junkers held sway. The New York Times described the conspirators as a sinister gang whose only hope is for a quick peace that will leave them with the nucleus to begin building for the next world conflict. John Wheeler Bennett, the noted British historian who had cultivated contacts in Germany on behalf of the government, noted that the killing of Germans by Germans will save us from future embarrassments of many kinds. And of course, the Allies had declared at the Casablanca Conference in 1943 that they were pursuing nothing less than the unconditional surrender of the Axis powers. And so the generals stayed loyal, remained in the field, and oversaw a final year of doomed and disastrous military operations that inflicted untold suffering on the soldiers under their command, on Germany, and on Europe. Even so, there is such a thing as a moral imperative. As York had stated at the time, you may look like a traitor, but you bear the consequences, and you die knowing that you did what you could. Let us leave the final word on the subject to one of the most respected officers in the Wehrmacht, Field Marshal Gunther von Kluge, Rundstedt's successor as O.B. West. In July 1944, General Gersdorf tried to convince Kluge to enter into independent negotiations with the Allies, urging him to establish radio contact with U.S. General Omar Bradley, commander of the U.S. 12th Army Group. In other words, he wanted Kluge to seize the day, march in the footsteps of Old York, and try something quite similar to what the latter had done at Tauroggen. Kluge was having none of it. "Gersdorf," he said, "if this goes sideways, then Field Marshal von Kluge will be the biggest idiot in world history." "Herr Field Marshal," responded Gersdorf, "like all great men of world history, you're standing before a choice, either to be condemned by history or to enter into history as a savior in a moment of dire need." Kluge put a hand on his underling's shoulder. "Gersdorf," he said, "Field Marshal von Kluge is not a great man." In the end, far too few of them were. 5. In the West, the campaign in France. Introduction: a case of autosuggestive euphoria. In Book 1, Chapter 3 of his classic work, On War, Clausewitz attempts to define the elusive concept of military genius. Rather than relying upon a common understanding of genius as native intelligence or preternatural brilliance, Clausewitz locates genius within strength of mind or character, the ability to size up a situation rationally and come to a rapid and firm decision. Indeed, he warns against the man of excessive passion, whose feelings ignite as rapidly and violently as gunpowder, but do not last. Mercurial emotions are useful neither for practical life nor for war, warns the Prussian sage. Berchtesgaden, 1944. They'd all heard it before. The leader was on a roll. "We're bleeding the Russians white. The retreats of the last month have given us an immeasurable advantage, since we no longer have to defend such a gigantic area. And we know from our own experience how exhausted the Russians must be after their hurried advance. Think of what happened to us in the Caucasus. Just like the Russians back then, a turning point is still possible for us today. It's even likely. Think about it. They've lost 15 million men, according to our figures. It's monstrous. They can't survive the next blow. They won't survive." They all stared at him, silent, dumb. They knew that he wasn't finished. "Jet fighters! Masses of them! V weapons!" V for Vergeltung, they knew. Vengeance. He would soon unleash them against England. "Then you'll see how peace-loving the British become," he exulted. Just yesterday morning, Admiral Dönitz had promised him the imminent arrival of new advanced U-boats, the Type 21. They could stay submerged for days and fire 18 torpedoes in 20 minutes. "Miracle weapons," he called them all collectively. "We can't compare our situation today to 1918. It's not the same." He paused for effect. "Even if the enemy thinks it is." They knew that one was coming. Always the same comparison. No more catastrophes like 1918. No stab in the back this time. No quitting at 5 minutes to midnight. His eyes were shining, as if he were starting to believe his own words. Did he really? Or was it a form of self-hypnosis? The generals on the staff couldn't tell, not even Jodl and Keitel, the men who were at his side constantly, the ones who knew him best. Not even an educated civilian like Speer. If anyone could have analyzed things objectively, it was Speer. The leader's voice was rising now. It was time for the peroration. "What lies at the bottom now can rise to the top tomorrow. Whatever happens, we'll fight on. It's amazing how much fanaticism even our youngest soldiers carry with them into battle. They know that there are only two possibilities. We either solve this problem or we will all be destroyed. Providence will never abandon a people who fight so bravely. Frederick the Great also fought through hopeless situations with indomitable energy. They didn't call him great because he won through in the end, but because he stayed brave in misfortune. And the future won't understand me through my triumphs of the early war years, but through the fortitude I showed during the setbacks of the last few months. The stirring ending, will always triumphs. Even though they'd heard it all before, his words still held a certain power, at least inside this tight inner circle. You could find yourself swept up from time to time, no matter how sober, sachlich, or objective, nüchtern you tried to be. It certainly beat looking at the hopeless situation maps or statistical tables on manpower or steel or aircraft production. They would deny it later under Allied interrogation, virtually all of them, but at the time they felt renewed. It was a momentary euphoria, certainly, but refreshing nonetheless. He came back down to earth. He looked around the room, eyes harder now, a meanness there. Apparently the pep talk was over. "But if we lose this war, gentlemen, you'd all do well to get yourself a rope." Adolf Hitler's generals often complained that he didn't seem capable of facing the truth. He fled into fantasy worlds, they testified, and he spun yarns about potential victory long after Germany's defeat was certain. Perhaps they weren't listening carefully enough, however. Occasionally, just occasionally, their Führer spoke the absolute truth. Stymied in Normandy, Panzer Lehr takes a ride. The campaign in Normandy, from D-Day on June 6, 1944, through the eventual Allied breakout in the last week of July, is one of the best-known operational sequences in history, especially within the English-speaking world. After the landing, a success purchased with a fraction of the expected friendly casualties, a kind of euphoria suffused the Allied camp. The next 6 weeks, unfortunately, were the morning after. As at Anzio, the Wehrmacht performed its patented scramble, whipping divisions together from all over France and shipping them to the danger zone. They managed to form a cohesive defensive line within days, denied the Allies their initial objectives, pinned them up in the relatively narrow confines of Normandy, and fought viciously for every step of ground. To the Allies, the fight for Normandy was a bitter disappointment after the high hopes generated by the successful landing. Those weeks of fighting were equally as troubling to the Germans, however. The attempt to rush divisions to the front took place in such an attenuated fashion that we might liken it more to a low-speed chase than a rush. While the 21st Panzer Division was already present in Normandy and fought the landing on the first day, other reserve divisions arrived in dribs and drabs over the next week. The pace was much slower than the buildups at Salerno or Anzio, and at no moment were the Allies in danger of facing any sort of operational overmatch. The principal reason for the desultory buildup in Normandy was the firm belief shared throughout the German chain of command, Hitler, Rundstedt, and Rommel alike, that the Normandy landing was a mere diversionary operation, designed to smooth the way for the real operation, a landing north at the mouth of the Seine River in the Pas-de-Calais. Despite the mountain of post-war literature blaming the misread on Hitler, or crediting the Allied deception plan known as Operation Fortitude, the Germans held 15th Army in the Pas-de-Calais for weeks, because that is where they would have attacked had they been planning an invasion of Europe from England. Calais was the option with the highest risk and highest benefits, precisely the way the Germans liked to plan operations. But whether the German High Command released 15th Army or not, getting the divisions to Normandy was going to be difficult. Allied air supremacy made it nearly impossible for German formations to move by day, either by rail or in road column. Take the experience of Kampfgruppe Heinz, a regiment plus of the 275th Infantry Division with artillery, engineers, and flak units attached. Stationed at Redon in southern Brittany, the Kampfgruppe received orders on the morning of June 6 to move to Normandy. The distance was 120 miles and should have taken a day or two at most by rail, but Allied air attacks delayed the loading until the early morning hours of June 7th. The lead train chugged north and made it safely through the Avranches bottleneck, but it came under Allied air attack at Foligny and was completely destroyed. The second train didn't even get that far. Air attacks destroyed the rail line near Pontorson in northern Brittany, and all personnel had to unload and slog north on foot. Most of the trains en route on June 7th didn't make it past Rennes in central Brittany. Heavy air attacks continued on June 8th, blocking various portions of the rail line. German transportation officers tried desperately to reroute the trains to the east through Fougères, but air attacks smashed that line as well. On June 9th, the entire Kampfgruppe received orders to detrain and head north by truck or foot. In 2 days and 3 nights, the formation managed less than 30 miles by rail. Not until the evening of June 11th did Kampfgruppe Heinz actually reach Normandy in strength, entering the line near Carentan. A one-day deployment, in other words, had taken 5. Or take as another example the 2 nearest German mechanized divisions. The 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend under General Fritz Witt began the invasion deployed south and east of Normandy between Louviers, Dreux, and Vimoutiers. With a nominal strength of over 20,000 men, Hitlerjugend was one of the largest and most powerful divisions on the German order of battle, and it had the equipment to match. No fewer than 91 Panzer Mark IVs and 66 Mark V Panthers, a high number indeed for a German panzer division by 1944. Panzer Lehr Division, General Fritz Bayerlein, was at Nogent-le-Rotrou near Le Mans. It, too, was a powerful unit, a full manpower complement of 14,699 men, along with 99 Panzer Mark IVs, 89 Mark V Panthers, and even 8 Mark VI Tigers. The 2 divisions received orders to proceed to Normandy at 4:00 p.m. on June 6th, along with the staff of 1 SS Panzer Corps, General Sepp Dietrich, but both had a long way to go to reach the front that day. Lehr, for example, lay some 90 miles south of Caen, while Hitlerjugend was a good 50 miles away. Bayerlein was a thoroughly experienced commander who had served as Erwin Rommel's chief of staff in Africa. No one knew better than he did the importance of haste at a crucial moment. As Lehr was preparing to march by 5:00 p.m., Bayerlein knew something else, however. If his division departed for the north just now while it was still light, Allied air power would slaughter it. The Jagdbombern, fighter bombers, or Jabos, would be on them all in an instant. He wanted to wait at least until twilight, but the 7th Army commander, General Friedrich Dollmann, insisted on the original march order. The division had to be on the Caen front by the next morning, Dollmann ordered. Bayerlein argued the impossibility of the order. The French resistance was also active along the march route, blowing up railroad tracks and bridges, supply dumps, and telephone lines. The frequent stops, restarts, and detours the division would have to make would result in a march rate of 5 miles per hour tops, and thus Lair wouldn't arrive until June 8th anyway. At least let it arrive in one piece, Bayerlein argued. The back and forth between the commanders ended in victory for the superior officer Dollmann, and Panzer Lair set out that evening to ride to the assistance of 21st Panzer Division and throw the Allies into the sea. As Bayerlein predicted, however, the drive north was a nightmare. I drove with 2 tanks and 2 radio vehicles at the head of the central column on the Alençon-Argentan-Falaise road. But within the first hour, as the command staff reached Beaumont-sur-Sarthe, the first Yabo attacks forced them to seek cover. The columns became more and more disrupted. Since the army had ordered us to keep radio silence, runners were the only liaison between the columns. As if radio silence could prevent Yabos and reconnaissance aircraft aloft from recognizing us. Unfortunately, radio silence did prevent the divisional leadership from forming a true picture of the state of the advance, whether we were moving forward, whether there were bottlenecks or losses, where the spearheads were. I had constantly to detach officers and also drive to the various units myself. The first air raid put 20 men out of action, as well as 20 to 30 vehicles. Nevertheless, the division continued to roll north on 5 roads. All 5 columns were under Allied air observation the whole way, even after nightfall. By 11 o'clock p.m., Bayerlein reached the village of Say, already lit up like a Christmas tree by Allied bombing. 3 hours later, he and the staff reached Argentan and found more of the same. It was as light as day, from fires and explosions. The little town trembled under a rolling attack of bombs. We got through the southern approaches, but then it became impossible to continue. The street behind us was also blocked. We were trapped in a burning city. Dust and smoke blinded us. We found ourselves in a witch's cauldron. Sparks sprayed over the vehicles. Smoldering beams and collapsed houses blocked our way, and still above us in the sky hovered the aircraft. Bayerlein had to bring up the pioneers to repair a heavily damaged bridge over the Orne River, a process that took a full hour, and even then it was impossible to get the vehicles forward on the bombed-out and blocked roads. He and his staff dismounted and reconnoitered their way forward on foot. Eventually, they decided to abandon the direct march north and head due west toward the village of Flers, almost 30 miles away. The new route was the long way around to Caen, but they all breathed a sigh of relief as the road was passable and the bombing seemed to be slackening. They reached Flers by 4 o'clock a.m., headed north, and were in Condé-sur-Noireau, 30 miles south of Caen, an hour later. Here they waited for the rest of the divisional march columns, Marschkolonnen, to catch up. And they waited. Bayerlein looked far and wide, but he didn't see a thing. Not a platoon of infantry or a company of tanks. The divisional liaison officer, Captain Alexander Hartdegen, was standing with Bayerlein and the general's driver, Sergeant Cartois, waiting for the advance guard of the 901st Panzergrenadier Regiment. Nothing. I drove back onto the road, Hartdegen remembered. The village of Condé was a smoldering pile of ruins. Bombing had destroyed the road bridge, and since 5 o'clock a.m., the Yabos were once again tracing their path through the bright blue morning sky. Bayerlein had a division out there somewhere, in other words, but he had momentarily lost it. and just as communications downward to his division had vanished, so had his upward link to his corps. Panzer Lehr was part of the 1 SS Panzer Corps, Hartdegen wrote. All night we had been looking for the command post of Sepp Dietrich, the corps commander, in order to discern his intentions and to receive orders, but we hadn't been able to find the corps command post. It wasn't until late on the afternoon of June 7th that we discovered it in a little wood north of Thury-Arco. Dietrich finally gave Lehr its orders. Bayerlein was to form a pair of divisional battle groups, Kampfgruppen, and dispatch them to Norry and Bruay, sitting on the railroad between Bayeux and Caen by 8 o'clock a.m. on June 8th. Here they would form up on the left wing of 12th SS Panzer Division and launch an attack on a broad front against the British and Canadians to the north. But yet another Jabo attack intervened just as the staff departed for their new command post, killing the driver, Cartois, and wounding Bayerlein. Not until June 8th did Lehr reach the appointed line. Another day passed before enough of its combat elements had arrived to launch an attack, however, by which time a concentrated attack to catch the Allies in a vulnerable moment and drive them into the sea was a mere fantasy. Even worse, the ride from Nogent to the north on June 6th to 7th had cost Panzer Lehr dearly, especially in terms of equipment. According to Bayerlein's own account, his division lost 85 armored vehicles, half-tracks, prime movers, self-propelled guns, out of some 700, and 123 trucks out of 1,000. His heavily armored tanks had come through better. Only 5 were destroyed, out of the division's complement of nearly 200. Nevertheless, the ride north had been an ordeal rather than a simple movement, and adding to the sting was a small but annoying friendly fire attack from his own Luftwaffe, the only German aircraft Bayerlein had seen in the course of 2 days. In all, Panzer Lehr's casualties were commensurate with those of a good-sized battle. His division was already hard hit, and he had yet to fire a shot. So close, so far. Hitlerjugend and the Battle of Karpiquet. General Witt's 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend experienced another form of frustration. The division was a great deal closer to the action on June 6th, so close that divisional elements at least might have taken part in the fighting on D-Day itself. A confused series of march orders prevented that possibility. The division had originally deployed in Belgium in early 1944, then shifted to the French town of Lisieux, less than 20 miles from the coast, in April. In the course of the dispute over the placement of the panzer divisions, Hitlerjugend moved again, this time some 30 miles farther inland, almost due west of Paris. With the first news trickling in of Allied airborne landings east of the Orne River at 3 o'clock a.m., Witt alerted the division. Within an hour, it was ready to march. Instead of heading toward the action, however, it now sat for 3 full hours awaiting orders as the High Command sorted out just how it wished to respond. Not until 7 o'clock a.m. did Witt receive orders to assemble the division at Lisieux, precisely where it had been located back in April, to support the operations of 81 Corps. In the course of the march, the orders changed once again, this time to assemble west of Caen in support of 84 Corps. And so, the powerful Hitlerjugend division spent the first day of the Allied invasion marching fruitlessly to and fro. Night had fallen by the time the division closed up on the left of 21st Panzer Division with orders to take part in a coordinated 3-division counterattack on the Allied beachhead the next day. The new plan didn't work out either. A morning attack by the 3 panzer divisions was a fantasy. The 21st Panzer Division on the right was a wreck after its baptism of fire on D-Day and could contribute little to the day's events. Panzer Lehr spent June 7th straggling up on the left under attack by Allied fighter bombers, and not even a solid commander like Bayerlein was quite sure where to find it. Hitlerjugend had to go it alone. Nevertheless, the division managed to land the first heavy blow for either side in the campaign for France. The target was the Canadian 3rd Infantry Division. Hustling down from Juno Beach, the 3rd was pressing inland with orders to skirt Caen to the west. The divisional objective for June 7th was the airfield at Carpiquet, just southwest of Caen. Along the way, the Canadians had to pass through a series of obscure Norman towns, blips on the map like Bouron, Auty, and Franqueville. The unit in the divisional van was the 9th Canadian Infantry Brigade, and the unit spearheading the 9th Brigade was the North Nova Scotia Highlanders, the North Novas in Canadian parlance. What followed has become one of the best-known episodes of the Normandy campaign. As the North Novas drove south out of Villon, heading southwest on the road to Carpiquet, they were unaware that they were heading directly toward Witt's Hitlerjugend division. SS divisions were in many ways no different from their Wehrmacht counterparts, but they tended to be oversized, topped off with men and materiel in a manner that was quite unusual for the Germans by this point of the war. Hitlerjugend was no exception. With a nominal strength of over 20,000 men, it was a division and a half by German standards in 1944, although it mustered fewer men than that in Normandy. Actually, it mustered boys. As the name indicated, Hitlerjugend consisted of very young volunteer recruits, 16 to 18 years of age. While they had the enthusiasm of youth, one could hardly call them hardened soldiers, still less an elite formation. The commanders and officers were veterans, however, and so too were the non-commissioned officers, and their job was to provide the steady hand. The specific divisional element unit standing in the path of the North Novas, for example, was the 25th Panzergrenadier Regiment. Its commander was Standartenführer Colonel Kurt Meyer, a man with a long and successful combat record in the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, who had fought in every major campaign of the war. His nickname was, of all things, Panzer, although it seems to have come not from a bold armored exploit, but from an incident in his youth. Attempting to play a prank on a friend, Meyer fell off the roof of a 2-story building and broke just about every bone in his body. But he managed to survive, and his classmates deemed him as indestructible as a tank. Perhaps he was indestructible. He was certainly confident to the point of arrogance. Examining a map of the Allied landings at midnight on June 6th, he scoffed, "Little fish, we'll throw them back into the sea in the morning," which deserves a special entry in any compilation of greatest last words in military history. When the sun came up on June 7th, it appeared that Meyer might just get his chance. As he later related the tale, he was at his regimental command post up in the tower of Ardennes Abbey, Abbaye d'Ardennes, peering through his field glasses when he could see opportunity knocking. It was a Canadian infantry battalion heading southwest toward Carpiquet with tanks in support, 50 Shermans from the Sherbrooke Fusiliers. Meyer had drawn up his own grenadiers in a defensive position in front of the abbey, facing roughly northwest. The Canadians were, in other words, passing almost directly across his front. Standing high up in his bell tower, Meyer later claimed that it all came to him in a flash. The long, vulnerable road column, the inexperienced unit advancing below as if on parade ground, the vulnerable flank virtually inviting an attack. He could scarcely believe his eyes. "But what is this?" Meyer later wrote. "Am I seeing things?" He was still licking his chops years later when he wrote the account. "An enemy tank is pushing its way through the orchards of contest. Now he stops. The commander opens the hatch and scans the terrain. Is the guy blind? Hadn't he noticed that he's only 200 meters from the grenadiers of the 2 battalion, and that the anti-tank guns are pointed at him? Apparently not. He calmly lights a cigarette and squints through the smoke. Not a shot rings out. The battalion keeps excellent fire discipline. Aha, now it's all clear. The tank has thrust forward as a flank guard. Enemy tanks are rolling out of Bouron toward Auty. My God, what an opportunity. The tanks are driving clear across 2 battalions' front. The unit is offering us its unprotected flank. I give orders to all battalions, to the artillery, and to the tanks that are standing by. Do not shoot. Open fire on my order only." It was a spellbinding spectacle, Meyer later remembered. The 2 armies, a few hundred yards apart, the voice of Tank Regiment Obersturmbannführer Max Wünsche quietly transmitting his orders, every man in the command post speaking in a whisper. Above all, the long tension and the sudden crash of action. An unbearable pressure weighs on us. It has to happen soon. The enemy spearhead pushes past Frankville, intending to cross the road. I give the attack signal to Wünsche and can just hear his order, "Achtung, Panzer, Marsch!" Now the tension disappears, explosions and flashes near Frankville. The lead enemy tank is smoking, and I watch the crew bailing out. More tanks are torn apart with loud explosions. Meyer's attack had hit the North Novas hard. They experienced the kind of momentary disorientation typical of a force caught by surprise in the flank, taking casualties in the opening minutes and retreating whence they had come, from Frankville to Auty and then back to Bouron. The strike by Meyer's young Panzer Grenadiers had saved Carpiquet Airfield, at least for the moment. The youngsters whooped and hollered with jubilation back at the command post. They also celebrated their successful battlefield debut in a shameful way, but one entirely typical for Waffen-SS troops of any age or nationality, murdering their Canadian prisoners of war in cold blood on the sacred grounds of the old abbey. Meyer's exciting narrative of the attack on Auty-Bouron is a classic example of the post-war writings of the German officer corps. The man of action, the instant application of the coup d'oeil that takes in the entirety of the battlefield with a single glance of the eye, the quick decision without waiting for higher authority. Meyer's memoir is a virtual source text for aficionados of independent command. Here is Auftragstaktik in all its glory, the rapid process of decision-making and command that made the Wehrmacht, and perhaps even more the Waffen-SS, so feared. Bouron-Auty was a tactical situation that seemed purpose-built for a commander like Meyer, one schooled in the Prussian-German tradition of aggressive attack. Meyer was confident that he could drive forward, scatter the advancing North Novas, then break into the depth of the Canadian position. Objective, he thought, the coast. But in fact, this practically perfect Prussian moment petered out in the end. There is no doubt that Meyer had struck a blow, but at no time on June 7th had his 25th Panzer Grenadier threatened to achieve any sort of breakthrough. Indeed, it is questionable if the attack had much of an operational impact at all. The North Novas were not conducting an assault. They were functioning as the advanced guard of the 9th Brigade and the Canadian 3rd Division. The battalion was probing south on June 7th, and its mission was to take Carpiquet Airfield if it had a clear shot at it. If the Novas met heavy resistance at Carpiquet, however, they were supposed to hunker down on a contour of high ground between Bouron and Auty, consolidate, and let the rest of the brigade come up for a more deliberate attack. They met opposition all right, and plenty of it. Their Sherman tanks were no match for German anti-tank fire, especially of the 88mm variety. And that was a lesson that a lot of Allied tank crews were going to learn in the ensuing weeks. But throughout the day, the Canadians gave as good as they got. Meyer's regiment, too, suffered heavy losses, largely by virtue of superior Canadian artillery, which came into play in strength after some early fumbling. As his own account relates, Meyer's regiment lay under heavy and unnervingly accurate Canadian gunfire for much of the day. At one point, as Meyer was speeding along on the motorcycle he was using as an improvised command vehicle, a massive detonation blew him into a bomb crater, and he claims to have lain there next to an equally nonplussed Canadian soldier for some time. Eventually, the Panzer Grenadiers took Bouron, but here the North Novas stopped them cold. In the course of a tough day, a few minor villages had changed hands. Both sides were exhausted, and it is safe to say that no one was unhappy to see nightfall. The next 2 days, June 8th to 9th, featured more fierce fighting with much the same result. The Canadian 9th Brigade, as well as its neighbor to the west, the 7th, was under almost constant attack by elements of 3 German panzer divisions, 12th SS, 21st, and Panzer Lehr. The Germans could not coordinate their attacks, however, and it is no wonder. Canadian firepower, self-propelled artillery, and well-aimed main gunfire from their Firefly tanks dominated the battlefield, and the Germans never did develop any real operational momentum. Enemy fire superiority slowed down everything the Wehrmacht tried to do, and of course it inflicted casualties. But its most grievous effect was on the German ability to synchronize the fire and movement of multiple divisions. The fights at Puteaux and Bretteville on June 8th to 9th, as well as the Battle of Norry, June 9th to 10th, were slaughter battles, in fact, in which the youthful grenadiers of the 12th SS came up in waves, and the steady and well-equipped Canadians mowed them down in the same fashion. Throughout all these battles, the Hitler-Jugend Division in particular attacked recklessly and paid the price. The division used the same tactical approach that had worked so often in the Soviet Union, but it had failed spectacularly here. Colonel Hubert Meyer, the division's 1A, later wrote, "The tactic of surprise, using mobile, fast infantry and panzers even in a small, numerically inferior Kampfgruppen, had often been practiced and proven in Russia. This tactic, however, had not resulted in the expected success here against a courageous and determined enemy who was ready for defense and well equipped." Indeed, the Canadians shot them to pieces. "The Germans thought we were fucking Russians," one of the men in the Regina Rifles later commented. They did stupid things, and we killed those bastards in large numbers. As a result, a counterattack that might have posed a serious threat to the newly arrived Allies came to a disappointing end. From this point on, German operational orders rarely invoked the traditional formula of throwing the enemy into the sea. The Allies were here to stay, and the Germans would have to transition from the attack to the defense. From Meyer's perch, high up in the Ardennes Abbey Tower, he could look north and just barely catch a glimpse of the sea shimmering in the distance. Panzer was just 12 miles away from the English Channel, but given the balance of forces and the Wehrmacht's inability to sustain a successful attack against the Allies, it might as well have been 1,000. The U.S. Army in motion. Cherbourg. The first stage of the fighting in Normandy came to a distinct and dramatic end on Saturday, June 10th. That was the day that an RAF raid targeted the headquarters of Panzergruppe West at the chateau of Lacaine, badly wounding the German commander of the Panzergruppe, General Leo Geyer von Schweppenburg. Some say that Schweppenburg, a neophyte at operating under enemy air superiority, had neglected to camouflage his headquarters well enough, and that the plethora of radio trucks and staff cars parked outside the chateau gave away his position. More likely, the raid was a triumph for Allied signals intelligence and for Ultra. Whatever its origins, the results were deadly. The bombing incapacitated Geyer and killed his chief of staff, General Sigismund Ritter und Elde von Davans, as well as 12 other staff officers. While Geyer survived his injuries, his headquarters was hors de combat for a full 2 weeks. The Germans would have had trouble busting the Allied bridgehead even if they could coordinate an attack by every last panzer division in France. With command and control momentarily dislocated, planning any sort of bold panzer stroke was impossible. The decapitation of Panzergruppe West was not a one-off either. Consider this list of German generals fighting in Normandy. General Wilhelm Fahly of the 91st Air Landing Infantry Division, General Erich Marx, commander of the 84 Corps, General Fritz Witt of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, General Heinz Hellmich of the 243rd Static Division, General Rudolf Stegmann of the 77th Infantry Division. They have much in common. All were competent, hard-driving unit commanders, well-schooled in the operational art, trusted by their subordinate officers and men. They were also all killed in the first 2 weeks of the Normandy fighting. Fahly on June 6th, Marx on June 12th, Witt on June 14th, Hellmich on June 17th, and Stegmann on June 18th. Marx, Hellmich, and Stegmann all died in Allied air attacks, the latter two stitched by 20mm shells. Death at the hands of Allied fighter bombers became so common that German soldiers coined a new term. Jabotod, they called it. It wasn't a small caliber round, and the results usually weren't pretty. Witt's fate was even grislier, obliterated by 15-inch gunfire courtesy of the Royal Navy during a bombardment on his divisional command post at Venoy. All of them joined the ranks of the dozens of German generals and field commanders killed in action in this war. And the number of dead generals could easily have been higher. On July 17th, 2 Canadian Spitfire fighters from 412 Squadron caught Field Marshal Rommel's open Horsch staff car tearing along the narrow country road between Vimoutiers and Livarot, killing the driver and wounding Rommel so grievously that the first responders to the wreck thought he was dead. Although Allied histories remember the period as one of hedgerow slogging, frustration, and high losses. In fact, the better supplied Allies were blooding the Wehrmacht prodigiously from top to bottom. Such was the Wehrmacht's cost of command, the price of waging war against an enemy vastly superior in resources and firepower. "A poor people," Rommel commented to his staff just a few weeks before his brush with death, "shouldn't fight a war at all." German manpower was irreplaceable, of course, but so too were veteran commanders. In killing off the Wehrmacht's officers, the Allies were gouging away at a key German center of gravity. Indeed, the overall impression of Allied operations once ashore was their methodical nature, their inexorability. For the Americans, housekeeping duties took up the first week or so on shore, with the U.S. Army driving on Carentan in order to unify its two widely separated beachheads, Utah and Omaha. Carentan fell to the U.S. 101st Airborne Division on June 12th, and so the Americans could move down to the next objective on their checklist, a drive across the base of the Cotentin Peninsula. The purpose was to isolate the great port of Cherbourg and to cut off German forces to the north. With the Douve River serving as protection to the south, mechanized spearheads of the U.S. 7 Corps, General Joseph Collins, broke out of the Utah beachhead on June 14th, heading west and reaching Saint-Sauveur-le-Vicomte on June 16th. The next day, U.S. 9th Infantry Division reached the sea. German opposition was minimal, and a brief examination of the battle array shows why. Elements of 3 German divisions were fighting in the Cotentin, both the 91st Air Landing Infantry Division, Luftlande Infanteriedivision, and the 709th Static Division, were remnants of divisions smashed on D-Day. The 3rd, the 243rd Infantry Division, had originally been a static division, but had now acquired limited mobility, and like many of the divisions in the West, it was equipped with captured Russian artillery. One other division was present. Elements of the vastly understrength 77th Infantry Division were also filtering up into the Cotentin from the division's original location at Saint-Malo. Only 3 battalions had arrived by the time Collins shut the door behind them, however. The headquarters of 84 Corps now ordered the division back out of the Cotentin so it could take part in the broader battle then developing in Normandy. The divisional commander, General Stegmann, was relieved. He had seen the outdated fortifications at Cherbourg and saw no hope for a long-term defense of the port. No sooner had he handed off the new orders to his staff, however, than he became the latest victim of Jabotod. The commander of the 1,049th Infantry Regiment and the senior regimental commander in the division, Colonel Rudolf Bacherer, now took over the 77th and led the divisional elements on a mini breakout to the south. They overran surprised U.S. defenders of the 47th Infantry Division, 9th Division, took 250 U.S. prisoners, and some 1,500 men managed to regain German lines on June 20th. While no one should downplay the toughness of the fighting in the Cotentin, the difficulties occurred only in the tactical realm. Lifting up our gaze to the operational level, the movement of divisions and corps, the Americans moved forward steadily, and the Germans did the same in reverse. The same description is apt for the subsequent Battle of Cherbourg. The Germans managed to form a thin defensive line across the Cotentin from Barneville in the west, through Montebourg in the center, to Quineville in the east, a line that corresponded roughly to intermingled divisional elements of the 243rd, 77th, 91st, and 709th Divisions. In terms of their actual fighting strength, however, they didn't add up to much more than a division and a half. Their orders from the High Command were to fight it out for every meter of ground, and only to retreat when enemy pressure had become unbearable. Such a posture of delaying resistance, hinhaltende Widerstand, is a delicate balancing act, however, requiring experienced troops and a degree of mobility that at least matches the adversary, and German divisions had neither of these prerequisites in Normandy. Indeed, the fully mechanized units of the U.S. Army simply overran the Germans south of Cherbourg, and the defenders neither delayed their adversary nor had enough time to fully prepare the defenses of the port. Declared a fortress by Hitler and the High Command, Cherbourg was nothing of the sort. Like virtually all naval fortresses, its strongest ramparts faced the sea, and the landward side had neither the engineering works nor the suitable terrain to support resistance against a better armed and supplied adversary. For all these reasons, the so-called Siege of Cherbourg moved in fast motion throughout. U.S. forces began to arrive in strength before the town on June 20th, with Collins's 3 divisions abreast, from west to east, the 9th, 79th, and 4th. A multilingual propaganda broadcast on June 21st in German, Russian, Polish, and French, reflecting the polyglot nature of the Wehrmacht's forces in Normandy, demanded the surrender of the Cherbourg garrison by the next morning. When the newly appointed commandant of Fortress Cherbourg, General Schlieben of the 709th Division, failed to respond, U.S. bombers arrived in strength on the morning of June 22nd. Collins requested a massive air assault, air pulverization he called it, by all 11 groups of the 9 Bomber Command. For over an hour, some 375 aircraft flattened the defenses in front of Cherbourg, completely unopposed by German aircraft. The main attack followed immediately afterward. The defenders put up game resistance here and there, but units like the 84th Fortress Battalion or the 549th Ost Battalion had no business in this fight. They were old, half-trained, and already suffering from what Schlieben called bunker fever. They were in a hopeless situation, and they knew it. "Reinforcement is absolutely necessary," Schlieben reported to Rommel, but he knew as well as anyone that none was forthcoming. In fact, preliminary plans to ship 15th Fallschirmjäger Regiment from Brittany to Cherbourg by sea had already collapsed when the extent of American bombing damage to the port became clear. The actual ground fighting started slowly on June 22nd, with 9th Division driving on Octeville, approaching Cherbourg from the left, while 79th Division headed straight for Fort du Roule and the high ground overlooking the city from the south. On the right, 4th Division was to head for Toulaville and seal off the Cherbourg sector from the east. Given the sorry state of the port's physical defenses as well as the manpower defending it, there was little danger of the plan going wrong, and it didn't. The 7th Corps made small gains on June 22nd, penetrated the outer ring of Fortress Cherbourg on June 23rd, and crumpled the defenses altogether on June 24th to 25th. The occasional last stand, like the one put up by the defenders of the village of La Glacerie 2 miles southeast of Cherbourg, only brought into sharper relief the lack of resistance elsewhere. Anytime the Americans met resistance, a combination of P-47 Thunderbolt attacks and that old U.S. Army standby, the field artillery, crushed it, at Toulaville on June 24th, Octeville and Vaudreuil the next day. With all 3 U.S. divisions pushing into the city proper, the end was near. As Schlieffen reported on June 24th, concentrated enemy fire and bombing attacks have split the front. Numerous batteries have been put out of action or have worn out. Combat efficiency has fallen off considerably. The troops squeezed into a small area will hardly be able to withstand an attack on the 25th. And he was right. On June 25th, U.S. troops took his command post, an underground bunker at Saint-Sauveur, under direct fire, and so too did Allied naval gunfire. Loss of town unavoidable in nearest future, as enemy has penetrated outskirts, Schlieffen radioed to Rommel. Request urgent instructions. Rommel's response: in accordance with the Führer's orders, you are to continue fighting to the last round. Schlieffen surrendered the next day, June 26th, along with the naval commandant Normandy, the Commandant Normandie, Admiral Walter Hennecke, and 800 men. Another 400 men in the city itself gave themselves up independently, and forcing the surrender of the garrisons of various fortified works took several more days. Finally, U.S. troops gathered several thousand prisoners outside the city who had withdrawn to a lonely refuge on Cap de la Hague in the very northeastern tip of the Cotentin. Cherbourg had fallen, and the Allies had their port. The aftermath of the city's capture is well known. The Germans had achieved one thing while they held Cherbourg. They demolished the place. Hitler had ordered Schlieffen to defend the last bunker and leave to the enemy not a harbor, but a field of ruins. He meant resistance to the last ditch, and Schlieffen had certainly not done that. But in a broader sense, Cherbourg had become a field of ruins. U.S. Colonel Alvin G. Viney, the engineer in charge of the port rehabilitation plan, described the demolition as masterful, beyond a doubt the most complete, intensive, and best-planned demolition in history. Mines, sunken ships, demolitions, systematic destruction of the Gare Maritime, which controlled both electricity and heat for the port. 20,000 cubic yards of masonry dumped into the harbor. Destruction of the breakwaters. It was a particularly thorough job. Not until August would Cherbourg be fully open for business. The very thoroughness of the demolition raises an interesting issue, however. The Wehrmacht could have simply demolished the port in the opening week of the fighting and been done with it. As it was, the High Command sacrificed 4 full divisions in a hopeless campaign that barely slowed down the American attack. A particularly senseless equation for the Wehrmacht by this point in the war. Stellungskrieg in Normandy. The operational situation was far different in front of the British and Canadians. Deployed on the open rolling plain of the Calvados, with the largest city in Normandy, Caen, in their sights, the Anglo-Canadians had the best possibility for a large-scale armored assault to break through the German lines. At the same time, they attracted the strongest part of the German defensive line. Eventually, the Germans deployed 7 panzer divisions, along with 4 heavy tank battalions equipped with the new Mark VI Tiger tank, to guard the Caen sector, while only 2 panzer divisions faced the Americans farther west. As one source describes it, the countryside in the British and Canadian sectors, a relatively open, flat, dry expanse stretching from Caen to Paris, was more favorable for offensive warfare. Paradoxically, those conditions made fighting there perhaps more difficult than in the American sector. The nature of the ground and the strategic importance of the area compelled the Germans to mass the bulk of their panzer units and their best troops in the path of Montgomery's forces. Montgomery had promised to take Caen on the first day and might well have been able to do so. The typical cautiousness of a just disembarked force in a major amphibious invasion took hold, however, and British forces hesitated in their drive to the south. The delay on day one was only hours in length, but it was just long enough to permit an improvised attack by the spearhead of the 21st German Panzer Division that brought the British to a halt. The terrain on the U.S. front in the Cotentin Peninsula and western Calvados, by contrast, was an ancient array of small farms, separated one from the other by hedgerows, bocage, great earthen embankments topped by thick, twisted hedges 10 to 12 feet high. They formed an ideal protection for the defenders, and U.S. troops soon learned that charging a hedgerow without a careful prior reconnaissance could be suicide. Moreover, the compartmentalized battle space meant that the Allies, and especially the Americans, were unable to unfold their full cornucopia of firepower. Every encounter boiled down to a small unit infantry clash, with machine guns and mortars in support, precisely the spot where the Wehrmacht might still claim a degree of supremacy, or at least a greater degree of experience. Without giving it a second thought, in other words, the Allies had got it all wrong. The most casualty-averse Allied force was the British, and for good reason. They were fighting with a shrinking replacement pool, especially in terms of infantry. Veteran units like the 7th Armored or 51st Highland Divisions were tired and apathetic, a problem for the entire British Army by now. Some of these men had been fighting for 5 years by 1944, and these were the very units now facing a solid wall of panzer divisions, many of them formations of the Waffen-SS. Without any romanticizing of the situation, we might say that the German divisions here were the finest mechanized units in the world. Achieving a breakthrough here was simply impossible without suffering extremely high casualties. No one had planned this. Assigning the beaches in Normandy was a simple function of the pre-invasion deployments in Britain. British divisions deployed in eastern Britain, in Kent, and on the southeastern shore of the island, where they had been since the summer of 1940 to defend against a potential German invasion. The Americans deployed where they could find space upon arriving to the west. And that is how the two forces landed in Europe, the Americans to the west and the British to the east. The richer and more robust partner was stuck in mind-boggling terrain in a relatively secondary portion of the front, while the poorer and more exhausted force faced a solid wall of panzer divisions in open country. Even as the Americans were driving on Cherbourg, the main front had already assumed a stable form. A line formed on both sides, with the Allies on the attack more or less constantly, and the Germans locked into a pattern of rigid defense, starre Verteidigung, on the orders of the High Command. As in Italy, the overall operational form settled into the Stellungskrieg, a positional fight, and a materiel and manpower-intensive slugfest that offered few chances for maneuver or decisive victory. The Americans tried to grind their way through the bocage toward Saint-Lô, and though they made steady progress, it was slow and expensive. Casualties were extremely heavy, 40,000 men in return for a 20-mile advance. Even today, the statistics are striking. During its first 6 weeks on the continent, for example, U.S. 90th Division took nearly 90% casualties in its rifle platoons. The men who do the scouting, the patrolling, the flank protection, the front line work, as one U.S. officer put it. and the casualty rate for company-grade officers in the division was even worse, nearly 150% over that same period. The 90th was a green unit, but even the more experienced divisions were paying the price for fighting among the hedgerows. The 1st, 4th, 9th, and 25th Infantry Divisions, for example, had casualty rates of 60% of enlisted men and some 70% of their officers among the riflemen. General Eisenhower was at his plain-spoken best in explaining the three factors that were making this all so difficult. First, as always, Ike wrote, the fighting quality of the German soldier. Second, the nature of the country. Third, the weather. Indeed, weather seemed to be conspiring against the Allies, too. At no time in the 20th century had a Normandy summer been this cloudy, rainy, and windy as the summer of 1944. The British and Canadians to the east, meanwhile, took a run at Caen. Then they did it a second time, and over again, with increasingly futile results. Montgomery's attempt to send 7th Army Division on a right hook to outflank Caen's defenses to the west on June 13th led to disaster. Near the quaint little town of Villers-Bocage, the division's 22nd Armored Brigade fell into a skillfully laid ambush by Waffen-SS Lieutenant, Obersturmführer, Michael Wittmann, and a company of Tiger tanks, part of the 501st SS Heavy Tank Battalion. Alert to the British advance, Wittmann took his Tiger into a small patch of woods south of the road out of town and waited. He let the head of the British column get within 80 yards, then took out the lead tank with a single shot from his 80mm main gun. Trapped on the narrow road by the flaming wreck, much of the brigade, with 58 Cromwells equipped with a mediocre 75mm gun, was helpless. Realizing he had little to fear, Wittmann drove parallel to the road, shooting as he went. "For Christ's sake, get a move on!" screamed one British non-com into the radio. "There's a Tiger running alongside us, 50 yards away." At one point, Wittmann actually climbed onto the road, destroying the tanks in front of him, forcing lighter vehicles into the ditch, and even running some of them over. In 5 minutes, he and his company destroyed 24 tanks, 9 half-tracks, and a mass of towed guns and armored cars. In the end, Wittmann's decision to get on the road and drive into the town was his undoing. His Tiger was disabled by a British 6-pounder anti-tank shell at point-blank range, and he and his crew had to escape on foot. Nevertheless, Villers-Bocage was yet more proof, if any were still needed, of the tactical supremacy of German mechanized units in 1944, both Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS. Attack followed attack, but the Germans managed to parry each one. Montgomery's third attempt was Operation Epsom on June 25th. Epsom was a much more concentrated thrust by much of British Second Army, General Miles Dempsey, carrying out a shorter right hook to the west of the city. The goal was to cross the Odon River and encircle the city from the southwest. It also came to grief, this time at Hill 112, a rise just over the Odon. Not until Operation Charnwood on July 8th did Montgomery succeed in taking the northern half of Caen. The unique feature of this operation was the introduction of Allied carpet bombing, the use of heavy strategic bombers in the tactical role to help pave the way for the advance. But even here, enough German forces survived the maelstrom of bombing to limit the British advance to the half of Caen on the northern bank of the Orne River. The low point of this record of futility was without a doubt the disastrous breakout attempt on July 18th, Operation Goodwood. A classic set-piece battle gone wrong, Goodwood was a huge operation carried out by Montgomery's entire 21st Army Group, the 2nd British Army under Dempsey and the 1st Canadian Army under General H.D.G. Crerar. Despite heavy bombing that once again smashed the German front, killing thousands and driving equal numbers deaf and mad, Montgomery's attack got stuck in front of the German positions on a slight rise known as Bourguebou Ridge. Despite everything, the air support, the vast forces at his command, and the constant claims that a breakthrough was just around the corner, Montgomery had failed again. Goodwood, Eisenhower raged, had cost 7,000 tons of bombs in order to gain a total of 7 miles, and once again had failed to break through. But what of the Germans? The focus on Allied problems in Normandy is an Anglo-American construct. It fails to take into account the plight of the German forces, the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS alike. Outnumbered in manpower, vastly inferior in materiel, fighting without air cover, and trapped in a brutal Stellungskrieg whose only end could be their destruction. The German forces in Normandy were trapped in the first of many purgatories that would characterize the final 10 months of the war. Morale stayed high among the men, and of course the officers stayed loyal, but neither of these factors could alter the facts. Normandy was destined to be a graveyard. Within a week of the successful Allied landing, both Rundstedt, the Oberst, and Rommel, commanding Army Group B, had begun to insist that an officer of the High Command visit the front to witness the hopeless conditions in person. Non-event, the Margival Conference. Both men were surprised to receive a communication on June 16th responding to their demand. A representative from the High Command would be arriving tomorrow. Hitler himself. On June 17th, the Führer, Jodl, and a small entourage of staff officers flew from Germany to France to meet with the 2 field marshals who had so disappointed him thus far. The pair had failed to mesh from the start. They never overcome their mutual distrust. They had failed in signal fashion to achieve the operational objective that had been their obsession for nearly a year, driving the Allied invasion back into the sea. Now, near Margival, north of Soissons, the Führer had come to call his commanders to account. Neither officer could do much by way of preparation for the meeting. Rommel, for example, had just spent a 21-hour day inspecting troop dispositions in the Cotentin Peninsula, and now had to drive 120 miles to Margival. The meeting took place in a great bunker complex, Command Center W2. Built by Organisation Tot in 1942, W2 was part of that futile mountain of concrete that the Germans had poured into France, a poor man's replacement for sufficient divisions, tanks, and supplies to defend the place. Hitler opened the discussion in a raised and bitter voice. He expressed his displeasure at the successful invasion, accused the local commanders of mistakes and failures, and demanded that Fortress Cherbourg be held at all costs. But the presentation misfired. Hitler looked pale and bleary-eyed. He sat, hunched on a stool. He fiddled with his glasses and toyed with a bundle of pencils. His legendary powers of suggestion seemed momentarily to have vanished. Here, for once, was an opening for the generals, and the exchange of views, for once, was frank. Rundstedt spoke briefly, then turned the meeting over to the ground commander, Rommel. "The struggle was hopeless," Rommel said, and the enemy's superiority on land, on the sea, and in the air, irresistible. He condemned a recent OKW report, apparently taking an Allied communique at face value that the Allied invasion had surprised the coastal divisions in their sleep on June 6th. In fact, Rommel reported they had fought to the last breath in their weakly built fortifications. Like his comrades fighting in the East, he objected to Hitler's senseless declaration of individual ports as fortresses. The number of such places, already a problem in the Soviet Union, had assumed grotesque proportions in the West. A Moudon, Walcheren Island, Dunkirk, Calais, Cap Gris-Nez, Boulogne, Dieppe, Le Havre, Cherbourg, Saint-Malo, Brest, Lorient, Saint-Nazaire, La Palisse, Royan, and the Gironde river mouth. 16 in all, the fortresses tied up no fewer than 200,000 men and irreplaceable stocks of ammunition and materiel. The Allies didn't storm them and often didn't even watch them all that closely, and certainly the fortresses failed to tie up an equal number of Allied troops. Many of them surrendered in May 1945, their garrisons marching into captivity after virtually sitting out the last year of the war. The Wehrmacht could not afford such a senseless sacrifice of men and materiel. Not with the Allies already having 25 highly mobile divisions ashore and introducing 2 to 3 new ones per week. A successful defense in Normandy just wasn't in the cards, and the result for the entire Western Front was incalculable, especially since neither the Seine River line nor any other rear positions had been built. Even if the enemy's conduct of battle seems slow and ponderous, Rommel concluded, the persistence of his methods and their superiority in all areas is a guarantee of success. A breakout from the beachhead was likely any time now, and the time had come to give the commanders in the West total operational freedom. Unrealistic decisions formulated around the green table, that is to say, by Hitler and his staff sitting around the conference table in Berchtesgaden or Ostenburg, had to end. Commanders at the front deserved the traditional prerogative of independent authority. "You demand our trust," Rommel complained, "but you don't trust us at all." Not to worry, Hitler promised. Everything was about to change. He had just unleashed the V weapons on England the previous day, June 16th. So terrible would be their impact that they would bring the British people to their knees, making them much more inclined toward peace, friedenswillig, than they were at the moment. The V-1 would be the decisive weapon in the struggle. Masses of jet fighters likewise were about to come online, which would soon break the enemy's air superiority over both the front and the German homeland. He even broke off his monologue long enough to dictate a press release on the miracle weapons to one of his aides. The situation on the Eastern Front and in the Balkans was stable for the moment. Things had never looked more favorable. Just at this moment, in an almost exquisite turn of irony, the air raid siren in the bunker began to shriek. Hitler and company had to rush to the air raid shelter. It was close quarters for the moment. Hitler, the 2 field marshals, their chiefs of staff, and Hitler's adjutant, General Rudolf Schmundt. Rommel's chef, General Hans Speidel, claimed that Rommel took the opportunity to discuss the political situation as well as the military one. The field marshal recited the litany of troubles: the wavering German front in Normandy, the threat to Germany once the Allies had broken through, the complete collapse then taking place in Italy, the impossibility of holding the Eastern Front. Germany was isolated, and whatever the propaganda claims, the international situation was dire. It was time to end the war, Rommel insisted. After repeated attempts to change the subject, Hitler brusquely cut off the conversation. "Don't bother yourself about the future course of the war," he hissed. "Just your own invasion front." And then, after a promise to visit Rommel's Army Group B headquarters in the next day or two, he was gone. Rundstedt's chief of staff, General Gunther Blumentritt, was up early the next morning, already busying himself with the arrangements for Hitler's trip to the front, when he received the news that the Führer had departed for Berchtesgaden the night before. Apparently, a V-1 had wobbled in flight and went badly off course, heading east instead of west and crashing not too far from the Margival meeting site. While the bomb did little damage and no one was hurt, Hitler used the accident as the reason for his hasty departure. It is equally likely that he intended only a one-day stay all along. Given the utterly fruitless nature of the conversation, a second day would have been a waste of time anyway. The Margival Leadership Conference, Führerbesprechung, was over. Assessing its meaning isn't easy. Hitler had spouted nonsense for the entire 7-hour meeting, 9 o'clock a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. His talk of miracle weapons, of jet fighters, and of bringing the British to their knees was nonsense by this point in the war, and so was his admonition to Rommel to keep his nose out of politics and stick to the operational side. Hitler hadn't practiced politics in this war since the start of the Russian campaign. No diplomacy, no communications with the opponent, no real peace feelers. But Rundstedt and Rommel didn't look much better. Their insistence that there could be some operational solution to the problem of their front, as much as military historians would like to believe it, has to be judged against the facts. The two field marshals were battling against a more mobile and better supplied opponent, whose absolute control of the air rendered even that most basic of military activities, movement, nearly impossible. But this problem didn't even come up in the discussion. Rommel did recommend bringing the war to an end, but he didn't push the point. Margival saw all the participants posturing and saying nothing, a non-event for a war that had lost all strategic purpose. Collapse of the defense, Cobra. The month of July saw the Normandy front in deadlock. On the surface, the operational situation seemed balanced enough. 2 German armies stood facing 2 Allied armies. For the Wehrmacht, the 7th Army deployed on the left in the west, more or less facing off against the Americans in the Bocage. To the east lay Panzergruppe West, soon to be renamed 5th Panzer Army, holding the German right wing and barring the British from reaching the open country around Caen and beyond. Deployed against them were 2 Allied armies. U.S. 1st Army stood on the right, facing the German 7th. British 2nd Army deployed on the Allied left, facing Panzergruppe West. The front extended from Port-Bailly on the western coast of the Cotentin Peninsula to just beyond Ouistreham on the Channel coast in the east. A distance of 65 miles as the crow flies, but much more than that, well over 100 miles, given the twists, turns, and bulges of the front. As always in war, the surface view can be deceiving, and a great deal was actually happening in Normandy. The fighting had been more or less continuous, halted from time to time by the weather more than anything else. A great storm had blown in during June 19th to 23rd, for example, which not only hindered operations on the ground, but also destroyed the Mulberry Artificial Harbor in the U.S. sector. The disaster stranded some 800 Allied ships packed with supplies and equipment. Otherwise, the Allies woke up every day and renewed their push toward their objectives. Saint-Lô for the Americans, Caen for the British. The casualties on both sides were high. The pressure that Allied materiel could bring to bear was enormous, and even in a sector where analysts usually criticize Allied operations, i.e. Montgomery's thrashing about near Caen, the Allies forced the Germans to keep their mechanized divisions in the line rather than swap them out for infantry divisions and place them into a reserve. Sepp Dietrich's 1 SS Panzer Corps was already in France at the time of the invasion. Joining it in the line was 2 SS Panzer Corps under SS Obergruppenführer Wilhelm Dietrich, detached from Army Group North Ukraine on June 12th and shipped to the Western Front. A journey that should have taken days took instead 2 full weeks due to the devastated state of the railroads in France, and 2 SS Panzer Corps did not begin to enter the line until June 29th. And indeed, these elite, oversized divisions defended their positions superbly, arriving just in time to blunt Montgomery's latest offensive toward Caen, Operation Epsom. Taking 4 of the strongest and most mobile divisions in the German order of battle and tying them down to static positional fighting was not a winning hand in the long run, however, and no one on the German side thought it was. Befitting a close Stellungskrieg of this sort, the 2 sides in Normandy were trading losses, 65,000 German to 61,000 Allied by July 1st. The latter number broke down to 35,300 American, 22,700 British, and 3,000 Canadian. The former number, the German total, didn't break down at all, of course, and therein lay the problem. The coalition could distribute losses and share the pain, while the Wehrmacht could do neither. Likewise, beneath the surface appearance of a cohesive front, the Germans spent the first part of July in turmoil. A comprehensive command shuffle was in train, one that would eventually affect the entire army in the West. The 7th Army under General Friedrich Dollmann had borne the brunt of the fighting thus far. His failure in the hopeless defense of Cherbourg had aroused Hitler's ire, and the OKW chief Wilhelm Keitel immediately instituted court-martial proceedings against Dollmann. On June 28th, Dollmann, Rommel, and Rundstedt had to report to Hitler in person at Berchtesgaden. Although the field marshals were able to defend Dollmann's conduct and protect him from the noose, they could not save his job. The Führer dismissed him late on June 28th, and Dollmann died the next day, either of a heart attack or suicide by poison, we will never know. His successor was SS Obergruppenführer, Lieutenant General, Paul Hausser, one of the founding fathers of the Waffen-SS before the war, and now a grizzled, one-eyed combat veteran of numerous campaigns and much hard fighting. Hausser had led the 2 SS Panzer Corps during the Battle of Prokhorovka, the climax of the Battle of Kursk and one of the greatest armored clashes of all time. A loyal National Socialist by conviction, his appointment seemed to herald a more energetic and aggressive prosecution of the campaign. The other German army in Normandy likewise came under new command. General Leo Geyer von Schweppenburg was still recovering from the wounds he had suffered in the RAF air raid on his headquarters at Laeken on June 10th. Since then, the panzer divisions had been languishing, adopting a defensive posture against the British on the Caen front. Here, too, Hitler and his advisers saw the need for a more vital and energetic commander, Their choice seemed to be a good one. General Heinrich Eberbach had commanded 4th Panzer Division in 1941 and took over the 48th Panzer briefly after the Soviet offensive at Stalingrad. Since then, severe wounds had forced him to alternate between frontline command and less dangerous duties on the home front. Inspector of the Panzer Troops for the Replacement Army from February to October 1943, commander in quick succession of 47, 48, and 50 Panzer Corps. Another serious wound at the end of 1943 brought him home again, this time as inspector of panzer troops for the Home Army. Rommel brought him onto the staff of Army Group B in June. Like Hauser, Eberbach was a highly experienced veteran with a fearless disposition, a fighting general. He, too, seemed an ideal choice for the hard days ahead in Normandy. The Great Purge reached even higher, however, to the very top of the military hierarchy in the West. The Margival Conference had convinced Hitler that Rundstedt and Rommel were tired and demoralized, which was absolutely true. The repeat performance on June 29th to 30th, with Rundstedt and Rommel traveling to Berchtesgaden in connection with Le Cas Dolman, had done nothing to change the Führer's mind. Rundstedt had never been a paragon of enthusiasm. "As long as the field marshal is grumbling, everything must be in order," Hitler had once remarked. Rundstedt's dourness and aristocratic hauteur were on the increase lately, however. Rommel, for his part, had been a broken man ever since Africa. At Margival, he had committed the cardinal sins of meddling in politics and recommending peace, and had lost whatever special favor he once enjoyed with the Führer. Rundstedt went first. On July 2nd, he received news of his dismissal as Obe West. His replacement was Field Marshal Günther Klüge. Clever Hans, as he was known, a German play on words since klug means clever, had seen it all. One of the brightest young officers in the interwar Reichswehr, he commanded the 4th Army in the Polish campaign, then again in the French campaign of 1940, and one final time in Operation Barbarossa. During the crisis in front of Moscow in December 1941, he rose to the command of Army Group Center. At this point, opinions on his reputation diverge. He mastered a very difficult situation and stabilized the line, managing to get Hitler to agree to the necessary withdrawals, but he also proved skilled in casting others in the role of scapegoat. He dismissed his subordinates in droves. General Adolf Strauss of 9th Army, General Erich Höppner of 4th Panzer Army, and even his successor as commander of 4th Army, General Ludwig Kübler. Most damning of all to his historical reputation, he fired General Heinz Guderian as commander of the 2nd Panzer Army, an influential writer in the post-war period who savaged Klüge in his memoirs. Klüge proved just as clever in 1943. This statement is true, however, only if we use the term to imply a certain devious quality. High command in the Wehrmacht during World War II required principles that were elastic and could change from moment to moment. Those present in the planning sessions for Kursk remember Klüge in various ways. Some portrayed him as a commander in wholehearted support of the German offensive, Operation Citadel, mainly because the plan allotted a leading role to his command Army Group Center. Others show him firmly in support of the offensive as scheduled, or firmly in support of the offensive against the breakthrough zones as originally envisioned. All three of these planning scenarios were very different things, and agreeing to all three was a real trick. As always, Kluge was able to look good in the eyes of the Führer without earning the contempt of colleagues in the officer corps. In that sense alone, Kluge may well have been the quintessential Nazi officer, despite his often expressed disrespect and even contempt for Hitler, and despite the number of times he had stated to his colleagues that only the removal of Hitler could save Germany from destruction. New leadership meant old problems. No commander, no matter how skilled, could buttress the creaking front in the West by now. The month of July saw German casualties double to a total of 117,000 since June 6th. While the Allies could replace their losses, only 10,000 or so German replacements made it to the front in that same period. The constant strain of operating under the shadow of the Jabo weighed on everyone. The remains of Luftflotte 3 in the West could generate 300 to 350 sorties per day, while the Allied air forces could perform more than 4,000. And the balance of air power was only going to get worse, since the Allies had already built no fewer than 12 air bases within their continental beachhead. Eberbach was a tough character, but he was appalled at what he saw, noting how the substance of our divisions is being eaten away. Kluge seemed to have no illusions either. "We'll hold, and if we don't receive any help to better the situation, we'll die a decent death," he wrote to Hitler on July 21st, as the Führer was convalescing from the previous day's bomb attack. While the Allies were attriting the Wehrmacht nicely, they were becoming increasingly impatient with the static front in Normandy. The beachhead was no longer large enough to hold all the units that Eisenhower had envisioned pouring into Europe. Indeed, the backlog of men, tanks, and equipment still in Britain was huge, some 250,000 men and 58,000 vehicles. Moreover, the V-weapons campaign on which Hitler had placed so many hopes had begun, and the British public was deeply shaken. The death toll in London during the course of July was over 4,200, along with 30,000 wounded and tens of thousands of destroyed buildings. Perhaps even worse than the numbers was the almost complete helplessness of the island under attack. There simply was no counter. The only solution was to overrun their bases and launch pads on the Channel coast. To do that, however, they first had to break out of Normandy. The plan the Allies eventually devised, Operation Cobra, was at least the fourth iteration of the Allied solution to fighting the Wehrmacht. Attacking the Germans unit versus unit was almost always a failure. Whatever the disparity in numbers or materiel, German divisions usually managed to hold their positions or to withdraw in good order. A broad front advance, with divisions and corps spread evenly across the attack sector, might drive the Germans back, but such an approach would rarely rupture the German front decisively enough to achieve a breakthrough. The Allies had immense materiel superiority, but turning it into battlefield advantage was no easy task. At El Alamein, Stalingrad, and Citino, a local battlefield commander managed to figure it out for himself. The honor roll thus far included Montgomery, Alamein, Vatutin, Stalingrad, and Alexander, Cassino. Now, a fourth name was about to join the Hall of Fame, General Omar N. Bradley, commander of U.S. First Army. By mid-July, Bradley and his staff had drawn up a plan that was a conceptual departure for the U.S. Army. Rather than a lockstep, broad front advance, Cobra was a breakthrough on a very narrow front between Saint-Lô and Périer. Bradley concentrated enough force against this tiny spot to crush it. The entire U.S. 7 Corps under General Joseph Collins. The front line consisted of 3 infantry divisions: the 9th, General Manton S. Eddy, 4th, General Raymond O. Barton, and 30th, General Leland S. Hobbs. Although the term infantry in the 1944 American context signified a fully mechanized mobile division with a level of heavy weapons and artillery support that was unique for the era. Soviet planners would have labeled the assault force the first echelon, although the U.S. Army didn't use the term. Deployed behind the assault echelon was another powerful 3-division array consisting of 1st Infantry Division, General Clarence Hubner, the 2nd Armored Division, General Edward Brooks, and the 3rd Armored Division, General Leroy Watson. These divisions constituted the exploitation force, a second echelon, preventing the Germans from sealing off the rupture in their lines made by the initial assault. In terms of personnel, firepower, and logistical support, 7 Corps was the equivalent of a Soviet army. Perhaps without being consciously aware of it, Bradley had invented a U.S. version of deep battle. Bradley managed to go Soviet planners one better, however. With the vast resources of the world's most productive economy at his disposal, he could lay on the materiel support in a way that few other armies could. Leading off Cobra would be a vast carpet-bombing strike, employing an expensive strategic asset, heavy 4-engine bombers, in the tactical role. The number of aircraft involved was staggering: 1,500 heavy bombers and 396 medium bombers of the 8th Air Force, as well as 350 fighter bombers of the 9 Tactical Air Command. A grand total of 2,246 aircraft were going to be in the air simultaneously over a very small piece of real estate in close proximity to friendly troops on the ground. Both coordination of the flight paths and split-second timing were necessary, and U.S. Army Air Force's planners had to spend thousands of man-hours huddled over their slide rules to get it right. The target of this vast aerial armada was 5 square miles of Normandy hedgerow. Bradley marked off a small rectangle on his planning maps, 6,000 yards long by 2,200 deep, centered on a short stretch of the main road west of Saint-Lô. The rectangle was the kill zone, but the road was the crucial marker. U.S. bombers would plaster German troops deployed to the south, transforming their defensive front into a killing field. At the same time, the road would serve as a caution marker, preventing fratricide among American troops deployed to the north. Bradley felt that the road would be easily identifiable from the sky, and indeed, he wanted the bombers to fly parallel to it for insurance. Once the bombers had plastered the German defenders, U.S. forces would go over to the attack, the first echelon breaking through and heading southwest toward Coutances, the second echelon exploiting through the hole. As planning proceeded, Bradley became more and more confident in its potential. He expanded the offensive to include 8 corps, General Troy Middleton. Lying to the immediate right of 7 Corps, Middleton's force would join the offensive on the 2nd or 3rd day. Driving due south, 8 Corps would encircle whichever German forces happened to lie between it and 7 Corps. Facing this huge and lavishly equipped force was Hauser's 7th Army. By now, it included just 2 understrength corps. The 84 Corps, General Dietrich von Choltitz, lay in the path of Bradley's intended offensive. The two Fallschirmjägerkorps, General Eugen Meindl, lay to the east toward Caumont. Both formations had been in the line almost continuously since June 6th. They were understrength, undersupplied, and increasingly demoralized. The entire 7th Army possessed perhaps 75 tanks, most of them belonging to Panzer Lehr, yet another panzer division trapped in a static defensive posture, a mission for which it was neither trained nor configured, without the possibility of relief, refitting, or rest. It had only recently entered the line on July 11th, launching an immediate counterattack toward Le Désert in order to slow down the Allied drive on Saint-Lô. Hard fighting had ground it down, especially in tanks. Now it sat between Saint-Lô and Périer, unaware of the avalanche of fire about to rain down upon it. In sum, Hausser was hardly commanding a robust defensive position, one with depth and sufficient reserves, but little more than a picket line or Sicherungslinie, a thin crust of forward positions with nothing behind it but open space. By late July, Hausser could compose a litany of woes.
Almost all our divisions have been in battle since the beginning of the invasion. The massive superiority of the enemy has badly weakened our own fighting strength, Kampfkraft, in both men and materiel, weapons and radio equipment. Our strength no longer suffices to hinder an enemy break-in and to free up sufficient reserves. Support by our own artillery is sufficient as long as we can guarantee the ammunition supply, but that's no longer the case.
The lack of an air force, he knew, was the real problem, weighing down the frontline troops emotionally, seelisch, especially as they saw their commanders killed. The increasing youth of the men under his command was a problem. They were inexperienced, he knew, and simply not up to the rigors of a war of materiel. Cobra began on a note of Clausewitzian stuttering. The aircraft took off for their targets on July 23rd, ran into bad weather, and had to be recalled. One group of heavy bombers failed to get the recall notice, however. They flew on to their targets alone, then compounded the error by bombing U.S. troops of the 30th Infantry Division rather than the Germans. The problem was larger than poor technique. Air planners rejected Bradley's plan for a parallel approach along the road, and for good reasons. Flying over an enemy line for any length of time was guaranteed to draw a great deal of fire. Funneling all those aircraft into a tight parallel pattern along the road also proved to be more than even a slide rule could handle. It would have taken the bombers at least 2.5 hours, and the plan only allotted 1. The planners decided instead to come on the perpendicular, reducing their time over German lines, but most definitely increasing the chances of fratricide. Unfortunately, they either failed to tell Bradley of their decision, or Bradley failed to hear what they were saying. Another day of bad weather intervened, and so Cobra proper did not begin until July 25th. The bombers took off again, approached the target box on the perpendicular, and once again bombed U.S. troops. This time the victim was the 9th Infantry Division, along with the 30th Infantry Division, which had the misfortune to be bombed twice by its own Air Force. General Eddy, 9th Division commander, had to pull out one of the battalions that he intended to use for the assault and hurriedly substituted a replacement. The bombing also killed General Leslie J. McNair, by now commander of the U.S. Army Ground Forces. He had gone forward to see his troops in action and became the highest-ranking Allied officer killed in Western Europe. These friendly fire incidents aside, the bombers also hit their target box over and over again. First came the 350 fighter bombers bombing and strafing the tiny road for 20 minutes. Then the main event, 1,500 heavy bombers, B-17 Flying Fortresses and B-24 Liberators, blocking out the sky, roaring in at 8,000 feet and drenching the carpet for a solid hour. Each of the 1,500 bombers dropped 40 100-pound bombs for a total of 60,000 detonations in 60 minutes, 1,000 per minute. Stage 3 was the advance by Collins's 3 assault divisions in the forward echelon, backed by the concentrated fire of over 1,000 guns. Then came the fighter bombers again, flying close support of the ground troops and raking the carpet's leading edge. Finally, once 7 Corps was underway, the medium bombers came up to hit the back edge of the carpet for another 45 minutes. Overly complex plans have a way of imploding, and this one certainly had its share of problems early. Nevertheless, Bradley's Cobra plan married complexity to one of the greatest displays of brute force in military history. Call it Bradley's constant. 60,000 explosions per hour have a way of solving most operational problems. Indeed, that carpet bombing may well have been the longest hour of the war for the Wehrmacht. The bombs were not particularly heavy, mainly 100-pound fragmentation bombs, since Bradley did not want the ground cratered so badly that his troops could not advance over it. They made up for their relative lightness with sheer quantity, however. The rain of bombs, some 4,000 tons in all, pulverized the German front line, inflicting casualties to be sure, but just as importantly, stunning the survivors so that they were momentarily, for minutes or hours, incapable of offering cohesive resistance. Panzer Lehr Division bore the brunt. Just before 9 o'clock a.m., General Bayerlein looked up and could scarcely believe what he was seeing.
Every living person immediately went for whatever cover he could find and stayed there. The waves of planes kept coming like a conveyor belt, seemingly without end. The bombs rained down, now before him, now on the right, now on the left, rolling forward relentlessly.
From 0930 on, he was completely out of communication with all levels, even by radio. About 1000 or 1030, he mounted the pillion of a motorcycle and set out for Les Mesnil-Amet by inconspicuous paths he had previously learned. The CP itself was not damaged, but the fields all about were burning and smoldering. Here, in an observation post in a heavy stone tower 2 meters thick, he watched the next wave of attack. He could see Amigny on the U.S. side of the lines and could watch the bomb carpets unrolling in great rectangles. By 1200, nothing could be seen at all in any direction, so thick were the smoke, dust, and murk. His front lines looked
like a landscape on the surface of the moon, Mondlandschaft, all craters and death, he later remembered. At least 70% of the personnel were out of action, either dead, wounded, crazed, or dazed.
The bombing had destroyed many tanks and trapped others in deep craters. Most shocking of all, the force of the bombing had simply tossed some of the panzers in the air and turned them over on their backs. Perhaps Bayerlein himself had become momentarily unhinged. The next day, an emissary from the staff of Field Marshal Kluge arrived at Panzer Lehr headquarters. The Field Marshal, the staff officer instructed Bayerlein, insisted that Lehr hold its position on the Saint-Lô-Perrier road.
"Hold the line with what?" asked Bayerlein.
"This is an order I am bringing you, General," the officer answered. You must hold. No man may leave the position." So, there was to be no retreat, no shortening of the line, resistance to the last man and bullet, as always. Such phrases were by now a very old and very tired song to all German frontline commanders. Timing is everything, they say, and this was probably not the best time to be transmitting such ridiculous orders. Bayerlein was not having it. The most oft-quoted source has the general exploding. "Everything's holding up front. My grenadiers and the pioneers, the anti-tank men, they're holding. Not a single man leaves his post, not one. They're lying in their foxholes, still and silent, for they are dead. Dead, do you understand me? You may report to the field marshals that Panzer-Lehr Division is annihilated. Only the dead are still holding the line," he concluded bitterly, "and I stay here, as ordered." The first day found the infantry divisions of Collins's 7 Corps probing into the cratered rubble against sporadic German resistance. Most U.S. accounts stress the difficulty of the fighting, the resilience of the defense, and the disillusionment of American infantry coming under fire from German artillery untouched by the great bombing. In fact, the defenders were nothing more than the scattered remnants of Panzer-Lehr, uncoordinated Kampfgruppen improvised around a machine gun or mortar team and a handful of infantry or administrative personnel. By contrast, Collins's corps alone had more men than all of the German divisions facing the American front. Nevertheless, the defenders gave ground slowly, and in fact they had no choice since they lacked all form of motor transport. There was no high gear for a ruined division like Lehr. The second day saw 8 corps joining the attack, but progress was still slow. On the third day, an increasingly impatient Collins inserted 2nd Armored Division on his left flank, the act that blew the front wide open. German resistance, so tenacious up until that point, was crumbling. American tanks actually crashed into Bayerlein's forward command post at Cerisy, while the general and his staff were hard at work trying desperately to reform their shattered line. The headquarters was a total loss, including radio equipment, maps, orders, and documents of all sorts. The next day came the turn of Panzer-Lehr's repair shop, with the U.S. tanks rolling in just as suddenly, and the Germans barely managing to destroy the facility along with the 20 newly repaired panzers inside. By the third day, both 7 and 8 corps were driving forward at speed. No army in the world could move as rapidly as a U.S. force that had just cracked open a seam in an enemy defensive position. The Americans had proven it in Tunisia on a small scale when the 1st Armored Battalion of Lieutenant Colonel John Waters crested a low ridge outside of Jadida in December 1942 and overran a German airfield packed wingtip to wingtip with Stukas, or on Sicily when General George S. Patton Jr. took his 7th Army on a top-speed drive clear around the coast of the island, all the way out to Palermo and then all the way back to Messina. Most recently, the Americans had proven their penchant for speed during the breakout from the Anzio bridgehead, heading southeast for the link-up with the Cassino force and northwest toward Rome at the same time. Now, U.S. tanks were tearing through the remnants of the German front line, heading toward the key crossroads town of Coutances. They took Coutances on July 28th. 4 armored divisions were now in the van, 1st and 2nd from 7 Corps, and 4th and 6th from the 8, all hustling down south, with 8 Corps moving along the coast and 7 matching it mile for mile to the east, with both corps operating under an irresistible umbrella of close support aircraft provided by the 9 Tactical Air Command. No army stood in their path, but rather the remnants of divisions that had been thoroughly attrited in the line and were no longer capable of fighting Bewegungskrieg against a first-class enemy. For the record, from the German left, west, to right, east, they included the 243rd Infantry Division, the 91st Division, the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich, 17th SS Panzergrenadier Division, Götz von Berlichingen, and what had been just a few days ago, the Panzer Lehr Division. None of them were fighting by now. While elements of each of these divisions managed from time to time to get in the way of the American advance, they rarely held their ground for more than a few hours at a time. The scene was one of unimaginable operational chaos, with columns of both sides intermingled, often on the same road, both heading south. The spearhead of 8 Corps, Combat Command B of the 4th Armored Division, took Avranches, the coastal bottleneck, on August 1st, having made the 30-mile lunge down from Coutances in a little over a day. The tanks of 7 Corps took the town of Mortain, 20 miles to the east, 2 days later. Broad vistas now beckoned to the Americans. Having turned the corner at Avranches, they could head west and south into Brittany, or east into France proper. Finally, after 55 days of travail and bloodshed, the Allies had broken out of Normandy. While the U.S. Army has been rightly proud of Operation Cobra over the ensuing decades, an objective analysis requires recognition of the British and Canadian roles. Montgomery's seemingly endless series of offensives toward Caen had twisted German defenses into an unbalanced, even distorted shape. Even in failure, Montgomery kept the vast majority of the German panzers away from the Americans. Indeed, the Anglo-Canadians kept attacking up to and during the start of Cobra. The Imperials launched another set of attacks toward Caen on July 18th, Operation Goodwood for the British, Operation Atlantic for the Canadians. Both of these operations failed to break through, but given the immense German armored force in front of them, the failure is not surprising. All these operations made another positive impact, however. They convinced the Wehrmacht command that the Allied Schwerpunkt still lay in the eastern sector of the beachhead, and that the breakout, when it came, would probably be coordinated with a second amphibious landing in the Pas de Calais. Indeed, so consistent was the pressure put on by the Imperials that it is unclear if the German command realized that events like Charnwood, Goodwood, or Atlantic were separate and discrete offensives. They seemed rather to be part of a nonstop fight, further indication that this was the Allies' main effort, and Wehrmacht commanders felt that only their panzer divisions were up to the fight. The Germans had believed this from the beginning of the campaign, and Anglo-Canadian attacks kept them believing it right up until the end. And finally, once Cobra began, the British again came into play with Operation Bluecoat, an assault by 8 and 30 Corps, British Second Army, coming down south of Caumont and protecting the eastern flank of the Cobra advance. German armor heading west to plug the American breakthrough had to turn and face this new threat. Without all of these Imperial operations, an American breakout on the breadth and scale of Operation Cobra is impossible to imagine. Normandy wasn't some sort of inter-allied competition, with points carefully tallied and deducted for each of the allies. It was a military campaign, and analysts must evaluate it holistically, with a cold eye unclouded by bias or special pleading. Mortain. By the first week of August, Cobra was rolling out at top speed. The Americans had shredded the defenses of the German 7th Army beyond hope of recovery. Now their highly mobile formations were heading in two directions at once, driving into Brittany and simultaneously passing around the southern flank of the German forces still facing Montgomery, Panzergruppe West, now renamed 5th Panzer Army. German resistance against the Americans was sporadic at best. Cobra had blown a hole in the German line, and there was, for the foreseeable future, nothing left to plug it. A sensible reaction might have been a phased but rapid retreat to form some sort of defensible position, perhaps the line of the Seine River. But there was no Seine line at the moment, no real defensive construction or fortified bridgeheads. Indeed, even reaching the Seine line was probably impossible given the degraded state of German mobility and communications. The Allies were able to move 24 hours per day, but the Germans only at night, and the results of a full-scale race to the Seine would have been predictable. With the operational situation in tatters, the German High Command decided on a massive counterattack by all available armored reserves. The panzers would head toward Mortain and from there to Avranches and the coast. Operation Lüttich, Liège, was the brainchild of the OKW, a plan drawn up in all its particulars on a map table hundreds of miles behind the lines and then hand-carried to Field Marshal Kluge in the field by General Walter Vollemont of the OKW Operations Section. Its intent was to cut off all of those American divisions already operating in Brittany and south of Avranches, the forces recently grouped into U.S. 3rd Army under General Patton. All available panzer units, Hitler ordered, regardless of their present commitment, are to be taken from other parts of the Normandy front, joined together under one specially qualified panzer operations staff, and sent into a concentrated attack as soon as possible. The plan created a new command, Panzergruppe Eberbach, named for the former commander of 5th Panzer Army, and placed every single panzer division in Normandy under his control. The thrust toward Mortain would smash the crucial hinge of the Allied maneuver, where all three Allied drives originated: the thrust south out of Normandy, another one west into Brittany, and a third east toward Le Mans. Once through, the plan aimed high. After a successful breakthrough of the enemy, the assault forces will wheel to the north and launch a blow into the deep flank and rear of the enemy forces facing the 7th Army in order to collapse the enemy's entire Normandy front. As always, Hitler knew how to invoke the non-material factors that were so appealing to his officer corps. Greatest daring, determination, imagination must give wings to all echelons of command. Each and every man must believe in victory. Cleaning up in rear areas and in Brittany can wait until later. At the very least, Hitler and the OKW believed Lüttich should smash the U.S. 3rd Army, reform the line, and bottle up the Allies back in Normandy. Historians ever since have had a field day criticizing the decision to launch Lüttich, and at times they have even mocked it. The German army once again seemed to be defying reason. If the previous week of combat had proven anything, it was that the Wehrmacht could no longer go steel on steel against the Allies. Nevertheless, anyone with knowledge of the long-term patterns of German military history could well have predicted it. The Allied breakout from Normandy had been a devastating defeat, to be sure, but to German staff officers and commanders, Cobra meant something else. The breakout marked the transition from Stellungskrieg, the attritional and bloody war of position, to Bewegungskrieg, the swirling war of movement, laden with opportunity for those commanders bold enough to take advantage. The entire history of the German army had preferred the latter over the former for a very simple reason. From the commanders on down to the non-commissioned officers and the ordinary Lancer, they all believed they were better at it than the Allies. In fact, better than anyone in the world. Returning to Bewegungskrieg, they recognized, gave free rein to the spirit, allowing human qualities of creativity, invention, and intuition to come to the fore. Material factors receded. Numbers meant little. Genius and willpower could once again dominate. The breakthrough was a fact, wrote one German intelligence officer. The war of movement had begun. As strange as it may seem, the Wehrmacht had the Allies just where it wanted them. After the war, not a single German officer claimed to have been a supporter of Operation Lüttich. Their behavior at the time proved otherwise. Indeed, from Kluge on down, whether harboring doubts or not, they all got on board. Just 2 weeks after the attempt on Hitler's life, Lüttich was a declaration of loyalty to the Führer, and one of the last great acts of will of the Prussian German officer corps. There are limits to what willpower can do, however, and Lüttich was a dismal affair from its start to its rapid close. Prepping it was a nightmare that involved passing 9 panzer divisions laterally behind the German front. The road network couldn't handle the tank traffic. The Luftwaffe failed to cover, and the units rarely arrived where and when they were supposed to. The Luftwaffe once again failed utterly in providing aerial protection to the ground forces, and the entire preparation took place under Allied air observation and attack. Between the need to jump off the road at the first sight of the Yabos and the lack of fuel for the tanks, the divisions hurrying up became snarled in unsolvable traffic jams on the way to the concentration zone. Some of the intended assault units had to fight their way through an American cordon even to get to their assembly points. By the time the process was finished, only 4 panzer divisions, not one of which was anywhere near full strength, were ready to take part in the offensive. What might have been a good local counterstroke if carried out rapidly had wasted a week in preparation and lost any operational meaning it might have had. Indeed, it barely made sense by the time it was launched. With Patton's Third Army already driving rapidly to the east, Lüttich was a case of the Wehrmacht putting its head into an Allied noose. The operational précis was simple enough. Lüttich involved elements of 4 divisions arrayed abreast from north to south. The 116th Panzer, the Greyhound or Windhund Division, 2nd Panzer Division, 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, and 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich. The plan envisioned a first, or breakthrough, echelon consisting of 3 divisions. 116th Panzer on the right flank north of the Seine River Valley attacking toward Chérencé, 2nd Panzer Division in the center breaking through north of Mortain, and Das Reich on the left attacking directly into Mortain itself. Once they had broken the American line, 1st SS Panzer Division would exploit rapidly through the gap to Avranches. But yet another wobble intervened early when the commander of 116th Panzer, General Gerhard Graf von Schwerin, refused to pass on the attack orders from his corps commander, General Hans von Fünck, of the 47 Panzer Corps. As a result, the Windhund Division was out of the action at Mortain for most of August 7th. Despite the problems, Kluge duly launched Lüttich shortly after midnight on August 7th. The attack achieved initial surprise and made moderate progress. The U.S. defense was in the hands of the 30th Infantry Division, General Leland Hobbs, which had recently seen hard fighting at Tessy-sur-Vire. The 30th had only just arrived at Mortain and was still in the process of preparing its defenses, performing basic reconnaissance and settling into its shallow foxholes. With an early morning fog grounding Allied aircraft, SS troopers of Das Reich broke into Mortain, isolating a U.S. infantry battalion, the 2nd of the 120th Infantry Regiment, and capturing the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Eads G. Hardaway, along with his staff. Much of the battalion still held the high ground outside the city, however, and from Hill 314 they had an unobstructed view down onto the roads below. From here, the men of the Lost Battalion of Mortain were able to call down accurate American artillery fire on the advancing Germans. When the fog burned off by noon, the Allied air forces soon got aloft, and 10 squadrons of RAF Typhoons had a very lucrative target laid out for them indeed, wall-to-wall German vehicles on a very narrow front. Today, the claims of Allied airmen to have destroyed 200 German tanks in that one day are no longer sustainable. Indeed, the Germans didn't even have 200 tanks present at Mortain. But air power did drive the panzers from the road, forced them to throw on camouflage netting to escape detection, and was thus instrumental in blunting the force of the German attack. On the ground, individual roadblocks of the 30th Division held fast and fought the German advance to a standstill. By the late afternoon of August 7th, the German command, Funk, Eberbach, and Kluge, realized that the attack was stuck. Their spearheads had advanced less than 5 miles in some sectors, just 1/4 of the way to Mortain. It was clear that they were going no farther after making a local dent, some 5 miles to the north and south of Mortain, but still a full 15 miles from Avranches. Operation Lüttich, the final hope for rescuing the Wehrmacht from failure in Normandy, had failed. In the long annals of German military history, few offensives had misfired as badly as this one had. A planned all-out offensive by 9 panzer divisions had shrunk to a local strike by 4. 4 became 3 when the 116th Panzer Division refused to join in. The number of tanks present in the remaining 3 barely amounted to single full-strength Panzer Division under regular conditions. In the face of American artillery and air superiority, German armor could barely move, the traditional strength of German military forces in the field, and in most places, small American combined arms teams managed to stop them cold. Even when the panzers managed to penetrate American ground defenses, Allied air power was there to harry them. German infantry fought with its usual élan and drive, infiltrating U.S. defenses at will in numerous spots. The Wehrmacht had nowhere near the necessary amount of trained infantry to make much of a difference in the operational situation, however. An operation intended to strike a decisive blow collapsed within 24 hours. Lüttich should have been a professional embarrassment to everyone involved in its planning and execution. But in fact, one reputation came out of the mess unscathed. Count Schwerin of the 116th Panzer Division thought the plan was suicidal from the start. His own division sat on the northern flank of the assault, and with superior American forces bearing down on him from that direction, a drive to the west against Mortain seemed senseless. Schwerin was from the old East Prussian aristocracy, the Junkertum. His family had been around for a long while, serving the Prussian and German armies for over 2 centuries. One distant ancestor, Kurt Christoph Graf von Schwerin, had been Frederick the Great's most brilliant field marshal. At Frederick's first major battle, Mollwitz, in 1744, Kurt Christoph had the temerity to order his monarch to leave the field when he thought that the young man was putting himself in too much danger. In 1944, when Corps Commander Funk accused the current scion of the family, Gerhard Graf, of having cold feet, Schwerin became livid. "I will not stand for any insults to myself or to my division," he swore. He then left his command post without reporting his whereabouts, a traditional gesture of contempt from a bygone era, but one that had become quite unusual in the context of 20th century warfare. Schwerin had complained before about ridiculous orders, and he would do so again. Unlike many of his colleagues, he never wrote his memoirs, and is all but forgotten today. In the annals of the Wehrmacht, he was one of the few officers who could claim to have fought the madness, however, and to have maintained some sense of the old Prussian honor. The Hell of Falaise. Although forward motion had stopped at Mortain, the High Command ordered the panzers to keep hammering away on the same spot in subsequent days. Tenacity, Hartnäckigkeit, and persistence, Beharrlichkeit, were traditional Prussian virtues too, but here the result was not only increased German losses in tanks and equipment, but also a drastic worsening of the overall operational situation. August 8th was perhaps the crucial day in the campaign. First, having mastered the initial German attack at Mortain, General Courtney Hodges' U.S. First Army began to go over to the counterattack. Second, the spearhead of Patton's Third U.S. Army, the 15 Corps of General Wade Hayslip, took Le Mans. The city was the headquarters of German 7th Army, and while Obergruppenführer Hauser and his staff managed to escape, they had to abandon the mountain of supplies of all sorts, including irreplaceable stocks of fuel and ammunition. From Le Mans, Patton's army had a clear shot into the rear of the German armies still defending to the north against the British and Canadians. Elements of Patton's army now made a quick wheel to the north, driving toward Alençon and from there to Argentan. And finally, August 8th was the day that the newly formed Canadian First Army, General H.D.G. Crerar, launched Operation Totalize, a drive straight down the Caen-Falaise road to the south, furnished with all the latest accoutrements of Allied power. 2 tank divisions drawn up abreast in a massive steel phalanx, with over 600 tanks and 720 gun tubes in a battle space just 2,000 yards wide. The Wehrmacht stood on the brink of the precipice. Both German armies from the Normandy campaign, 7th Army and 5th Panzer Army, along with the newly created Panzergruppe Eberbach, were facing converging thrusts from 4 Allied armies. From left to right, pressure from the 1st Canadian, 2nd British, 1st U.S., and 3rd U.S. armies was bending the German front back into a very tight jackknife, with the Allied armies in the center, 2nd British and 1st U.S., applying frontal pressure, and 1st Canadian and 3rd U.S. armies driving in the German flanks. With Patton coming up from Argentan and Crerar coming down to Falaise, only 15 miles would separate the two spearheads. The Allies were on the verge of trapping the entire German force in a fantastic Kessel, an encirclement the size of an army group, a remarkable one-shot destruction of the entire German force in Normandy. From there, who knew? Smooth sailing on to Germany, the collapse of the Wehrmacht, and perhaps the Hitler regime, an end to the war within weeks. The change of battlefield fortunes in the 2 weeks since the start of Operation Cobra was breathtaking, and perhaps some Allied officers were getting a bit giddy. So began the operational sequence that has gone down into the history books as the Battle of the Falaise Pocket. While the Allies enjoyed numerous advantages, operational position, tanks, and absolute dominance in the air, none of their commanders had ever before planned and carried out a land operation so large, so complex, and with so many moving parts. And so it was that things went wrong. The Canadians got halfway to Falaise before Totalize bogged down against the same panzer divisions that had been blocking the way since June 6th. Bradley ordered Hayslip's 15 Corps to halt at Argentan, then sent much of Patton's army off to the east racing for the Seine. His reasons later became controversial, and indeed, Bradley would provide various explanations for his decision. Whatever his reasoning, the 25-mile-wide Argentan-Falaise gap stayed open for a solid week. And finally, the Germans were still in the field and still fighting hard for every inch of ground. Perhaps do-or-die battles for survival and existential crises were the only thing that still motivated the Wehrmacht by this point in the war. For all these reasons, the Allies didn't finally seal off the encirclement until August 19th, and a large number of Germans, perhaps half the 100,000 men originally trapped, managed to slither out from the Allied jaws. And so, Falaise was not a perfect battle. Nevertheless, discussing Falaise in terms of its failure to encircle the Germans fully, to emphasize what did not happen, obscures the enormity of what did happen. The Wehrmacht in the West suffered one of the most complete and destructive defeats in military history. As the Allies tightened their grip on the perimeter and slowly closed the gap in the east, they herded the Germans into a smaller and smaller pocket. By August 18th, all that was left was a rough rectangle 6 miles deep and 7 miles wide, containing a dense concentration of German troops. The U.S. official history lays it out in detail. Inside were the headquarters of the 7th Army, Panzer Group Eberbach, and the 74 and 84 Corps, the 2 Parachute and 47 Panzer Corps, the remnants of 6th Infantry Division still operating as entities, the 84th, 276th, 277th, 326th, 353rd, and 363rd, 1 Parachute Division, the 3rd, 3 Panzer Divisions, the 12th SS, 2nd, and 116th, perhaps 2 more Panzer Divisions, the 1st SS and 10th SS, a number of splinter groups of divisions that had ceased to exist as tactical units and that had been absorbed by other divisions or amalgamated into Kampfgruppen, and a mass of stragglers, service elements, and trains. Moreover, all these units, subunits, and divisional remnants, this horde, lay crammed into the tiniest of cockpits, entirely under the watchful eye and effective fire of Allied artillery and air. The Argentan Falaise Gap was an escape route for some German units, in other words, but a gauntlet of fire and death for many more. For the Germans, fighting at Falaise meant sitting under a 24-hour rain of steel and high explosives on a rolling landscape without much in the way of cover. With Allied fire raking every inch of the Kessel for a solid week, the level of physical destruction was probably unprecedented in this war. The German forces in Normandy collapsed into a heap of twisted wreckage, artillery, heavy weapons, abandoned or destroyed tanks, all forms of equipment, the detritus of defeat. Perhaps the real surprise of this hellish ordeal was that the German units inside the pocket kept their cohesion. Some analysts point to the importance of having all the commanders and staff, up to and including SS Obergruppenführer Hauser of the 7th Army, penned up inside the pocket with their men, courting the same amount of risk and enduring the same suffering. In dire circumstances, leaders have to lead. Hauser himself was seriously wounded in the fighting, shot through the jaw. Even the final closure of the pocket by Canadian II Corps on August 19th didn't end the struggle. Dietrich's 2 SS Panzer Corps launched an immediate relief from Vimoutiers in the east. Working in coordination with a last desperate breakout from inside, it actually worked to reopen communications with the outside world for another day, allowing another few thousand men to get through. General Eugen Meindl, commander of the 2 Fallschirmjäger Corps, was on point here, actually leading small parties of men in the escape near Coude d'Ar, experiencing all the hair-raising moments one might expect. Perhaps the plight reawakened tactical skills learned decades ago and presumably lost, an eye for ground, personal leadership, the thrill of the hunt or being hunted. The last few hundred meters were always the worst, especially trying to get across the Dives River, barring the escape route to the east. Crossing the Dives was a kind of final purgatory, a picturesque sylvan stream now made gruesome with the dead bodies of men and horses. Conclusion: Suicide. Field Marshal Kluge was perhaps the most interesting commander in the entire Wehrmacht. He was willing to take bribes from Hitler, huge sums of money that bound him inextricably to the regime, and yet he also tolerated officers on the staff of Army Group Center who openly discussed killing the Führer. Once he knew that the July 20th plot failed, he had the plotters in Paris arrested, but admitted he would have supported the coup if only the swine had died. He was clearly not a Manichaean man, one who lives in a moral world of clear-cut choices, black and white, good and evil. Hitler brought Kluge on board as Oberwest in July because the Führer wanted a commander who would carry out orders without the constant static provided by Field Marshals Rundstedt and Rommel. Kluge had done just that, following directives from the High Command that made little sense at the time, and that haven't gotten any better with the passing of the decades. Hitler trusted him enough to make him simultaneous commander of Army Group B after Rommel's injury. He obeyed Hitler's refusal to withdraw on any sector of the Normandy line. He ordered no retreats, even during Cobra. And then he planned and led the abortive, even ridiculous, Operation Lüttich, the counterattack at Mortain. Even when the operation failed to make any headway on day one, Kluge ordered it to continue the next day. He did the same the day after that and more for a solid week, launching a drive on Avranches that had no chance at all of getting there. Even as U.S. armored divisions were looping around the open southern flank of German 7th Army toward Le Mans, then wheeling north toward Alençon and Argentan, Kluge continued to do the Führer's bidding faithfully at Mortain, a course of action that led directly to the catastrophe at Falaise. Kluge had committed his share of mistakes, even crimes. On August 15th, for once, he doesn't appear to have done anything wrong. He summoned his ground commanders, Hausser, Eberbach, Dietrich, and Funk, to a senior generals' conference at the headquarters of 5th Panzer Army, Nécy, which lay 8 miles south of Falaise. It was time to talk, certainly. All the German field commanders could see a simple defeat rapidly transforming into a catastrophe. Kluge's subordinates dutifully reported, but the field marshal was nowhere to be seen. After 3 hours of waiting, the meeting broke up and the generals returned to their commands. En route to Nécy in his staff car, Kluge had come under Jabo attack and narrowly escaped death. By the time he arrived late that evening, there was no one to be found. The attack had smashed his mobile signal unit, and for a time the German supreme commander in the West was out of communications, not only with his own headquarters, but also with the higher command echelons. Jodl repeatedly called Army Group B headquarters and asked Kluge's chief of staff, General Hans Speidel, if something had gone wrong, if perhaps Kluge had gone over to the enemy, zum Feind gefahren. That same day, Hitler dismissed Kluge from his post in favor of the great repairman, the one commander who seemed able to master these hopeless causes and reform a front, Field Marshal Walter Model. Kluge first heard the news when Model arrived at Army Group B headquarters at La Roche-Guyon. Model handed him a personal letter from Hitler explaining the reasons for the switch. Kluge seemed tired, Hitler noted, worn down by the strain of command, no longer up to the task. The letter ended with a terse directive. Kluge was to report where he intended to be in Germany. The field marshal interpreted the note correctly to mean that he was under suspicion. As he pulled away on August 19th from La Roche-Guyon, the command post from which he had led his armies to their doom, artillery from the U.S. First Army was already beginning to shell the place. "I won't survive this," he muttered, "being taken away from my troops and leaving them to their fate." The future opened to him with awful certainty. He was going to be the scapegoat for the loss of the West. During a rest stop somewhere between Metz and Verdun, the field marshal swallowed a cyanide capsule and killed himself. In the years after 1945, historians often discussed the tragedy, tragique, of the German officer corps. Torn between their oath to the Führer, their responsibility to the soldiers under their command, and their love of the fatherland, German officers bravely soldiered on, fighting a good fight, and even winning the admiration of their enemies. Today, a mountain of historical evidence has shredded this image beyond repair. Responsibility to their soldiers? The acquiescence of the officer corps in senseless operational orders sent millions of soldiers to their death in a war long since lost. Love for the fatherland? Germany would emerge from the war shattered, occupied, and dismembered, with the horrors of the Shoah having besmirched its reputation as a civilized country, perhaps for all time. Consider Kluge. Before his suicide, the disgraced field marshal sent Hitler a letter. The sections of it most often quoted were those that called on the Führer to make peace. The struggle had become hopeless, Kluge declared. If your new weapons don't succeed, especially in the air, you must end the war. He invoked the unspeakable suffering of the German people and urged Hitler to make an end to this horror. Less well known is the closing paragraph, Kluge's last words, in a sense, "I take leave of you, my Führer, inwardly closer to you, perhaps, than you have ever suspected, in the knowledge that I have done my duty to the utmost. Heil, mein Führer." In the end, of their three competing allegiances, Führer, soldier, country, virtually all of the officer corps made the same choice: loyalty to Hitler. And that was a tragedy. 6. On the Run, the East. Introduction, a lucid moment. The irrationality of Hitler's war has become proverbial. Obsessive hatreds, unlimited aims, a world of enemies, a recipe for disaster. Yet, on occasion, even Hitler could have a lucid moment. Wolfschanze, July 31st, 1944, near midnight. The leader was in a thoughtful mood, meditative almost. A great many things had happened to him lately, all of them bad. The Allied landing in Normandy, the collapse of Army Group Center in the east, the Allied breakout at Avranches, and the bomb. Maybe it took a bomb to get the leader's full attention, to lift him out of his fantasies and put him back in the moment. Hitler opened the meeting with his customary monologue, surveying the strategic and operational situation on all fronts. "Jodl, when I think about our great cares today, the first is the stabilization of the Eastern Front. We really can't do much more than that right now, and I ask myself, viewing the overall situation, is it really such a bad thing that we are being pressed together so tightly? There aren't only disadvantages, but advantages." Jodl hadn't heard this line of reasoning before. The tone was quiet, even moderate, the substance sensible. Talk about contraction, about retreat or surrender of territory, was quite rare in the Wolfschanze. "If we can hold on to the area that we currently occupy, it is an area that can sustain us, and we will no longer have these gigantic rear areas. Of course, we must be able to supply the combat groups," he stumbled for a moment, "the combat troops with the same amount we spent in the rear areas. Then we'll really have a force." Jodl nodded. It seemed reasonable enough. A smaller front, fewer troops on occupation duties, fewer partisans. Wasting fewer resources on occupation meant more for fighting. The narrowing of space isn't always a disadvantage as such, but can be a benefit. But only under one condition, that we really put what we have developed or consumed in this huge area into the fight. On to the situation in France. More sensible talk, reasonable and clear. We have to admit it and keep it in mind at all times. Under the current conditions, it's just not possible to conduct an operation in France, a so-called open field battle. We cannot do that. We are only able to move some of our formations, and even those only in a limited way. The others can't move at all, and not only because we lack air superiority, but because the formations, as such, cannot move. They aren't suited to the conduct of mobile operations, either in their armaments or equipment. They can't do it. They don't know how. And that, too, was true enough. They all knew it. Their static divisions in France had no business fighting an enemy as well equipped as the Western Allies. He went on. We can't count our total strength in France solely on the number of divisions that we theoretically have there, but only based on the limited number of formations that are actually able to maneuver, and that's only a very small portion. If the territory wasn't so important, we'd have to evacuate the coast, draw the mobile formations into a defensive position, and defend it stubbornly. But one thing is sure, I only have a certain amount of forces, and they scarcely suffice to defend even this tiny front. Jodl had just seen the situation map out of France, the Allied breakthrough in Normandy. He nodded in agreement before Hitler went on. We have to realize that a turning point can come in France only if we succeed, even for a short time, in re-establishing our superiority in the air. If we could immediately pump in 800 fighters to give us a total of 2,000, we'd overcome this entire crisis. There certainly were moments of the old Führer during this meeting, anger against his generals and the blood poisoning infecting the war effort. The plot to kill him had laid bare the entire situation. "How does the enemy learn what we are thinking?" the Führer asked. "How does he counter so many of our moves? Why does he always react so quickly?" Now they knew. This damned little clique, he called them, wreckers and traitors. They were all in a stand-or-fall fight to the death, a Hünenkampf, and the generals, these lowest creatures in history to wear the soldier's uniform, had been more interested in treason than winning the war. But the rant soon died down, and at any rate was probably excusable, given what he had just been through. His thoughts turned to foreign policy, the Finns, Turkey, Romania, the Balkans, the attitude of Bulgaria, operations in Italy, the advisability of holding the Apennine position as opposed to falling back to the Po River. And then back to the army. He needed younger, more energetic officers. How tired he was of hearing, "Mein Führer, we can't do that," from his senior commanders. Good officers were out there, proving themselves in the field every day. "By God, we'll go out there and promote them. I'll do it in a second. It's all the same to me. If Napoleon could become first consul at 27, I see no reason a 30-year-old can't become a general or lieutenant general. It's ridiculous. We're conducting a revolutionary war." The conversation drifted to his health, not good of late, and the attempted assassination had only made it worse. "I can stand up and speak for a certain length of time, but then I suddenly have to sit down again. I couldn't trust myself to speak to 10,000 people today. I might suddenly get dizzy and collapse." He did note, however, that the tremors in his left leg, so severe that they kept him awake at night, had vanished. Apparently the shock of the explosion had done him some good. "Still, I'm not sure," he concluded wryly, "that I would say it's the best remedy." After the war, the military and political elite of the Third Reich wrote memoirs that labeled Hitler insane. In point of fact, rational discussion of wartime strategy took place in the Führer headquarters all through the war. The strategy was faulty, certainly, and Hitler's epiphanies in July 1944 were showing up awfully late in the game. Labeling him insane does an injustice to the war, however, belittling the threat that his movement posed to the world and diminishing the difficulty of the hard struggle to destroy him. The Führer was many things: a criminal, a hater, a murderer, but he certainly wasn't insane. He also wasn't alone in running the war. Every step of the way, he had trained professional officers at his side, weighing options, making plans, aiding and abetting. Officers who listened raptly to his every word during wartime, and who immediately afterward tarred him a madman. Model's War, to the Vilnius Pocket. In that July 31st Lagebesprechung, Hitler had expressed his hopes that occupying a smaller area of Europe might actually work to the good of the German war effort. He was about to get a chance to test that hypothesis. The war was in the endgame. In 1939 to 1941, the Wehrmacht was on the march. In 1942 to 1943, it was on the edge. Now, in 1944, it was on the run. Hitler and the High Command responded to the collapse of Army Group Center, a disaster almost entirely of their own making, by firing the generals. With the onset of catastrophe in Byelorussia, Hitler dismissed Field Marshal Ernst Busch, perhaps the most loyal field commander he had. Busch had carried out absurd commands that he knew were wrong and refused to do things that he knew were right, anything to curry Hitler's favor. But it hadn't saved his job. Also out was General Hans Jorden, commander of the Ninth Army. Jorden's offense was his uncertain handling of the 20th Panzer Division in response to the initial Soviet attack, although he was no clumsier in command than any other officer in Byelorussia that summer. General Nikolaus von Fohlmann, a Panzer Division commander during the Great Retreat to the Dnieper River in 1943, and commander of 47 Panzer Corps during the relief attempt into the Korsun Pocket, took over Ninth Army, more a ragged band at this point than a robust field army. The new commander of Army Group Center was Field Marshal Walter Model. Model was a dislikable character with a foul temper and an acerbic tongue, but he was also possessed of genuine operational skill. Born in 1894 to a non-military middle-class family, he fought as a lieutenant in World War I, took a bullet to the shoulder, and won the Iron Cross First Class. Model held a variety of staff and field assignments in the interwar era, and commanded 3rd Panzer Division in the 1940 campaign in France. He won his reputation on the Eastern Front, however, taking command of the Ninth Army in the midst of the furious Soviet winter counteroffensive of 1941 to 1942. He managed to hold his ground in the absurdly narrow Rzhev salient, while all around him other German armies were reeling back or dissolving. He defeated all Soviet attempts to overrun the salient in 1942, and then in early 1943 he withdrew Ninth Army from the pocket in careful stages. This so-called Buffalo Maneuver was a model operation of its type, shortening the front by over 200 miles and freeing up over 20 divisions for use elsewhere on the front. After the failure of the German offensive at Kursk in July 1943, he had to do much the same sort of thing again, this time extricating Ninth Army from the Orel salient in August 1943, in the face of the great Soviet counteroffensive known as Operation Kutuzov. In personal terms, he was ruthless, to his own officers and men, to the enemy, and to Soviet civilians unfortunate enough to be caught in his zone of operations. During Ninth Army's retreat in the summer of 1943, he famously evacuated the entire civilian population of the Orel district, hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children, with horrendous loss of life. Even Hitler never seemed entirely comfortable around Model. "I trust that man to make it happen," Hitler once declared, "but I wouldn't want to serve under him." Model could, within bounds, disagree sharply with Hitler, talk back rudely, even hang up the phone on occasion. "Who commands the Ninth Army, mein Führer, you or I?" he had once asked at a time when Hitler was offering a few too many operational suggestions. Model's most important attribute had little to do with any sort of particular military genius or strength of will, however. Rather, the main factor that propelled him into command was that he was loyal to the core, and that Hitler trusted him. The Führer even agreed to let Model keep command of Army Group North Ukraine while taking on Army Group Center, exercising command of the former through his deputy, General Josef Harpe. The decision invested the field marshal with an authority enjoyed by no other German officer on any front in this war. Model had succeeded where luminaries such as Guderian, Rommel, and Manstein had failed, becoming the new warlord from the Dniester to the Dvina. As such, he could shuttle the panzer and mechanized divisions around and within his immense area of responsibility without wounding the prerogatives of neighboring army group commanders, and usually without any resistance from Hitler. These were the same divisions that he had claimed for himself in the run-up to Bagration, when he was as certain as the High Command that the attack would come against Army Group North Ukraine. Indeed, his constant demand for more divisions back in the spring, demands to which Hitler invariably acquiesced, had been one of the key factors that transformed Army Group Center from a fighting force into an empty shell before the Soviet offensive, and thus one of the reasons for the disaster. As an operator, Model wasn't much for intricate maneuver, and had no record at all of offensive success. Perhaps the timing of his ascent to Army and Army Group Command was simply wrong. It is hard to imagine anyone, including Alexander the Great or Napoleon, leading the Wehrmacht to victory on the Eastern Front in 1944 to 1945. But perhaps it was also his temperament for order and discipline. His preference was always to hold a cohesive front line, no matter how weak it might be in spots, to fortify it strongly with multiple fallback positions, and to form a reserve by ruthlessly combing out rear area manpower. Once a Soviet attack had revealed its intentions, Model plugged the holes with an immediate counterattack, no matter how small, against the flanks of the penetration. These were rapid attacks, more like raids. Get in, do the job, then break contact. They had an impact, however. The 5th Panzer Division, for example, managed to destroy 486 Soviet tanks in just about a month of fighting. Since his art of war lacked a true offensive component, it could not be a recipe for victory, but it could at least ward off catastrophe. Above all, Model was able to avoid any new encirclements for the rest of the summer, and that was no small operational feat. Whether it ranks among the greatest performances by German commanders during World War II, as one respected analyst called it, is open to question. The Soviets helped by withdrawing their armor from the front and carrying out a broad front advance with their infantry formations in the van, and even Model had taken note of a certain operational pause in the enemy's approach. Indeed, Model's appointment changed little in the short term. Massive Soviet forces were on the move in full stride. The German operational reserve that might have stopped them was still south of the Pripyat marshes and was coming up slowly, one division at a time. The strategic reserve was in France, slowly dissolving in the course of an attritional Stellungskrieg. Moreover, Stage 3 of the Bagration operational sequence was about to begin. The Soviets had new operational targets in their sights. The city of Moedechno, 50 miles northwest of Minsk, and Baranovichi, 90 miles southwest. Both were critical transportation nodes on the rail lines to Minsk, and their possession was absolutely necessary if the Soviets intended to supply heavy forces beyond them to the west. Moreover, each of the cities dominated critical terrain gaps, the relatively open ground passing north and south of the nearly impassable Naliboki Pushka, the primeval wild forest of northwestern Byelorussia. In operational terms, Moedechno opened the way to Vilnius, Kaunas, and the Baltic states, Baranovichi to Bialystok, Brest, and Warsaw. For the Germans, the two locales were the final bottleneck, one last chance to slow down the Red Army before it broke into the North German plain. And once again, the chances of holding either Moedechno or Baranovichi were near zero. The Wehrmacht was still fighting a war of regiments and battalions against armies, as the General Staff described it at the time. The defenders of Moedechno were a motley collection, remnants of the hard-hit 5th Panzer Division and 2,000 stragglers stumbling in from the Minsk encirclement and placed under the command of 6 Corps headquarters. Reinforcements in the form of 7th Panzer Division and 170th Infantry Division were on the way, but not there yet. Moedechno fell to the 5th Guards Tank Army on July 5th. Soviet forces barely paused before pressing on, crossing the Lithuanian border and encircling a German force in Vilnius on July 8th, the latest town to be named a Festeplatz. Model did manage to form a more robust defensive concentration in front of Baranovichi, including the newly formed 4th Panzer and 28th Jaeger divisions, along with remnants of 12th Panzer Division. The Soviets countered in force with 3 armies from 1st Belarusian Front, the 28th, 48th, and 65th, along with one mechanized corps and General I.A. Pliev's cavalry mechanized group. Baranovichi fell on July 8th. The Red Army was through the Belarusian bottlenecks, and grand vistas beckoned. The Baltic states to the north, Poland to the southwest, and between them the German province of East Prussia. The case of Vilnius is illustrative of the fault lines between the professional operators on the general staff and Hitler's more rigid conception. Hitler declared it a stronghold, with absolutely no advance preparation. While his staff was recommending abandonment of the city, Hitler was still ordering troops and commanders into it. Indeed, at the very moment that the Soviets were closing the ring, the 2nd Battalion of the 16th Fallschirmjäger Regiment was landing at the Vilnius airport. A mobile Kampfgruppe sent toward the city under Lieutenant Colonel Theodor Tolsdorf, a legendary fighter who would survive no fewer than 14 wounds in the course of the war, ran into heavy opposition and went into a kessel of its own near Lentvaris, 6 miles west of the city. The commandant of the fortress, Luftwaffe General Rainer Stahel, was the last to arrive, flown in only after the completion of the encirclement. His 4,000-man force had few heavy weapons or artillery and no air cover at all, and no sooner had he arrived than he requested permission to lead a breakout from the Vilnius trap. Hitler at first refused outright. "The nerve of him to send me a radio message like this! I didn't send General Stahel to Vilnius so he could make a request to break out. He is supposed to hold the city or perish with it. The same thing we demand from any ship's captain. This is cowardice. It's ridiculous. The gentleman has his duty to do. Radio him that." Perhaps it was the depth of the disaster taking place all around them, or a renewed determination on the part of Hitler's professional advisers to push their ideas, or simply one of the Führer's passing moods, but Vilnius turned out differently from the disasters of Vitebsk and Bobrusk. General Huizinga posed the question to him not as one of victory or defeat, or of holding versus retreating. The men would almost certainly die, he told Hitler, no matter what the Führer decided, but at least give these men a chance. It's easier to die if you hold your own fate in your hand. It's easier to die in an attack than in a hopeless defense. Give these men hope, and if it can't be avoided, at least make their deaths easier. Still irritated, Hitler grumbled, "Do what you want. You won't save a single life," but gave in and agreed to the breakout attempt. General Reinhardt, commander of 3rd Panzer Army, swiftly assembled a relief column from the 6th Panzer Division and a battalion of Mark V Panther tanks. The Vilnius garrison began the breakout the night of July 12th to 13th, heading west. The relief column left Kaunas the next morning, driving east, and the two linked up near Lentvaris, where the Tolsdorf Kampfgruppe was still holding its all-around lager. The breakout saved 3,000 men from the original Vilnius garrison, a demonstration of what might have taken place in the other encircled towns, and one of the few definite successes of the entire sorry sequence of Bagration. The smashing of Army Group North Ukraine. To the Brody pocket. As always, however, a local success by the Wehrmacht usually meant a big hole somewhere else in the front. The next sector of the German front to feel the Soviet lash belonged to Army Group North Ukraine, currently defending in eastern Galicia. The German High Command had been expecting an offensive in the sector of Army Group North Ukraine for months. Indeed, they had placed most of the available mechanized forces in the sector to meet such an offensive, one of the factors that had so fatally weakened Army Group Center. Now, with German attention riveted to the disaster unfolding in front of Minsk, the Red Army uncorked yet another of the grand operational blows that characterized the final year of the war. Involving two Soviet fronts with heavy support from artillery, armor, and air, the Lvov-Sandomierz operation was, in scale, practically equal to Operation Bagration, and the results were nearly as predictable. The Red Army's pre-war doctrine of consecutive operations, irresistible hammer blows, one after the other, directed against carefully selected portions of the enemy's defenses, had now come to full fruition. As always, the Soviet force was massive. Marshal I.S. Konyev's First Ukrainian Front stood in the south opposite Lvov with no fewer than 10 armies, 7 infantry armies and 3 tank armies, along with a pair of cavalry mechanized groups. To Konyev's north stood the left wing of Marshal Rokossovsky's First Belarusian Front, opposite Helm and Lublin. Rokossovsky had 5 Soviet armies, including 4 infantry armies and a tank army, along with the small 4-division 1st Polish Army. Rokossovsky's right wing had played the key role in dismantling German 9th Army at Bobruisk in Operation Bagration, and even now it was supervising an advance far to the west, harrying German 2nd Army in front of it. Conducting a second simultaneous offensive was no easy matter, especially considering that Rokossovsky had half of his front to the north of the Pripyat marshes and half to the south. Indeed, Rokossovsky may have been one of the few commanders in the war on either side who could have handled this operational assignment. The targets of this immense concentration of force were 2 main component armies of Army Group North Ukraine, 4th Panzer Army in the north under General Walter Nering, and 1st Panzer Army to the south under General Erhard Raus, facing more or less due east with the Allied 1st Hungarian Army guarding the southern flank. 2 German panzer armies might conjure up a powerful force indeed, but they were nowhere near the strength they had been just a month ago. The Army Group had already surrendered 6 panzer divisions and 3 infantry divisions to stanch the bleeding in Byelorussia and in Normandy. Replacements hadn't kept pace, with the OKH ordering 3 untested infantry divisions to the sector, 88th Infantry Division, 28th Jaeger Division, and 14th SS Volunteer Division Galicienne, Galicia. But they were still being acclimatized to the front in early July. As a result, Army Group North Ukraine was a standard model for the 1944 Wehrmacht, a linear formation of weakened infantry divisions arrayed abreast across far too broad a front and backstopped by an inadequate mechanized reserve. A force of 34 divisions, 8 of them Hungarian, on a 450-kilometer front, 5 weakened panzer divisions, 1 of them Hungarian, in reserve, a faux fortified line, Prinz Eugen Stellung, with neither the equipment nor the men to defend it, probably 450 serviceable tanks facing Konyev's 2,200 and Rokossovsky's 1,700, business as usual on the Eastern Front. The weakened state of Army Group North Ukraine, in fact, had already led Model to request a pair of limited tactical withdrawals by 4th Panzer Army. The first was a pullback from the Kovel Bulge, the scene of so much hard fighting back in the spring. The adjustment created a new, shorter line 15 miles west of the city, and thus freed up a division or two for the upcoming fight. Tactical retreats were usually non-starters for Hitler, but he trusted Model implicitly and approved the field marshal's request. More important, giving up Kovel meant abandoning Hitler's original plan to declare the town a Festerplatz, another accommodation on the Führer's part. Model was obsessed with avoiding the sort of pre-programmed encirclements that had eviscerated the Wehrmacht at Vitebsk and Bobruisk in June. Model's second request was for a minor withdrawal to flatten out a small bulge in 4th Panzer Army's line on its right near Torchin, and Hitler acceded to that one too. Not that any of it helped. The offensive to dismantle Army Group North Ukraine took place in successive stages, much like the successful sequencing of Operation Bagration. Konev's turn came first. The Marshal envisioned an offensive thrust by his 1st Ukrainian Front, moving forward simultaneously on two axes, one in the north toward Rava-Russkaya and one in the south toward Lvov. Stalin was congenitally suspicious of any overly complex or precious operational scheme, and he had raised objections to Konev's plan during the planning phase. One big thrust would be better, he insisted, and he agreed to Konev's plan. "You are a very stubborn fellow. Very well. Go ahead with your plan and put it into operation on your own responsibility." The scene was an almost note-by-note replay of the argument Stalin had with Rokossovsky over the Bagration plan back in May 1944, and Stalin had given in on that one too. Operational success had bred a more confident Soviet officer corps. The marshals were more and more willing to take on the boss, and Stalin tended to defer to them. The exact opposite of the relational arc between Hitler and his generals. The thrust in the north came first, aiming to break through the right wing of the German 4th Panzer Army and head for Rava-Russkaya. Originally intending to attack on July 14th, Konev moved the schedule up a day when his reconnaissance picked up on 4th Panzer Army's limited withdrawals. The combination of a Soviet force still hustling up to the front and a German force in the midst of a withdrawal raised the chaos level a notch for both sides. Konev had always been a bit of a bludgeoner, and perhaps being in command of so much combat power sharpened the tendency. The initial attacks by 3rd Guards and 13th Army went in hastily without artillery preparation and found German frontline positions unmanned. Konev, fearing that the Germans were in the midst of withdrawing into the Prinz Eugen Stellung, now decided to rush the position. Even before achieving a clean breakthrough, he inserted a second echelon consisting of several infantry corps into the fight. The result was unimaginable congestion and heavy casualties, and a grinding advance of 12 miles in 3 days as the Soviets chewed through the German defenses. The commander of 4th Panzer Army, General Nering, fought to restore the situation by inserting the reserve 16th and 17th Panzer Divisions into the fray on July 14th. They fought with their usual verve, but they were little more than armored battle groups by now, and at any rate, hasty attacks from the march by individual panzer divisions no longer sufficed to stop offensive thrusts by multiple Soviet armies. Soviet forces continued their inexorable assault. The panzers suffered heavy losses and had to yield, and by the end of Day 3, Konev's assault forces had broken through near Gorochow. He now inserted his third exploitation echelon, the 1st Tank Army under General M.E. Katukov, directing it first due west toward Rava-Ruskaya, then wheeling it south to come down on Lvov from the north and northwest. Konev met equally hard-fought success with a second thrust on July 15th, this one by his Lvov grouping in the south, coming up against the left wing of 1st Panzer Army. The attack here met a fully deployed German resistance, and the fighting was even harder and bloodier than it had been to the north. Once again, Soviet assault forces made initial inroads. The Germans struck back with their understrength panzer divisions, the 1st and the 8th, and the Soviets warded them off only after intense fighting on the morning of July 16th. The Red Air Force made itself felt on this sector of the front, with attacks by fighter bombers slowing down the German counterattacks enough so that the Soviet artillery could zero in. Konev could see German resistance weakening and now made the key decision to insert his 3rd Guards Tank Army, General P.S. Rybalko, into the very narrow penetration he had made in the German lines near the village of Koltuv. By evening, Rybalko's tankers were fighting their way through the absurdly narrow Koltuv corridor in what at times amounted to single-file order. This was no way to achieve a decisive breakthrough, and Konev decided to insert a 2nd Tank Army, General D.D. Lelyushenko's 4th Tank Army, into the defile. In heavy fighting on July 17th, this monstrous array of tank forces, led by 2 of the fiercest armored commanders in the Soviet Army, squashed the German defenders in the corridor, broke free, and then lunged far to the west, lapping around the city of Lvov from the south. 2 widely separated Soviet pincers turning inward almost always meant one thing: a German force being trapped between them. The unlucky number this time belonged to the German 13 Corps of General Arthur Haufe, with 1st Tank Army coming down from Gorochow and 3rd Guards and 4th Tank Armies coming up from the Koltuv corridor. It was clear that 13 Corps was in danger of being encircled. But a sense of urgency seemed lacking in the Corps command staff. Haufe received no orders to withdraw and took no initiative on his own to prevent disaster. He had spent much of the war in administrative posts, most notably as chief of the German military mission to Romania from 1941 to 1943, and perhaps he was simply out of his depth in an operational assignment on this scale. Not until July 18th did orders arrive for 13 Corps to withdraw behind the relative safety of the Bukh River, and by then it was too late. The Soviet pincers had already linked up at the village of Busk, encircling Haufe's entire command near Zwochów, southwest of Brody. Yet another German corps was in the Kessel. 454th Security Division, 361st Infantry Division, Provisional Corps C, a division-sized formation containing the remnants of 3 fought-out divisions, each of roughly regimental strength, 349th Infantry Division, and 14th SS Volunteer Division Galizien. Withdrawal was now out of the question. It was time to break out. By now, this was a story that ran according to a very familiar script. The Soviets were coming down hard from the north and east, and a morass of swampy bottomland lay to the west. Haufe had just one direction available, therefore, due south. Here lay 48 Panzer Corps under General Hermann Balck, one of the most redoubtable commanders in the German army. While the counterattacks by German 1st and 8th Panzer Divisions in the opening days of the Soviet offensive had been stillborn, if any opening existed at all to launch a relief attack, Balck was the man to find it. Haufe duly arrayed his forces for the drive south. Provisional Corps C was in the spearhead, reinforced by the 249th Assault Gun Brigade. The 349th Infantry Division deployed to its left, ordered to seize the high ground of Hill 334 and protect Provisional Corps C's flank. The remaining three divisions formed a semicircle protecting the northern face of the Kessel and waited for their summons to join the rush to freedom. In between them were all the typical impedimenta, supply wagons, trains, artillery, and of course, the most tragic figures of all, the thousands of wounded who were almost certainly doomed to die one way or the other. Nothing went smoothly for 13 Corps, neither in the planning nor in the execution of the breakout. On the morning of July 19th, the Corps Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Kurt von Hammerstein, gathered the regimental commanders and issued march orders. While speed was of the essence, once again we see no particular sense of urgency. H hour wouldn't be until 3:30 a.m. the next morning. Forming up the assault columns took longer than expected. Every movement took place under Soviet artillery and rocket fire, not to mention near-constant attack from low-flying Soviet Mosquito bombers, and the Corps took steady losses all day while being herded into a smaller and smaller perimeter. With 5 major formations and 65,000 men occupying a rough square 5 miles on a side, traffic jams and sheer confusion were present in abundance, and the indescribable state of the muddy roads only made it worse. Finally, intelligence was not so much insufficient as it was completely wrong. Colonel Hammerstein had checked off 3 boxes in his command briefing. There were no formed Soviet units to the south, just light security forces. 48 Corps was holding a solid front to the south and waiting to open its lines to receive 13 Corps, and 1st and 8th Panzer Divisions had already begun another relief drive toward the pocket and were making good progress. Not one of these statements was true, however, and to this day it is impossible to say what he was thinking or what his commander, General Haufe, had told him. Haufe was in constant touch by telephone with 1st Panzer Army headquarters, and he certainly knew the truth of 13 Corps' predicament, but once again, he doesn't seem to have shared it with anyone. For all these reasons, the breakout didn't begin until well after 5:00 a.m. just before dawn. Although the breakout surprised the Soviets initially, a constant feature of the Kesselschlacht, since no force can efficiently patrol the circumference of a circle from the outside, they recovered by early afternoon. German supply troops had not waited for the breakout to begin the dash to freedom, as the plan had specified, but had set out immediately after Provisional Corps C, when it was already broad daylight. The dense truck and wagon columns broadcast the direction of the German breakout, and the Soviets' response was swift. Blocking forces in front, constant harassment of the southbound columns from both flanks, and unceasing air and artillery bombardment of the breakout site and the mass of men still milling around inside the pocket waiting to depart. A running back-and-forth battle developed for Hill 334, which changed hands several times. The initial thrust made perhaps 5 miles before getting stuck, but it was another 6 miles to safety, and that was 6 miles too far under the conditions. The panzer divisions had launched another relief attack as advertised, but they simply vanished in a sea of Soviet tanks prowling south of the pocket. Indeed, one German battalion, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Panzer Grenadier Regiment, 8th Panzer Division, wound up encircled by Soviet tanks. The battalion fought to its death over the next 5 days in its own miniature Kessel. A breakout from an encirclement begins as a military operation, but it soon transforms into sheer human drama. As always, command and control became the first victim. The Corps radio net broke down, and so did the bonds of discipline. Each soldier began to make his own decisions about life or death, obedience or disobedience, and all the while the surge of humanity streamed south. The Catholic chaplain of the 454th Division, a Father Bader, later remembered encountering General Haufe and finding him a broken reed. "Their superiority is too great," Haufe moaned. "It's not worth it. We can't have the men slaughtered needlessly. Perhaps we'll wait till night. The situation is hopeless." Beda still shuddered years later after returning from Soviet captivity. There was no more command authority in the pocket. The Stalin organs, Katyusha rockets, hammered the tightly packed troops without pause. Low-flying Russian aircraft bombarded the jammed vehicles ceaselessly. Russian guns and mortars surrounded the Kessel and blazed away with all tubes at a fullness of targets. The enemy stormed one German battery after the other, finished off one company after the other. Burning vehicles were everywhere, exploding fuel tanks, wounded and dying men moaning. In that final spasm of death and destruction, the Kessel, Beta wrote, was as terrifying as the end of the world. By July 22nd, it was all over. The German divisions in the pocket and in the breakout attempt to the south had disintegrated, and the surrenders began. The 13 Corps was an infantry formation heavy on manpower and extremely light on weapons, equipment, and armored vehicles. Those facts account for the speed with which the Soviets were able to chop up the Kessel and for the extremely heavy toll in lives. Of the 65,000 men packed into the Brody pocket, 20,000 were killed or wounded, and at least 40,000 went into Soviet captivity. The Soviets spoke of 30,000 killed and 17,000 captured. Miraculously, some 5,000 German soldiers managed to break out of the ring, filtering through Soviet lines to the south and rejoining the lines of 48 Panzer Corps. The casualties and prisoners included virtually the entire command staff. The Corps Chief of Staff, Colonel Hammerstein, killed while leading a battalion in a last desperate assault. The commander of the 361st Division, wounded, then captured, and the commanders of the 183rd and 217th Divisions, missing. General Haufe suffered a curious fate. The Soviets took him prisoner, but as his guards were frog-marching him off into captivity, he stepped on a mine and was blown apart. To Warsaw, Rokossowski's attack. The catastrophe at Brody opened the door to Galicia to Koniev's First Ukrainian Front. With the main road, the Rollbahn, the Germans called it, now open to the west, the Soviets took Lvov on July 23rd and lunged another 60 miles to Przemysl the next day, effectively overrunning eastern Galicia in a single day. Under immense Soviet pressure, German 1st Panzer Army had to break contact all along the line and execute a hurried withdrawal to escape destruction. The army commander, General Rauss, envisioned a swing-back maneuver, Zurückschwenkung, holding firm on his relatively untouched southern or right flank and drawing back his left and center, where the Soviets had done most of their damage. The maneuver was easier said than done, however. For the Germans, one river crossing followed the other. From the Stripa across the Zolota Lipa, then the Nila Lipa, and finally the Dniester, with the Soviets nipping at their heels the whole time. For the bruised northern wing, Rauss's plan meant disengaging from contact, forming rear guards, and moving at speed through a deeply rural, forested region with an underdeveloped road and communications net. The final lunge to the south saw 48 Panzer Corps carry out a 27-mile forced march to catch up to the rest of the army and not be caught in isolation. Nevertheless, under Rauss's able leadership and that of his corps commanders, all 5 corps of 1st Panzer Army wheeled back to the left and eventually reformed a cohesive 100-mile line behind the Dniester. The new position ran northwest to southeast, from Sambor on the left to Stanislav, modern Ivano-Frankivsk, on the right, facing a parallel Soviet line from Sandomierz in the northwest to Halich in the southeast, hence the Soviet designation for Konev's great offensive, the Lvov-Sandomierz operation. In extricating itself, however, 1st Panzer Army had opened up a vast gulf with its neighbor to the north, 4th Panzer Army. Under the grip of the iron logic that ruled behavior on the Eastern Front, no one was going to be closing that gap anytime soon. On July 18th, 5 days into Konev's offensive, the Soviets launched yet another offensive, this time by the left wing of Rokossovsky's 1st Belarusian Front. The target was the other German formation of Army Group North Ukraine, General Nering's 4th Panzer Army. Rokossovsky was the greatest of all the Soviet operational commanders, a near-perfect balance of brute force and finesse. His offensive out of the Kovel region had plenty of the former, to an almost unimaginable degree. Rokossovsky had 5 regular armies in his first echelon and the 2nd Tank Army in his second. His divisions attacked on frontages of less than a kilometer, surely some kind of record. He had enough heavy weapons support to devote no fewer than 356 artillery pieces and 83 tanks to every single one of those kilometers, while some 1,500 Soviet aircraft swirled overhead. All told, the mass represented a greater concentration of force than anything the Soviets had laid on during Operation Bagration. The results were predictable. A clean and nearly immediate breakthrough. The defenders were simply overrun, in the words of the German official history. The thrust aimed at the seam of the 2 left-wing corps of 4th Panzer Army, 8 Corps and 56 Panzer Corps, driving the former into a northward retreat toward Brest-Litovsk, and the latter southwest toward the Vistula River. By day 2, the attackers were in the clear, reaching the Buch River and crossing it on the fly, and by July 22nd, Rokossovsky had inserted his 2nd echelon, 2nd Tank Army. The 8 Corps, separated from the rest of 4th Panzer Army, now became the right flank of Army Group Center, while 56 Panzer Corps reeled back. The result of these divergent, excentric retreats by the 2 major formations opened up a 60-mile gap in the German defensive position, through which Rokossovsky was now pouring the armored might of 2nd Tank Army. Soviet tank spearheads took Lublin on July 24th and reached the Vistula the next day. By July 29th, 69th Army had crossed over the mighty river and formed a bridgehead on the far bank near the town of Puławy. It is no exaggeration to say that the German Ostheer, the Wehrmacht's vast army of the East, now faced its single most dangerous moment of the entire war. Rokossovsky's First Belarusian Front stood on the brink of total victory. He had smashed through Army Group North Ukraine, theoretically the best defended portion of the German Eastern Front, as if it were not even there. In doing so, he had reunited his front as a cohesive whole for the first time in over a month. The primeval swamp of the Pripyat marshes had separated the two wings of his front, and he had performed the unenviable task of commanding troops and planning operations on both sides of that gigantic morass. He had overcome that obstacle, however, and now he had his choice of targets that were not merely operational. He could, for example, pursue the big solution, that is, a hard wheel to the right west of Brest-Litovsk, heading toward the Baltic shore. Such a maneuver would place him far into the rear of both Army Group North and Army Group Center, surrounding well over half the German troops still fighting in the Soviet Union in a kind of Überkessel. Such a maneuver had been the nightmare of the German High Command since April, when the deployments and planning for summer 1944 had first begun. Or he could concentrate on a smaller but still significant target, the German Second Army. With his right wing attacking Second Army frontally and driving it to the west in some disorder, his left could now come up on its rear and bag the entire force, a triumph on the scale of Stalingrad. The Second Army had opened Operation Bagration in a relatively quiet and non-strategic sector, guarding the southern face of the Pripyat marshes. It had thus managed to avoid being swept up in the initial Soviet offensive and the great debacle that had befallen its partner formations in Army Group Center, the 3rd Panzer and 4th and 9th Armies. Now it seemed that its time had come. A pure infantry formation commanded by an officer of no particular distinction, General Walter Weiss, Second Army could match its Soviet adversary in neither combat power nor mobility. It was in a kind of operational free-fall. Its northern anchor, Bialystok, had already fallen to the Soviets, and while the Army's southern anchor, Brest-Litovsk, still lay in German hands, Rokossovsky's tanks had already driven far to the west and south of the fortress. The Red Army was now coming at Weiss's hapless army in 4 great thrusts. Soviet 70th Army was coming up on Brest-Litovsk from the south, soon joined by 2 other armies, 61st Army striking the city from the east and 28th from the north. Swinging far to the south and west, independent Soviet armored formations, 11 tank corps and 2 Guards cavalry corps, along with support from 47th Army, were heading toward Schidlce, their mission to strike into the rear of Second Army and cut off its retreat. The massed power of the 2nd Tank Army had thrust all the way to the Vistula at Puławy, and then turned due north toward Warsaw. And finally, forces of Rokossovsky's right wing were applying direct pressure on Second Army, with elements of 65th Army hitting it frontally in a thrust through Kleshchele, just about at the Army's midsection between Brest-Litovsk and Bialystok. A glance at the situation map would have convinced even the most optimistic staff officer that Second Army was doomed. Certainly, Rokossovsky, Stalin, and the Stavka must have thought so. They were already thinking of more distant targets, Warsaw, the bridges over the Narew River at Zegje and Serotsk, and trapping the entire northern wing of the German Ostheer, Army Groups Center and North. Model's moment, the Warsaw counterattack. They had failed to reckon with Field Marshal Model, however. At his best, when the odds were worst, Model was able to overcome even the hopeless materiel situation, at least temporarily, often with little more than sheer ruthlessness and determination. He rarely cajoled or inspired, he yelled and bullied. It is unlikely that any commander in the Wehrmacht threatened his subordinates with courts-martial more often than he did, and he had fierce competition on that score. In operational terms, he tossed together whatever manpower he could find, whether they belonged to the same regiment or not, and whether they were trained as infantry or not, and rigged together a cohesive defensive line in any way that he could. Anything to slow down Soviet momentum. Then came the counterattack with any panzer formation he could find, under his direct command and without any form of corps organization. Untangling his battle groups afterward was often nearly impossible, and a stratagem that deliberately destroyed the orderly chain of command certainly couldn't be a recipe for long-term success. Then again, Model wasn't thinking in the long term. Dealing with the emergency du jour was his specialty. Few did it better, and perhaps no one ever did it better than he did in August 1944. Model knew that the reeling Second Army couldn't save itself, and thus required emergency assistance from the outside. A quick glance at the map had already shown him the danger points, and he planned 2 attacks to relieve them. Hustling the newly arrived 5th SS Panzer Division Viking up to the line, he launched it into an immediate counterattack from the march in cooperation with 4th Panzer Division toward Kleshchele. Catching the onrushing spearheads of the Soviet 65th Army in a set of pincers from north and south, the attack destroyed a great deal of Soviet equipment and armor and stopped 65th Army dead in its tracks for a crucial few days. With the frontal pressure on the Army now relieved, Second Army had just enough of a respite to continue its retreat to the west more or less unmolested. The threat to the Army's rear was even more serious, but once again, Model was up to the challenge. Detaching 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf from the north, where it was locked in desperate fighting to rescue what was left of German 4th Army, Model brought it down south. The decision left 4th Army to its fate for the time being, but once again, Model was juggling emergencies. Totenkopf rushed down to Schidlce, launched an attack with almost no preparation, and savaged the tanks of the Soviet 2 Guards Cavalry Corps and 11 Tank Corps. Soviet equipment losses were once again prodigious, hardly a blip to the Red Army in the long term, perhaps, but the difference between life or death for German Second Army at the moment. In both battles, Kleshchele and Schidlce, Model benefited from his nearly limitless command authority. Alone among all the German commanders on the Eastern Front from 1941 to 1944, he commanded multiple army groups. He could therefore shift the precious panzer divisions hither and yon as he wished, without reference to higher authority and without having to beg the Führer for permission. Indeed, one last element of this operational sequence showed just how independent the field marshal could be. The High Command's immediate response to Rokossovsky's breakthrough was typical, declaring Brest-Litovsk a Festerplatz. Hitler's language was even more fanatic than usual this time. Brest-Litovsk was to be held until the annihilation, Vernichtung of the garrison, he declared. The German official history notes the date, July 24th, and admits that the attempt on Hitler's life just 4 days before may have had something to do with his increased obstinacy. But the Führer had help this time, the newly appointed chief of the General Staff, General Heinz Guderian. He had finally arrived at the pinnacle of power that he felt had been rightly his all along, and he wasn't about to engage in an operational dispute with his leader and patron in his first few days on the job. At any rate, it was Model who talked sense into Hitler about Brest-Litovsk. Indeed, he was already pulling back both army groups under his command, North Ukraine and Center, as rapidly as they could march without Hitler's permission, and he wasn't going to lose another 2 divisions senselessly, he declared. Hitler finally agreed, and the divisions nearly trapped in Brest-Litovsk managed to break out during July 27th to 29th, not without considerable losses, but nonetheless intact. Model's performance so far had been sure-footed and decisive, as he patched together a front that had appeared hopelessly shredded. Big threats still loomed all over the map, however. The Eastern Front was closer to collapse than it had ever been. Germany had only 4 German army groups in the Soviet Union, moving from the Baltic to the Danube, Army Groups North, Center, North Ukraine, and South Ukraine. Each one had been smashed or was about to be. In the north, a Soviet offensive by 1st Baltic Front had caught the seam between Army Group North and Army Group Center and reached the Baltic coast at Tukums in Latvia, about 40 miles west of Riga. The successful Soviet thrust meant that Army Group North, the most threadbare of all 4 groups, was encircled. The disaster that had befallen Army Group Center requires no further elucidation. Suffice it to say that while it was not at the moment encircled, it had no contact with either Army Group on its flanks, Army Group North on its left and Army Group North Ukraine on its right. The latter was in the process of being chopped up by Rokossovsky's 1st Belarusian Front. Currently, Soviet 2nd Tank Army was driving hard to the north along the right bank of the Vistula. Its power was enormous, and its vistas limitless. In the first week of August, not a single formed unit of the Wehrmacht stood between 2nd Tank Army and Warsaw, or indeed between the army and the Baltic coast. The destruction of the entire German northern wing seemed imminent, and Warsaw was only the most obvious threat. And finally in the south, Army Group South Ukraine was seeing disturbing signs in the first week of August of a massive Soviet buildup on its front, directly north of the Romanian city of Iași. Clearly, a major offensive was brewing, a blow that the Army Group had very little chance of withstanding on its own. The threat to Warsaw was the most serious by far. A town on the direct road and rail line to Berlin, packed with rear area installations of all sorts, supply depots, gigantic military hospitals, arms factories. Its loss would be a disaster to the Wehrmacht and lead to a full-on logistical collapse. Once again, Model had to perform a kind of triage among his army groups and their constituent armies. Who was lightly wounded and worth saving, who had to be written off altogether. With Soviet 2nd Tank Army moving north into a vacuum, backed up by 8th Guards Army and 1st Polish Army, Rokossovsky aimed first to take Warsaw's suburb of Praga on the right bank of the Vistula off the march, then launch an assault into the Polish capital. The 2nd Tank Army formed a powerful array with 3 corps abreast. 16 Tank Corps on the left, with its left sleeve on the Vistula itself, 8 Guards Tank Corps in the center, and 3 Tank Corps on the right. By August 1st, the last of the 3 was already ranging far to the north and east of Warsaw, taking Radzymin and heading for the bridges over the Narew just a few miles away. That same day, 8th Guards Army under General V.I. Chuikov, the hero of Stalingrad — the army had been 62nd Army back then before being honored with Guards status — crossed the Vistula at Magnushev, establishing yet another bridgehead over the river and threatening Warsaw from the south. Model was doing what he did best. yanking warm bodies out of rear billets and administrative posts and sending them to the front, forming a notional Ninth Army in Warsaw, but its fighting strength barely sufficed for a passive defense. Alongside a single German division, 73rd Infantry, elements of the 818th Azerbaijani Battalion or the 791st Turkish Battalion were on the line with diverse training, weaponry, and fighting strength. The Ninth Army was already bottling up the Soviets in the Puave bridgehead. Now it had to do the same at Magnushev. And finally, to add the final touch that would make the crisis complete, August 1st was the day that the Polish Home Army, Armia Krajowa, rose up in revolt in Warsaw to drive out their hated Nazi occupiers and liberate the city before the arrival of the Soviets. The Warsaw Uprising would become one of the most celebrated and controversial episodes of the war. Indeed, the events inside Warsaw have overshadowed what happened outside the city. With multiple Soviet tank columns hurtling forward and clearly intending some sort of major blow against Warsaw, Model launched one of the great counterattacks of the war. Ruthlessly stripping the front of armor, he was able to concentrate no fewer than 4 panzer divisions for the fight. The 4 seemed to appear out of nothing, in the words of the German official history, and in fact that was probably how it looked to the Soviets, advancing with a great deal of confidence but without much in the way of reconnaissance or flank protection. Model hadn't spent a lot of time wrangling with Hitler over operational freedom. Instead, the field marshal simply took it. Model called 19th Panzer Division down from Bialystok, plus the 5th SS Panzer Division and 4th Panzer Division from the previous week's hard fighting at Kleszczela. Finally, he rushed the Hermann Göring Panzer Division, fresh from Italy, almost directly off its trains into battle. While none of the 4 divisions was at full strength, in total they amounted to 233 tanks and 54 assault guns, facing over 800 Soviet tanks of 2nd Tank Army, they made up for it with a perfectly sequenced set of concentric attacks, the standard currency of Prussian-German operational methods for a long, long time. Model dealt with the most serious threat first, the Soviet 3 Tank Corps, far ahead of its neighboring corps and heading toward the Narev. On August 1st, elements of the 19th Panzer Division and 5th SS Panzer Division Viking launched a pincers attack on Okuniev, the former from the west and the latter from the east. They met up within hours and severed 3 tank corps' line of communication. The next day, 4th Panzer Division joined in from the north, and the day after that, the Hermann Göring Panzer Division from the south. The symmetry, even perfection of the maneuver deserves mention. The German official history, hardly given to breathlessness or hyperbole, describes a kind of perfection. 4 panzer divisions attacking concentrically from 4 directions. And for once, the description seems apt. Soviet 3 Panzer Corps was pressed into a smaller and smaller space and finally torn apart. On August 4th, Model loosed a general offensive by all 4 divisions against Soviet 2nd Tank Army. Catching the Soviets unaware, the panzers wreaked havoc on their adversary, destroying 550 of the 800 Soviet tanks in the 3 tank corps that had been attacking Warsaw, and 2nd Tank Army soon had to withdraw from the front for refit and replacements. Model's counterattack in front of Warsaw has barely entered the historic consciousness, and even the most die-hard World War II aficionado might be hard-pressed to identify it. Nevertheless, the victory was crucial on many levels. Model had saved the integrity of the German line of communications, averting what looked like an inevitable logistical catastrophe. He had saved Army Group North Ukraine from almost certain destruction, and that too seemed impossible just a few weeks ago. He had brought Army Group Center back to life, which must have seemed like a miracle inside Führer headquarters, and not only to Hitler. It is no exaggeration to say that he saved the Eastern Front. Finally, as Soviet pressure in front of Warsaw abated, Model could turn to smashing the Warsaw Uprising inside the city. He declared at the time that his preference was for a ruthless burning of the city, 1,000 meters east and west of the main road, since otherwise we won't be able to get through. In fact, the destruction the Wehrmacht wrought upon Warsaw in the 2 months it took to put down the Warsaw Uprising was even worse, encompassing some 85% of the city's buildings. The old city of Warsaw that tourists visit today is a recreation from the communist era, a simulacrum of what once was. The German victory at Warsaw also suggests an answer to the great unanswerable question of the uprising. Did the Soviets deliberately sit across the Vistula and allow the Germans to smash the uprising, crushing Poland's bourgeois elites and enabling an easier communization of the country in 1945? We will probably never have a firm answer to that question. Certainly, the German destruction of the main Soviet force at the very gates of the city, an awful reprise of General Józef Piłsudski's miracle on the Vistula in 1920, meant that whatever the Soviets may have wanted to do, they had little choice but to adopt a passive posture for the time being. The Red Army had just lunged all the way from Orsha to Warsaw, 450 miles in just 6 weeks, and had dealt out a fantastic level of punishment to its German enemy, one of the signal operational achievements of the war. Even the commander admitted toward the end of the campaign, however, that he was running out of breath. It was time for the Soviets to consolidate their positions along the Vistula, firm up their bridgeheads, and rebuild their strength for their next great lunge to the west, the one that would bring them into Germany. Model's successes even emboldened the high command, especially the new chief of the General Staff, Guderian, to launch Army Group Center into a counterattack. The aim was to restore communications to Army Group North, currently isolated north of Riga. The plan was big, employing 2 panzer corps, 39 in the north and 40 in the south, containing no fewer than 6 panzer divisions, plus another ad hoc panzer formation designated Gruppe Strachwitz, 2 brigades under the command of General Hyacinth Graf von Strachwitz, the famous armored count. Operation Doppelkopf, Two-Head, was to slice through Soviet defensive positions on and south of the Gulf of Riga and restore a line of supply and communications to Army Group North. The main blow on August 16th by the 2 panzer corps misfired, foundering on lack of surprise, Soviet numbers, and the significant anti-tank defenses that the Red Army had already rushed into the gap between the 2 German army groups. But a thrust by Strachwitz along the coast toward Tukums on August 20th, with just 60 tanks in all, apparently took the Soviets in this sector completely by surprise. The armored count was a supremely confident commander whom Guderian once labeled the last cavalryman in the world, a man of completely unorthodox tactics, always with new ideas, each crazier than the last. Strachwitz had once told a subordinate, If I say that an anti-tank ditch doesn't exist for me, then it doesn't for you either. And indeed, that phrase has defined him in history. His family was old, well-connected Silesian nobility, and 14 of his distant forebears had died fighting the Mongols at the decisive Battle of Liegnitz in April 1241. But Strachwitz's attack at Tukums wasn't simply a case of a mad aristocrat riding to the hounds. He made sure to contact the German naval command before the attack, and the Kriegsmarine offered the cruiser Prinz Eugen and 2 destroyers, Z-25 and Z-28, for close support. For once it was the Allies sitting helplessly under a rain of naval gunfire, the bane of the Wehrmacht in the West. Prinz Eugen fired off no fewer than 284 rounds from its 8-inch guns in the course of the day, and the destroyers chipped in with hundreds of 5-inch rounds. German records indicate 48 Soviet tanks killed in Tukums alone, nearly a complete tank brigade. Strachwitz himself was in the lead Tiger tank, driving his 2 brigades, Panzer Brigade 101 and SS Panzer Brigade Gross, forward in what the official history calls a wild attack. They fought their way into Tukums and then headed east toward the link-up with Army Group North. On August 21st, Strachwitz's panzers made contact with SS Division Nordland, part of German 16th Army. Pressing on, the armored Count and his little division entered Riga a few days later, where some of the local garrison wondered at the identity of the lieutenant with the dirty face, muddy overalls, and unkempt hair. "You're talking to a general in the flesh," he told them. Model was not in charge of Doppelkopf. Hitler had already tabbed him to rescue another bleeding front. This one lay in the west, where the Anglo-American Canadian force was currently running rampant. The new commander of Army Group Center was General Georg Hans Reinhardt, moving up from the command of 3rd Panzer Army. The field marshal was leaving behind the familiar haunts of Rzhev, Orel, and Kovel, and heading for new ones, Avranches, Mortain, and Falaise. Time would tell if he could work his magic there. Nevertheless, Model could look back on the last month with some pride. 3 of Germany's 4 army groups in the east had been at death's door, and he had rescued each one in the most dramatic fashion. Call it Model's moment, an operational trifecta. Army Group South Ukraine, the second death of 6th Army. Some numbers are simply unlucky. Certain combinations of the dice, snake eyes or box cars, are almost never good news to the gambler when they appear, and they always seem to appear at the worst possible moment. 13 has traditionally been the unlucky number par excellence, so much so that we still construct buildings without 13th floors. The elevator proceeds from floor 12 to 14, or to 12A, or to M, the 13th letter of the alphabet. Friday the 13th is legendary. So many people stay home from work or otherwise alter their routine, canceling flights, for example, that the U.S. economy loses hundreds of millions of dollars in business on that day alone. Within the German order of battle in World War II, however, one number seems to be the unluckiest of all, the number 6. Every student of the war knows the sad fate of German 6th Army. Consider the following narrative description. The 6th Army was in deep trouble. Months of constant grinding combat had sapped it of men and materiel, robbing it of its fighting edge and bringing its frontline soldiers to the brink of exhaustion. The Red Army had just launched a massive counteroffensive, pinning Sixth Army in front and working around its left and right flanks. Here stood elements of the 3rd and 4th Romanian armies, brave soldiers to be sure, but with nowhere near the equipment, supply, or training of the Wehrmacht. By day's end, Soviet forward detachments, mixed groups of fast-moving tanks, infantry, and motorized artillery, had torn open great gashes in the defensive sectors of both Romanian armies. As always, the Red Army had a second echelon ready to exploit the breakthrough, and by day 2, the Soviets were already driving forward at speed, lapping around both of Sixth Army's flanks and heading for a link-up far in the German rear. On the 3rd day of the offensive, it happened. The Soviets encircled German Sixth Army, trapping it within a vast kessel. Cut off from home, from retreat, and from supplies, the fighting strength of Sixth Army began to plummet, and so did morale. Already, members of Sixth Army's Brain Trust, the Army commander and his staff officers, along with the Corps commanders and theirs, were evaluating the probabilities. How many days, how many men, how much supply and fuel? The math was terrible, and so was the list of operational possibilities. They could stay where they were and hope for a relief offensive by another German army from outside the pocket. Unfortunately, there wasn't one nearby, or even in the same time zone. The Soviet offensive had shattered the Romanians, so no help was going to be forthcoming from that quarter either. Vague promises of supply by air were already filtering out of Führer headquarters, but supplying an army this large, hundreds of thousands of men, was a pipe dream. They had one final option, of course. They could all strap on their helmets, form up, and try to fight their way out of the pocket. It wouldn't be easy, fighting through to the west while holding off Soviet attacks from the other compass points, but at least Sixth Army would be doing something, and keeping up morale in such an awful situation was critical. The gleam of recognition is immediate in any student of the war. General Friedrich Paulus, Operation Uranus, Kalach on the Don. Together, they form one of the best-known operational sequences in the entire war, the Stalingrad campaign. But the scene described was not a description of Operation Uranus, the great Soviet counteroffensive at Stalingrad in November 1942. Rather, the date was August 1944, and the Red Army had just launched the Yassi Kishinev operation, hardly a household word in the West today. German Sixth Army was standing not on the Volga River as in 1942, but between the Dniester and Prut. It was fighting not in the Soviet Union, but in the Romanian province of Bessarabia. The army commander was not the ill-fated General Paulus, but a relative unknown to modern memory, the equally ill-fated General Maximilian Frette-Pico. German Sixth Army, encircled and destroyed at Stalingrad in the winter of 1942 to 1943, reincarnated for the difficult defensive struggle on the southern sector of the front in 1943, and now, encircled again, was dying for the second time in 18 months. The death of the Sixth Army in the distant marches of Bessarabia and Moldavia was not a purely operational matter, but rather it was the latest milestone in the continued dissolution of the Axis. Fascist Italy had departed in September 1943, the first of Germany's allies to drop out and defect. The Germans responded with fury, displaying a level of emotional commitment that they had never shown during the years of their alliance with Mussolini. German forces occupied the entire country, attacked, killed, and imprisoned their erstwhile allies, and executed anyone they found troublesome. The Wehrmacht killed somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 Italian officers and men in the course of Operation Axis, many of them shot in captivity. Moreover, that operation resulted in over 600,000 military internees, militaire internierte, who spent the rest of the war as slaves in the Reich's armament factories. After the killing and enslaving came the pillaging. The loot taken during Operation Axis was prodigious. While the Italian fleet managed to escape, the Germans captured the totality of the equipment of the Italian Army and Air Force. Thousands of tanks, guns, mortars, and anti-tank guns. These booty weapons, Beutewaffen, would equip Germany's second-line formations for the rest of the war. Taken on its own terms, as a raid for plunder, Operation Axis was a roaring success. We should keep in mind that looting someone else's arsenal is a far cry from having him fight and die alongside you as an ally, however. The Germans might have avoided the need for Operation Axis altogether by devising strategies to keep the Italians in the war, or at least to keep them in the war longer. But the cultivation, care, and feeding of alliance partners was not a high priority for the Germans, not in this World War, nor the previous one. Indeed, lack of faith in military alliances was one of the long-term patterns of German war-making, and the roots of this disdain lay deep in the past. As far back as there was a Germany, and before that a Prussia, or even a Brandenburg, the armies of the Hohenzollern state had preferred to campaign as lone wolves, making war on their own, viewing alliances not as value-added accretions of strength, but rather as limitations on their operational freedom. Every officer of the German Wehrmacht, for example, knew the historical details of the Fehrbellin campaign of 1674 to 1675, the birth of the modern Prussian state and army. Frederick William, the Elector of Brandenburg, was campaigning in Alsace in 1674 as a cog in one of the serial coalitions formed to oppose Louis XIV of France. With troops of the Holy Roman Empire, Brunswick, Electoral Saxony, and the Electoral Palatinate all in the field simultaneously, the campaign had proven to be a slow-motion disaster, a parade of endless war council talk-fests, inter-allied negotiations over the most excruciating details, and missed opportunities to land a blow on their French adversary. The French forces in Alsace, by contrast, were under the strong hand of a single, very capable commander, Henri de la Tour d'Auvergne, Vicomte de Turenne. Throughout the fighting, Turenne acted more decisively, marched more rapidly, and outmaneuvered the Allies at every turn. The Allies' retreat back over the Rhine in late 1674 marked the final surrender of Alsace to the French. But the problems of coalition warfare in 1674 ran deeper than operational sluggishness. While Frederick William was marching and countermarching across Alsace, Swedish forces invaded Brandenburg itself in December 1674. The Elector had a small home guard in place under Johann Georg, the Prince of Anhalt, but the force was too small to offer much resistance, and soon the Swedes had occupied the entire country. Facing an existential crisis now, a do-or-die moment, the Elector first canvassed his allies for support, unsuccessfully of course, then struck camp in Schweinfurt and started back across Germany to liberate Brandenburg. Liberated from encumbering alliances and restraining coalitions, he was a free man. As he recognized that he would now establish his immediate future by his own good sword, there was no more hesitating. His actions were as bold and rapid as lightning. He could now bring his own energy to bear, free from diplomatic considerations. Frederick William and his fiery commander, Field Marshal Georg von Derfflinger, had to move an army clear across Germany as quickly as possible. with the army traveling light, broken up into smaller columns, and purchasing its supplies along the way, a rarity in those days of squeezing supplies out of the local population, the Brandenburgers covered the route from Schweinfurt to Magdeburg, nearly 200 miles, in just over 2 weeks, one of the era's great marches. So rapidly had they moved that they caught the Swedes still in winter quarters, dispersed all over the duchy, and completely unready for major operations. The resulting campaign, which brought the rattled Swedes to battle and destroyed them at Fehrbellin, made Frederick William's reputation and transformed him into the Great Elector. Ever since Fehrbellin, Prussian-German armies had distrusted coalition warfare. Indeed, their own preference for high-tempo operations, for bold maneuvers, and for kurz und pfiffes wars that hit hard and wrapped things up quickly, were the very antithesis of coalition warfare. Allies, by definition, tend to slow things down, as strategies, orders of battle, and operational approaches are negotiated rather than decreed. A coalition war is almost certain to be a long one, and a long war was something that Brandenburg could not afford. Frederick the Great, for example, signed the Convention of Westminster with Great Britain, but while he was happy to take British subsidies, he rarely listened to operational advice from London. In fact, the British had been dead set against Frederick's preemptive strike against Saxony and Austria that opened the war in 1756. They had signed on with Frederick as a means to avoid war, not to fight one. The 7 Years' War was a global conflict, with all sorts of maritime and imperial ramifications for Britain and France. But Frederick ran the conflict in Central Europe very much as a close-hold operation. Likewise, although Prussia fought as part of a coalition in the latter Napoleonic Wars, we often forget the decision that got it into those wars in the first place: its hesitance to join the Third Coalition, 1804 to 1807, against Napoleon. During the 1805 campaign, as the Grande Armée crossed the Rhine, took the Austrian entrenched camp at Ulm, and drove deep into Central Europe, Prussia sat aloof, confident in the glory and excellence of its army. King Frederick William III stuck to that posture even as Napoleon smashed the Austrian and Russian armies at Austerlitz in December 1805. Prussia now faced Napoleon alone. A series of French provocations in Napoleon's own inimitable style followed, as did a Prussian declaration of war on Napoleon, as did Jena, Auerstedt, and the destruction of both the Prussian army and state in October 1806. Even the debacle of the Jena campaign can obscure the aggressive deployment with which the Prussian army began it. The Prussians under the Duke of Brunswick were sitting at Erfurt, far to the southwest of Berlin, waiting to intercept and destroy any direct move by the Grande Armée into Prussia. Of course, Napoleon moved faster than the Prussians did, positioned himself south of the Thuringian Wood, and drove toward Berlin from an entirely unexpected direction. The Austerlitz-Jena sequence should remind us that a way of war is not a strategy, nor a doctrine, nor a replacement for either one. It is instead an ingrained and traditional military culture, imposing repetitive patterns of thought and behavior on the principles involved. A way of war, in fact, is just as likely to lead to negative strategies and generate seemingly disastrous or even senseless outcomes, as it is to bring victory. But a way of war can also work. Prussia unified Germany in 1864 to 1871 by fighting a series of wars, creating a new state on the basis of its own military power. Certainly Bismarck was a master diplomat, isolating potential enemies and wisely choosing the time to strike, but unification came not from political maneuvering or coalition building, but rather from the railroads and rifles of the Prussian state. The war with Austria found the newly formed state of Italy at Prussia's side, but the two fought entirely separate wars on either side of the Alps, with no operational cooperation or joint planning. Indeed, the lack of encumbering alliances gave Bismarck and the chief of the great Prussian General Staff, Helmut von Moltke the Elder, a great deal of freedom of movement politically and maneuver militarily. The new state was a giant, to be sure, but the real power center in the heart of Europe, the real element that destabilized Europe for the next 40 years, and the most important factor in generating another world war, was the Imperial German Army. It was an apparently irresistible machine that had found some magical formula to the problem of modern military operations by vast mass armies, able to mobilize more rapidly, strike more forcefully, and beat its enemies decisively within weeks. Consider the experience of World War I. In the run-up to the conflict, Germany managed to alienate virtually all of its neighbors, until it was left with only one real ally, perhaps the weakest state in Europe, Austria-Hungary. Often blamed on Wilhelm II's boasting and bungling, Germany's world policy, Weltpolitik, of building an overseas empire in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, or brash German behavior in the nearly endless series of diplomatic crises before 1914, the real reason for going into World War I with a lone, lame ally was that the other great powers lived in fear of the German army. Certainly, German naval building strength was a factor in driving Britain into the enemy camp, but so too was Britain's fear that Germany was well on the path to armed continental domination. And so, Germany entered the war fighting alongside Austria-Hungary, an unenviable proposition at best. In the course of the war, the Germans tended to ignore their ally, refused to share information about either their deployment schemes or operational intentions, a crucial problem in the opening campaign of 1914, and then had no choice but to ride to Austria's rescue when disaster struck. Disasters born partly out of Germany's own neglect of coalition warfare. Finally, after the near collapse of the Habsburg army in the face of the Brusilov offensive in 1916, Austria-Hungary became little more than a German client and more of a drain on the Reich's limited resources than a strategic benefit. The World War I allies, meanwhile, followed an entirely different character arc. They began the war with deployment plans already in place, the French and Russians to put so many men into the field at appointed times, the British Expeditionary Force to arrive in France within weeks of the outbreak of the fighting. The Allies consulted with one another during the war, with the Chantilly Conference of December 1915 being the best example, about how they intended to proceed. They even agreed, during the crisis of spring 1918, to appoint a supreme Allied commander over all their armies in the field, the well-regarded Marshal Ferdinand Foch. Despite inevitable hiccups along the way, the Allies began the war with a solid base of cooperation and learned to conduct coalition warfare during the course of the conflict. In 1939, it happened again. Germany entered World War II with the weakest ally in the field, Italy. Once again, faulty German diplomacy, aggressive behavior, and Hitler's apparently insatiable demands all played a role. But as important as Hitler was to the shape of the political pre-war constellation, something more fundamental was at work here. The revival of the German army, still dedicated to high-tempo military operations in pursuit of decisive victory, was the real specter haunting Europe. After the public announcement of German rearmament in 1935, Europe returned to the same dynamic that had generated war in 1914. The key to European affairs was not merely how to integrate the German Reich into a peaceful and stable concert of Europe, but how to integrate the German army, with its Prussian roots and its preference for the bold strike, into a peaceful and stable international regime. The quest proved impossible. As in World War I, so in World War II. Germany spent the early years of the conflict ignoring Italy, had no choice but to ride to its rescue in North Africa and Greece, and fought alongside Italian armies in North Africa and on the Eastern Front. The latter was high-intensity fighting for which the Italians were neither well configured nor trained. Then, when Italy had had enough, overthrew Mussolini, and decided to leave the war, the Germans turned on their ally with great savagery, occupying the country and subjecting the population to brutal reprisals for Italy's treachery. But the German cry of Verrat, betrayal, uttered by every echelon of the Wehrmacht, from the ordinary soldier to the Führer, was utterly false. Indeed, from drawing up plans for a violent coup against the new Italian government that was still part of the Axis with Germany, Operations Schwarz and Student, to ordering a mission to rescue Mussolini, which would culminate eventually in the raid on the Gran Sasso in September, Operation Eiche, Hitler had actually betrayed his ally. Once again, the contrast with the opposing side is striking. The Western Allies fought the war with such a close degree of cooperation that they might as well have been one country. Like any good marriage, they argued from time to time over fundamental strategies, especially over the relative importance of the Mediterranean theater, and sometimes they simply bickered over nothing, but in the end, they planned together, fought together, and never did lose a campaign. The Soviet Union remained aloof from the West, gladly accepting lend-lease weapons, vehicles, and aircraft, but planning and executing operations entirely on its own. On the level of strategy, however, the Soviets did take part in the long string of Allied diplomatic conferences that punctuated the war, with Joseph Stalin attending the gatherings at Tehran, Yalta, and Potsdam. For all the problems the three powers had in working out reasonable strategic and operational compromises, the Grand Alliance was the closest wartime alliance in history. In short, the German way of war proved absolutely inept in navigating the tricky waters of coalition warfare. And to make matters worse, former members of the German officer corps spent decades after the war blaming the Allies for the defeat. The memoir literature from Field Marshals Erich von Manstein and Albert Kesselring, Generals Hans Friesner, Maximilian Fretter-Pico, and Lothar Rendulic, and many others, all share an emphasis on the ways the Wehrmacht was let down or betrayed by its allies, especially the Romanians, the Italians, and the Hungarians. Western historians relying upon the memoir literature have followed suit. And today, the notion that the Italians were responsible for the loss of North Africa and that the Romanians were culpable for the catastrophe at Stalingrad, both absurd points on their face, continue to dominate the historical narrative of Germany's war. Certainly, the minor Axis allies were not up to German standards of equipment, training, and leadership, but their manpower was every bit as good, and all of Germany's allied armies fought very well under extremely trying circumstances. Making war without allies, planning operations without the interference of coalition politics, relying only on your own good sword. These were the Prussian-German army's watchwords. In both world wars, the Germans might have paid more attention to their allies, nurturing them, arming them, and building partner capacity in the current parlance of the U.S. Army. They might have worked to keep the Italians or the Romanians in the war longer, for example, and fought side by side in a spirit of loyalty and partnership. None of these things would have been easy to achieve. The Axis allies needed supply and materiel above all, and the Germans were barely able to supply their own army in a comprehensive way. Still, nurturing the Axis coalition was worth a try. A Nazi foreign policy run by Adolf Hitler and his Nazi minions, a diplomacy characterized by dominance, power, and plunder, was an unusual matrix in which to nurture comradely and trusting relationships among peers, however. Instead, and as always, the Germans actually preferred to go it alone. A foolish preference indeed in modern warfare, and their allies stuck with them only as long as German power impressed and frightened them. These facts help to explain how the Third Reich lost every one of its allies by the end of the war, and how the Axis wound up as a willing coalition of precisely one. Since joining the war in 1941, Romania had certainly contributed more than its fair share to the German campaign in the Soviet Union. The Romanian army saw hard fighting in 1941, particularly in the 2-month campaign to reduce the Soviet port city of Odessa, August to October 1941, during which it suffered nearly 100,000 casualties, as well as in the fighting for Crimea in 1941 to 1942. In the opening campaigns, the Romanians not only reconquered Bessarabia, the province between the Prut and Dniester rivers, lost to the Soviet Union as a result of the Nazi-Soviet Spheres Agreement of 1939, but also acquired broad Soviet territories beyond the Dniester and extending eastward all the way up to the lower Bug River, the district known as Transnistria. By 1942, Romania was bearing an immense share of the Wehrmacht's burden, contributing 2 of the 9 Axis field armies on the southern wing, alongside 5 German armies and 1 each from Italy and Hungary. Putting Romania in the minor ally box really isn't correct. As one leading authority put it, Romania is more aptly bracketed in the Axis lineup with Italy than with the minor satellites. All that began to change in late 1942. Stalingrad was a disaster for the Germans, yes, but also a catastrophe for the Romanians, one from which they never recovered. The Soviets smashed both of Romania's field armies, the 3rd and 4th, in the opening moments of Operation Uranus in November 1942. The two had been holding flank positions on either side of Stalingrad, and their destruction opened a path for Soviet pincers to encircle the German 6th Army inside the city. In the last 2 months of 1942 alone, Romanian losses topped 100,000 men. The post-Stalingrad fighting saw the Romanians in a harried retreat, along with their German and Italian allies, and the first signs that their dictator, Marshal Ion Antonescu, might be rethinking his options and considering breaking with the Axis. In a January 1943 meeting with Hitler, he suggested a compromise peace with the Western Allies in order to concentrate Axis forces in the East. On his return from the meeting, he muttered to an aide, "Germany has lost the wider war. We must make every effort to ensure that we don't lose our own war." But in fact, as Antonescu no doubt suspected, that train had already left the station. Disaster upon disaster followed. The loss of Transnistria and the evacuation of as much of the Romanian civilian population as possible, the great retreat back to the Romanian border in the face of the Soviet winter offensive of 1943 to 1944, covering nearly 250 miles from the lower Dnieper River to the Dniester, and the resulting isolation of Crimea. Army Group A and its component 17th Army were the German formations defending Crimea, but those designations disguise the immense military investment that the Romanians had there as well. 2 infantry divisions, 10th and 19th, 2 cavalry divisions, 6th and 9th, 3 mountain divisions, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, not to mention the headquarters of 1st Mountain Corps and the Cavalry Corps. The Germans had 165,000 men in Crimea, but the Romanians added the not inconsiderable total of 65,000 more. The Wehrmacht might have cut its losses and fetched 17th Army out of Crimea in good time with minimal losses, but of all the things the Germans did ineptly in this war, amphibious and littoral warfare were perhaps the worst. The fine touch and sensitive timing required for initiating an evacuation, for example, or the detailed planning required for smooth Army-Navy cooperation, these things simply seemed beyond the high command of the Wehrmacht. From Hitler and Jodl on down, the OKW tended to prefer land warfare in all its planning, even though it was supposed to be a joint planning group. The collapse of the Tunisian bridgehead in May 1943 was a good example of this conceptual disconnect. The evacuation of Crimea almost exactly 1 year later was another one. Hitler and his OKW hemmed and hawed, contemplating withdrawal, then decided to send reinforcements to the peninsula. The Führer was concerned about the international situation, especially the impact that evacuating Crimea would have on the attitude of neutral Turkey, as well as friendly Romania and Bulgaria. He seemed adamant, and on this occasion no one in the inner circle was able to make the case strongly enough to change his mind. Jodl, Keitel, Zeitzler, all of them were on shaky ground when talk turned to politics. Their focus was relentlessly operational. As a result, precious military resources of 17th Army languished in a kind of operational prison in Crimea, while successive Soviet drives on the mainland harried Army Group A, renamed Army Group South Ukraine in April 1944, back to the very border of old Romania. The retreat finally ended on a line running from Târgu Neamț in the Carpathians due east to Iași and Chișinău, then bending to the southeast and running along the Dniester River to the Black Sea. Moreover, when the Soviets finally decided to clear Crimea, launching a major offensive by 4th Ukrainian Front, General F.I. Tolbukhin, on April 8, 1944, the Axis position collapsed in a week. the Soviets broke through the Perekop Isthmus into Crimea proper, raced down to Sevastopol, and invested the great fortress city, a reverse mirror image of the German conquest of Crimea in 1941 to 1942 under Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. Tolbukin's plan also displayed a certain operational acumen, along with its brute force. His assault forces crossed the salt marshes of the Sivash, the Putrid Sea, onto the northeastern shore of Crimea, and were able to achieve surprise against the Romanian defenders there, while a third army, the Independent Coastal Army, drove out of its bridgehead in the Kerch Peninsula, the easternmost point of Crimea. In the middle of these three powerful armies stood three threadbare corps: the German 49 Mountain Corps defending the Perekop Isthmus, the Romanian Cavalry Corps guarding the narrow crossing of the Sivash, and the German 5 Corps in Kerch. Just a day before the Soviet assault, the new commander of Army Group A, General Ferdinand Schörner, reported to the OKH that he guaranteed the long-term defense of the Crimea. That evaluation lay in sharp contrast to the assessment of the man who was actually in Crimea, the 17th Army commander, General Erwin Jänecke. He declared the situation hopeless and was already demanding permission to evacuate Crimea altogether. A few days of fighting proved Jänecke right. The Axis defenses lay in ruins. All three Axis corps were beating a hurried retreat to Sevastopol. The 49 Mountain Corps had to cross nearly 100 miles of featureless steppe under heavy Soviet air attacks. The 5 Corps and Romanian Cavalry Corps had it nearly as bad. The former, in particular, had to march practically single file along the very narrow road on the south coast of Crimea. By April 14th, all three had arrived in Sevastopol bruised and bleeding, and losses had already run into the tens of thousands. Hitler blamed the debacle on Jänecke, accused the general of having lost his nerve, and sacked him on May 1st in favor of the 5 Corps commander, General Karl Allmendinger. The latter took over a sinking ship, however. 3 ragged corps without a single tank were hardly going to be able to stand up to a concentric assault by 3 well-supplied Soviet armies, no matter how determined the defending commander. Inevitably, what might have been an uncontested strategic redeployment out of Crimea turned into a hasty evacuation under fire, a far more dangerous and expensive thing. When the time came, German 17th Army had no choice but to fight off massive Soviet forces from one direction while waiting for the boats to arrive from the other. The final Soviet assault on Sevastopol commenced on May 5th, and 4 more days of bloody fighting took place before Hitler finally approved of an evacuation on May 9th. The German Kriegsmarine and the Romanian Navy both fought with their usual efficiency, running one convoy after another to the beaches. The Soviet Black Sea Fleet was as operationally sluggish as ever, so no surface threat materialized, but Soviet air power and artillery contested the evacuation every step of the way, and Axis losses were high. The Kriegsmarine, up to now the can-do force within the German military establishment, displaying an often senseless level of optimism, soon realized that it was a matter of saving what we can save. Within days, Soviet bombardment from the land and air had become impenetrable, and on May 10th, disaster struck when 2 German steamers, the Totila and Teja, carrying nearly 8,000 men between them, fell victim to Soviet airstrikes, the former to bombers, the latter to torpedo aircraft. Both ships sank with the loss of all hands. By now, command and control ashore had collapsed, as the shattered remnant of 3 Axis corps huddled on the beach behind the last ditch at Cape Chersonesus, a dense mass of men standing under a murderous artillery crossfire from the Sapun Heights east of Sevastopol, as well as from Severnaya Bay to the north. By the time the Navy called off the effort on May 12th, it had managed to rescue 30,000 men, about half the force present for the final defense of Sevastopol, a commendable total given the stormy weather and unimaginable confusion on the beaches. The effort had failed more than 12,000 men, however, abandoning them to their uncertain fate in Soviet captivity. More than 10,000 men had died in the course of the evacuation, either in the Totila and Teya disasters or the dozens of smaller ships lost at sea. The Army and Navy spent the rest of the war and the ensuing post-war decades pointing fingers at each other. But the evacuation was only the ghastly end to a campaign that had already failed in every possible way. Some 60,000 German and Romanian troops died in the course of that single terrible month of fighting in Crimea, with another 20,000 German troops listed as missing, a sickening casualty total for what one German authority describes correctly as a completely senseless fight. In a rare role reversal, the Red Army suffered far fewer casualties, less than 1/3 those of the Axis. By summer 1944, Antonescu's catastrophic war had come home to Romania. Civilian and military officials alike, along with representatives of the various political parties, were actively seeking a way out of the conflict, abandoning the Axis alliance and even switching sides to the Allies. By July, they had put out peace feelers to the Soviets. The conspiracy centered around an unlikely character, 22-year-old King Michael, an inexperienced young man whom Antonescu treated with barely disguised contempt. Their opportunity would come in August 1944 when the Soviets launched their last great offensive of the summer. The Stavka had already dealt out punishing blows to the 3 other German army groups in the east, and now almost inevitably came the turn of Army Group South Ukraine. The Soviets massed 2 fronts for the Yassy-Kishinev operation: 2nd Ukrainian under General R.J. Malinovsky to the right, and 3rd Ukrainian Front under General Tolbukin, transferred from 4th Ukrainian Front after the victory in Crimea, on the left. Together, they amounted to just under 1 million men, with 1,400 tanks and assault guns, 16,000 guns, and over 1,800 aircraft in support. Malinovsky would attack southeast toward the Romanian city of Iași, while Tolbukin would drive west from his bridgeheads over the Dniester River. Their drives would work concentrically, link up somewhere on the Prut River, and trap and destroy all enemy forces in a kessel. The plan was simplicity itself, but the vast power the Soviets concentrated gave the Yassy-Kishinev operation the same grim aura of inevitability as Operation Bagration 2 months ago, or Rokossovsky's attack out of Kovel in July. The intended victim, Army Group South Ukraine, consisted of 4 armies, impressive enough on paper. Theoretically, 2 German and 2 Romanian armies, the German 6th and 8th and the Romanian 3rd and 4th, stood shoulder to shoulder in defense of the Romanian homeland. In reality, Romanians were fought out, materially and morally exhausted, fed up with German arrogance, and no longer willing to die in Hitler's war. The German armies were almost purely infantry. During the long summer of 1944, Army Group South Ukraine had lost its panzer divisions to the Maelstrom in Byelorussia. In the 3 weeks after the opening of Operation Bagration, 5 panzer divisions, an infantry division, 2 assault gun brigades, and the headquarters of 40 Panzer Corps all departed Romania for points north. The fighting power remaining to the 4 armies, therefore, was probably equivalent to only 2 at full strength, and that was how the Germans constructed their order of battle. 2 provisional armies, Armeegruppen, were in the field. One pairing German 8th Army, General Otto Wöhler, with the Romanian 4th Army, General Ioan Mihail Racovița, and designated Armeegruppe Wöhler. The other pairing German 6th Army, General Maximilian Frete-Pico, with Romanian 3rd Army, General Petre Dumitrescu, and designated Armeegruppe Dumitrescu. Boiled down to their essence, therefore, the operational matchups consisted of the following: Jassy Front, Soviets, 2nd Ukrainian Front versus German Armeegruppe Wöhler; Dniester Front, 3rd Ukrainian Front versus Armeegruppe Dumitrescu. It was an obscure command structure, to be sure, with the potential for disputes and friction of all sorts. Both Hitler and Antonescu agreed to it, however, 2 congenitally suspicious men, each seeking to ensure that the other would not betray his alliance. Intermingling the troops, often deploying German and Romanian divisions side by side in the front line, seemed the best guarantee against leaving anyone in the lurch. Indeed, mutual trust was fraying. The 2 men had an unusually frank exchange of views during a meeting at Führer headquarters in Rastenburg on August 5th, the last time they would ever see one another. Romania's cities and oil fields were under increasingly heavy air attack, Antonescu complained, and with military transport prioritized, road and rail transport for civilian goods had come to a complete standstill. Anti-aircraft resources were scarce, and the number of fighter aircraft opposing the raids, 30 to 40 at most, was wholly inadequate. In their last meeting, the Romanian conductor noted Hitler had promised to hold Crimea, to stabilize the Eastern Front, and even to launch an offensive to reconquer Ukraine. None of these things had happened. Hitler responded by declaring that he would never betray an ally, but he also wanted a clear answer. Was Romania ready to fight the struggle to the end? If not, Germany would have to draw the necessary consequences. For his part, he was ready to defend each square kilometer of conquered territory fanatically. But he had to be sure of Romanian loyalty. Antonescu had a great deal more military experience than Hitler, however, and he wasn't buying Hitler's promise of fanatical defense. He had no doubt, he said, that good intentions always lay behind the Führer's promise to hold the current front line in Moldavia and Bessarabia. As a military man with the corresponding experience, I have to add, however, that we are not the only ones who decide what happens. All of this also depends on the possibilities, and especially on the will of the enemy. As to Romania's loyalty, Antonescu answered that he had already made it plain. He had no doubt whatever in the Führer's intentions. Furthermore, there was no ally as loyal to Germany as Romania. Romania would stay at Germany's side and would be the last country to abandon the Reich, because it knew that Germany's end meant the end of Romania as well. The testy meeting droned on for hours. with the two men actually bickering about the rates Romania was paying for German aid and whose cities had been more completely destroyed by Allied bombing. When it was over, Antonescu excused himself from the evening meal. He'd had enough, apparently, and so had Romania. Looking back at the Romanian campaign of August 1944 is like listening to a recording played back at excessive speed, familiar enough in its essentials, but whizzing by with a giddy energy. The Soviet offensive opened on August 20th, launching two concentric drives. Malinovsky's Second Ukrainian Front attacked from the northwest between Targu Frumos and Yasi. Tolbukin's Third Ukrainian Front attacked from the east out of the Dniester River bridgeheads the Soviets had previously carved out at Tiraspol. Both Second and Third Ukrainian fronts achieved massive and complete breakthroughs within days. Their mutual drives isolated German Sixth Army southwest of Kishinev by the third day of the offensive, August 22nd. The Sixth Army tried to extricate itself and beat a retreat back to the Prut River, but the force was already doomed. A horde of nearly immobile infantry with horse-drawn transport being ridden down by powerful Soviet mechanized columns. The whole thing took barely more than a week. For the second time in this war, the Soviets had destroyed the German Sixth Army. The coup of August 23rd in Bucharest, with King Michael having Antonescu arrested, then summoning the dictator's minions one by one to the palace for consultations and arresting them as well, put the final touch on the Wehrmacht's catastrophe. German attempts to put down the coup and keep Romania loyal misfired badly. King Michael first urged his troops not to fire on the Germans, but a Stuka raid on the royal palace soon changed his mind. On August 25th, Romania declared war on Germany. The Romanian army duly obeyed its oath to the king and switched sides, fighting alongside the Soviets to clear the Germans out of Romania. Bucharest fell to the new allies on August 23rd, followed by Ploiesti on August 30th, and the Germans were gone by the first week of September. The Germans often accused their allies of operational ineptitude and sometimes even cowardice, but the Romanians certainly seemed energized enough in this brief liberation campaign. Perhaps it was all a matter of having the right motivation. The Germans used the coup as their great excuse for failure, with the Romanian betrayal, Verrat, featuring prominently in the German literature. The hapless commander of Army Group South Ukraine, General Friesner, titled his memoirs Battles Betrayed, Verratene Schlachten. But signs of betrayal are hard to come by, and no evidence exists that the Romanians shirked their duty or agreed in advance to stand aside while the Soviets chewed up the Wehrmacht. Rather, the only strategy by which Army Group South Ukraine might have defended itself, shuttling the panzer divisions as fire brigades to seal off Soviet penetrations of the front line, was no longer operative, since there were hardly any panzer divisions left in Romania when the Soviets attacked. Whether brought on by Romanian betrayal or German military incompetence, however, the Wehrmacht's losses in this brief campaign had been catastrophic. Over 200,000 men, including thousands of German officials, both civilian and military, the administrators of the alliance. And even today, no one knows the fate of the 80,000 Germans who went missing in Romania. Indeed, so rapid and bewildering was the collapse that these phantom soldiers might as well have vanished into thin air. Where did Germany lose World War II? With all due respect to the other fronts in Europe, North Africa, and the Mediterranean, there was one front that was merciless in exposing German weakness, one front that allowed the enemy to unfold his total strength and to pose operational problems that the Wehrmacht was helpless to solve. Only one front offered wide-open spaces, an endless plain where the Wehrmacht could never field enough divisions and where breakthroughs inevitably achieved encirclements of massive German forces. The German way of war had evolved with fairly narrow geographical confines. Indeed, all the greatest victories in Prussian and German history had occurred between the Meuse and the Vistula. Fehrbellin, Leuthen, Königgrätz all had a fairly narrow radius. Leuthen was 65 miles from Berlin, Königgrätz less than 200. Reaching out to the latifundia, broad fields in Latin, of southeastern Europe and Ukraine, however, to the endless steppes between the Dniester and Volga rivers, played into the hands of an enemy with superior resources. Deploy a Prussian army within its traditional inner zone, and its aggression, operational acumen, and tradition of independent command might very well win out. Plunk it down on the vast southern marches of an overextended Nazi empire, however, or ask it to wage war 1,000 miles from home along the Donets or the Buch or the Dniester, and things changed. For the Wehrmacht, the broad fields of the East were the killing floor. 7. On the Run. The West. Recitation. What kept them going? What were they telling themselves? What were they saying to one another? At the end of the day, we can always justify ourselves. We rarely admit mistakes, and even more rarely our guilt. And we can always come up with reasons to keep doing what we're doing, no matter how ill-advised our actions may seem. At command post somewhere on the Western Front, January 1945. They were a mixed bunch, these three. The oldest was a veteran divisional commander. Another led one of the new Volksgrenadier VG divisions, a second-rate unit filled with men combed out of the rear areas or the supply troops, or even, in the case of the lightly wounded, out of a hospital bed. Finally, there was a colonel, a staff officer, or at least he had been until a few days ago when he received the notice transferring him to the front. He was still trying to acclimate himself. The war seemed orderly enough on maps and charts, but out here, order was the last word you'd think to apply. The veteran commander had seen enough. "I can't keep trying to show confidence and faith to my troops," he complained. "My people have known me for years, and I've never lied to them." But he was lying now, and he could feel their eyes following him. "I don't want to lose the trust of my men," he said. The VG commander wasn't having it. "The worse the situation is, the tougher we have to be in struggling through it," he declared. "How much longer are we going to continue this tooth-and-nail stuff?" asked the older man. "We're already pressed back to the homeland as it is." "That's the wrong question," answered the VG man. "We have no other possibility than to fight on. Let the other side break their teeth on our resistance. We have to hold out whatever it takes, koste es, was es wolle." There it was again, that old Prussian formula. People were saying it a lot lately. The colonel had been silent up to now. "That's Hitler's view." "Of course it is," snorted the older man. "The Führer can end the war only if he and his regime step down. The last Kaiser drew the right conclusions. Hitler never will." "Then we have no choice. You said it yourself," said the VG man. "Any talk about ending the war is crazy. We can't call it quits now. We mustn't. We soldiers least of all." The colonel chipped in. He didn't feel at home yet, not with the front-line fighters.
One other thing to think about. Next summer we'll see more V-weapons, new U-boats, our jet fighters, and new types of flak. The optimists think there'll be a last-hour turning point in the war. They say we can't lose our nerve at 5 minutes to 12. 5 Minuten vor 12.
Another Prussian formula handed down from long ago and given new life in 1918.
I know how difficult it is,
answered the older man, suddenly feeling weary.
Whatever. As an old soldier, I know you don't just throw in the towel, but I can't figure it out. I only hope that the higher-ups come up with a decision that's best for the people.
The Volksgrenadier General jumped back in.
The future of our people stands and falls with the Führer. If fate is against us, then maybe we're done for. At least we've fought to the last. My men will do their duty, without question, and they won't trouble themselves by thinking too much.
He was just getting started. He'd gotten his division late in the war. He was still full of fight, and he wasn't about to tolerate negativity or defeatist talk.
If we lose this war, then it's the fault of each man who didn't dedicate himself heart and soul, and who didn't believe in the Führer. They stabbed him and those fighting at the front in the back.
Sometimes it seems like they were actors reading lines, reciting formulas that had been written for them by their forebears. Keeping up the fight, whatever it takes, koste es, was er wolle, the demand to hold out at any cost, the admonition not to quit 5 minutes before midnight, even Hitler's serial evocations of Frederick the Great. This was the German army's discourse in the war's latter days. And now the stab in the back was experiencing a revival. Old Prussian traditions were rubbing shoulders uneasily with the darker paranoid fantasies that emerged after 1918. The stab-in-the-back legend, Durchstoßlegende, had been one of the things that doomed the Weimar Republic from its infancy. The notion that the army hadn't lost the war in a fair force-on-force contest in 1918, but had been the victim of a foul betrayal by the home front, had become part of the mentalité of the officer caste, and all of them shared it to some degree. The threat of being seen as a traitor to the cause, a party to betrayal, was enough to silence many German officers, keep them loyal during one crushing defeat after another, and call them to the colors in the few violent months they had left. Our Volksgrenadier officer was typical, perhaps. Beset by a world of enemies, leading a second-rate division in a lost cause, rational thought should have told him to lay down his arms. Obsessed with memories of 1918, however, he had decided to go down with fists flying, and the ensuing mountain of casualties, most of them German, of course, seemed to bother him not at all. The loss of France, Dragoon. Even as the Allies were running riot after Avranches and smashing Army Group B in northern France, they had enough spare men, weapons, and resources to launch another vast amphibious operation in the south. The original conception for Operation Anvil was a landing on the French Mediterranean coast, scheduled to take place simultaneously with Overlord and thus catch the German defenders of France in a gigantic strategic pincer. Lack of sufficient troops, landing craft, and naval and air support eventually forced the postponement of Anvil, however, leading to a great deal of inter-allied wrangling between the Americans and the British over the timing, resources, and exact location of the operation. Indeed, the British didn't want to do Anvil at all. Churchill preferred to devote the resources to Italy with an eye to bringing that attenuated and frustrating campaign one in which he had invested enormous time, energy, and political capital, to a close. The last thing the Americans wanted was more fighting in Italy, however, and they suspected Churchill of ulterior motives, using the Italian campaign as a springboard for further diversions into the Balkans primarily. American counsels prevailed, however, yet another sign of the subordinate role the British interests were playing by this phase of the war. Under a new code name, Operation Dragoon, the landings took place on August 15th. Targeting the French Riviera coastline between Cap Negre in the west and Fréjus in the east, the Allies put ashore the 3 divisions of the U.S. Sixth Corps under the command of General Lucien K. Truscott, Jr. on day 1. The next day saw 3 more divisions, the French II Corps, General Edgar de Laminat, come ashore to the left of Sixth Corps. German resistance was so light as to be non-existent, and Allied troops, having learned the dangers of delay in previous amphibious landings, were already pushing inland with gusto. By August 18th, U.S. tanks had rolled up to Rillet, more than 50 miles from the beaches. French forces driving